Chapter 676. The sixth princess bit her lip as tears of grievance flowed from her eyes. She said timidly, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me. The Yun family was too powerful, so powerful that even her royal brother feared them. This was also the reason why her royal brother wanted her to apologize. But her heart skipped a beat when she thought of the first time she saw Yun Xiao. At that time, Yun Luofeng had been summoned to the palace by Gao2. She had heard about this and sneaked out to peek. In the end, she saw the cold man standing next to Yun Luofeng. From then on, she had fallen deeply into it and was unable to extricate herself. She thought that she would never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. Who knew that she would see him again yesterday? Because of this, she couldn't help but peek at him and couldn't suppress the adoration in her heart. But she never thought that her peeping would anger this man so much that he would throw her out of the room on the second floor and onto the street. No one knew that at that moment, she even had the urge to die. What caused her to act so impulsively was not because she had lost face in front of everyone, but because when the man threw her, he had actually snatched a person's clothes, wrapped his hand in the clothes, and thrown her out. That action made it seem as if there was some bacteria on her body that would contaminate him. Being treated like this by the man she loved, how could she not feel despair? General Yun, Miss Yun, the sixth princess has apologized and received her punishment. Can you forgive her? The Grand Tutor looked at Master Yun carefully and asked. Master Yun scoffed, I didn't plan to do anything to you, why are you bothering me at a time like this? Don't you know that I feel disgusted when I see you? I didn't want to do anything to you at first, but now that I see you, my hands can't help but itch and I want to do something. The sixth princess raised her eyes in fear and hurriedly turned to the Grand Tutor, her eyes pleading for help. The Grand Tutor sighed heavily, Old General, we have been friends for many years. Friends? I wouldn't dare to accept such an honor. I've only invited you for a drink or two because you didn't kick the Yun family when they were down. How could there be any friendship between us? At most, we are drinking buddies. The old man paused and said mockingly, what's more, even if you didn't hit me when I was down, why should I make my granddaughter and grandson-in-law unhappy? When it came to such matters, the old master was still able to distinguish between them. Seeing that the sixth princess did not go overboard, he would not do anything harsh to these people. Similarly, he would not associate with them anymore. Now, he could be considered to have come to terms with it. None of the people from the royal family were good people. The Grand Tutor laughed bitterly. Old General, are you really not going to forgive me? Originally, he had brought the sixth princess here to build a good relationship with the Yun family. Now, even the imperial family had to be courteous to the general's mansion. If they were to form a marriage alliance with the general's mansion, there would definitely be countless benefit. Thus, he had brought his own disciple over. In his opinion, his disciple was well educated, gentle, and virtuous. There was no way the Yun family wouldn't like her. However, who would have thought that his disciple, who had always made him proud, did not take a fancy to Yun Qingya. Instead, he fell in love with the Yun family's guard and even angered the old man. Chapter 677. Grandfather. Seeing that Master Yun was about to continue speaking, Yun Luofeng swept a glance at him and stopped him from speaking. Then, he shot a cold glance at the sixth princess. Let me ask you this. If the Yun family was just a general's household without any power and needed to rely on the royal family, what would you do after you've taken a liking to Yun Xiao? You would ask the emperor to order me to give Yun Xiao to you. Yun Luofeng's eyes lit up, as if he could see through everything. The sixth princess's face paled, her eyes filled with panic as if she had been seen through. What she said was the truth. If the Yun family was not so powerful, perhaps she would have asked her royal brother to order Yun Xiao to marry her. As for Yun Luofeng, she would make another order to choose a good husband for her. So, why do you think the Yun family should forgive you? Yun Luofeng raised his brows slightly. I'll give you a chance. Leave the Yun family immediately after I count to 3. Otherwise, I won't let you step out of this door. She had long known that based on Yun Xiao's excellence, he would attract countless peach blossoms. So, she had to be prepared to break these peach blossoms one by one. Since Yun Xiao was the man she had taken a liking to, he could only have her as his woman in this lifetime. The sixth princess gritted her teeth fiercely. I'm willing to be his concubine. Do you know, ever since I saw him domineeringly snatch away Imperial concubine Mu's seat for you in the Imperial Palace, I've been fascinated by his temperament. I've never wanted to hurt you, I just want to be by his side, I have no other wish. In the end, the sixth princess still said this. After saying this, her body softened and she sat paralyzed on the ground, staring pleadingly at Yun Luofeng. Don't worry, I'll definitely get along well with you. I'm confident. Slap. The Grand Tutor was stunned by the sixth princess's words at first. After a long while, he finally reacted and slapped her across the face, saying angrily, Sixth princess, do you know what you've just said? He's only a guard and you want to be a guard's concubine? The sixth princess shook her head. He's not a guard. He's such a powerful and domineering man, he's definitely not a guard. Besides, even if he's a guard, I still want to follow him. Grand Tutor was so angry that he raised his hand again, but his slap didn't land. Sixth princess, have you forgotten what your brother told you before you came? You are really stubborn. The sixth princess did not look at the Grand Tutor. Her gaze was always on Yun Luofeng. Sister Yun, I know he's not your guard. He definitely has another identity. Although I don't know why he has to stay by your side as a guard, I do know that a man has to take a concubine. You don't want him to take a concubine who is always against you and is very worrisome. Her eyes were still sincere, and there was no longer that aggrieved look in her eyes. I swear, if I become his concubine, I will definitely listen to you and respect you in all aspects. I will even join forces with you to deal with the concubines he takes in the future. I only hope that Big Sister Yun can accept me, even if it's just me serving you. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng chuckled. His chuckle was so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 678. Since you wish to become his concubine, you can go and look for him. The young girl caught a glimpse of the man who had just entered the great hall. The corners of her lips curled into an angle and her eyes held a faint smile. The sixth princess did not seem to notice the man behind her. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't know how I've offended this man to the point that he would humiliate me in front of so many people. Lady Yun, as his legal wife, you have the right to take a concubine on his behalf. That's why I have the audacity to ask you to fulfill my request. As soon as the sixth princess said this, she suddenly felt a chill coming from behind her, causing her internal organs to tremble uncontrollably. Is that so? Yun Luofeng slowly approached the sixth princess. Then why do you think I would willingly hand my man over to someone else? The sixth princess suppressed the fear in her heart and continued to speak. Lady Yun, he will have to take a concubine sooner or later. Do you want him to find someone who is not compatible with you? Since that's the case, why don't I let you have less to worry about? Boom. Suddenly, the chill from behind her grew even stronger. It was as if an invisible fist had landed on the sixth princess's back. Instantly, her body was flung out of the way and she spat out a mouthful of blood. When the sixth princess landed on the ground, the Grand Tutor felt the pressure on his body disappear and he could finally catch his breath. However, when he saw the man's grim features, fear rose in his heart and his elderly body trembled. From the moment Yun Xiao had stepped into the great hall, he had noticed his presence. Just as he was about to warn the sixth princess, his body suddenly became immobilized and he could not even make a sound. This feeling was as if an invisible hand was strangling him fiercely. You! The sixth princess raised her pale face and stared in shock at the black-robed man who was as grim as an eagle. A sense of fear slowly appeared in her eyes. Yun Xiao's cold gaze was fixed upon the sixth princess. Even when the man had thrown her out of the window in the restaurant last night, he had never looked at her. But now, the man's eyes were on her. Logically speaking, the sixth princess should have been very excited, but now, she could not bring herself to smile at all. The man's gaze was very cold and cruel. It was as if she was just an ant in his eyes, the kind that could be squashed to death at any time. Remember. Yun Luofeng sneered at the sixth princess. No one else is allowed to touch my man. If anyone dares to target him, I'll make sure they won't be able to return. The sixth princess opened her mouth wide in panic. She had not expected Yun Luofeng to say such a thing. She hurriedly looked at the cold-faced man, but saw that he had no reaction to her words, as if he was silently approving of all her actions. At this moment, the sixth princess could not tell what she was feeling. Jealousy or envy. She only knew that in this lifetime, she would never be able to accompany this man. If she couldn't accompany him, then what was the point of living? Sixth princess, what are you doing? The Grand Tutor's eyes reddened when he saw the sixth princess drawing her sword. He was so anxious that he wanted to rush over and snatch the sword from her hand. Before he could reach the sixth princess, he saw Yun Xiao raise her hand and send the Grand Tutor flying with one slap. With a bang, his body rolled out of the hall. Chapter 679. A man's cold and hoarse voice rang in her ear. If she wants to die, let her die. Other than Yun Luofeng, there was no other woman in this world who could make her feel pity. The sixth princess's fingers trembled and the hand on her neck trembled slightly. Even though she had wanted to die, she could not bring herself to do it. However, he had never imagined that this man would be so cold and callous. It made one's heart turn cold. Hehe, the sixth princess laughed. Her smile was incomparably desolate. Ever since I first saw you, my heart has fallen on you. I've never asked for anything else but to be by your side, whether as a concubine or a servant. Why am I willing to give up my dignity in exchange for your heartlessness? Yun Xiao looked at the sixth princess expressionlessly. Suicide? Or should I do it? The sixth princess's heart suddenly trembled. She did not hold on tightly to the sword in her hand, causing it to slip from her palm. Her slightly raised eyes were filled with pain. How have I offended you? Yun Xiao was not a talkative person, but he felt that the other party had not suffered enough of a blow. He suddenly said, "Your wishful thinking has offended me." There was no other reason but because of her wishful thinking, she had offended him. The sixth princess lowered her eyes and silently picked up the long sword on the ground. She smiled miserably and said, "I understand. I won't stay here and be an eyesore to you. If you want me to die, I can grant your wish." From the beginning, Yun Luofeng had his fists folded and watched everything coldly from the sidelines. Love could easily make a person lose their rationality. After all, she could not stay in the Yun family for the rest of her life. In order to prevent her family from being hurt, she must nip all dangers in the bud. She must not let them have any chance to sprout. The sixth princess slowly placed the sword on her neck again. Her sorrowful eyes stared at Yun Xiao and there was a tinge of unwillingness in her eyes. She was hoping that this man would have some pity in his heart and stop her from committing suicide. However, he did not. Yun Xiao only looked at her coldly, his face expressionless. "Mother." Suddenly, a soft voice rang out from outside the hall. After hearing this voice, everyone instantly turned their heads to look at it. It was a little boy who was dressed in a snow-white robe and looked like he was carved from jade. This little boy's eyes were exceptionally bright, and his cute little face had a brilliant smile. He was so innocent and pure that it made people very fond of him. "Little Mo." Yun Luofeng was startled. This morning, Little Mo left the divine grimoire space, saying that he had something to do. But now, he had appeared here. "Mother, father, I'm back." Little Mo's smile was exceptionally bright. A dark light flashed across his eyes when he saw the sixth princess. He didn't know if it was intentional, but he deliberately stood far away from Yun Luofeng and exposed himself in front of the sixth princess. Yun Xiao's body froze as he stared at the little fellow who had called him daddy. How could he not remember having a child with Feng'er? "Little Mo, where did you go just now?" Yun Luofeng frowned and was about to walk towards Little Mo. However, at this moment, a light breeze flashed by and appeared in front of Little Mo in no time. The sixth princess's expression was no longer as pitiful as before. She placed the sword on Little Mo's neck and looked coldly at the people in the hall. Chapter 680. Sixth Princess. Seeing the sixth princess's actions, the Grand Tutor turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Let go of the Yun family's young master. Don't drag the entire royal family down with you if you want to die. I'm going to die sooner or later anyway. Why don't you let me fulfill my long-cherished wish before I die?" The sixth princess's gaze gradually turned towards Yun Xiao and softened. I want to spend one night with you. As long as you let me spend one night with you, I'll let your son go. At this moment, the sixth princess's gaze was fixed on Yun Xiao and she did not notice the evil smile on Xiao Mo's face. You're courting death. Master Yun slammed the table and stood up. The veins on his forehead bulged as he roared, if you dare touch a single hair on my precious great-grandson, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Hair, the sixth princess laughed mockingly. I've already said that I'm going to die sooner or later. I might as well enjoy myself before I die. General Yun, I think it's worth it to use your son-in-law's body in exchange for your grandson's life. Besides, I only want to use him for one night. It's not like I'm taking him for myself. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened. I'm afraid. You won't be able to use him. Yun Luofeng, I know that you're very possessive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said those words earlier. I've already shown you mercy. At least I didn't force you to witness me making love with him. The sixth princess curled the corners of her lips and said coldly, Don't blame me, blame your son for rushing out at this time. If you don't want your son's life, I can satisfy you. Master Yun trembled in anger. Yun Xiao won't give it to you. Don't even think about taking my great-grandson's life. This time, he was completely enraged. His aura exploded uncontrollably and destroyed the entire hall in an instant. Yun Xiao, you don't have to do anything. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man next to him and said softly, If Xiao Mo wants to play, let him play. The sixth princess was only thinking about Yun Xiao and had forgotten to suppress him. Whether it was her or Yun Xiao, they could immobilize the sixth princess just by releasing their aura, much less harm Xiao Mo. But Yun Luofeng did not do so. From the moment little Mo appeared, she knew that he wanted to punish the sixth princess in his own way. Little Mo had been bored in the divine grimoire for so many years, so she was willing to indulge his greed. Yun Luofeng, at a time like this, you still want to frighten us? The sixth princess sneered, I've already knelt down and begged you. In the end, you still treat me so cruelly. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. I must have him tonight. As for you, you must watch me make love to him in bed. This is my punishment for you. The Grand Tutor was so frightened that he almost fainted. He did not know how the sixth princess could be so bold as to say such things in front of Yun Luofeng, the god of plague. He didn't know that no matter how gentle a woman was, once she met the person she liked, she would become extremely crazy. Just as the Grand Tutor was about to shout again, a soft voice suddenly rang out, echoing in the breeze for a long time. Auntie, how are you going to kill me? Little Mo's voice was very calm, so calm that it was unusual. Of course I'm going to cut off your neck and kick it like a ball. Of course, if your mother agrees. The sixth princess smiled icily and turned around. Suddenly, the words that she was about to say were stuck in her throat. She widened her eyes in horror and looked as if she had seen something terrifying. Chapter 681. Auntie, you said to cut off my head, is that it? In the great hall, the little boy plucked his head off and held it in his hands. His face still carried an innocent smile, but it now looked incomparably sinister. Ah! A shrill scream rang through the entire Yun family home. Auntie, didn't you say that you wanted to cut my neck? I've even saved you some time. How are you going to thank me? Xiao Mo smiled as he watched the sixth princess retreat. He took a few steps forward and handed his head over to the sixth princess. I'll let you kick it like a ball. His face was right in front of the sixth princesses, his bright eyes filled with a chilling smile. Don't come any closer. Clang. The sixth princess's sword fell to the ground. Her legs trembled and her pale face was filled with fear. A strong smell of urine wafted through the air. You were the one who wanted to kick my head like a ball. I pitied you for being so poor that you couldn't even afford to buy a game of football. That's why I plucked my head off for you. Why didn't you accept my kindness? As soon as Xiao Mo finished speaking, the sixth princess's eyes rolled back and she fainted. How boring. Xiao Mo curled his lips and put his head back on his neck. She fainted from just a scare. Mother, how are you going to deal with her now? Xiao Mo turned to look at Yun Luofeng and suddenly realized that the furious old man had been completely scared out of his wits. His eyes were staring blankly at him. Feeling a little apologetic, he called out, "Great-grandfather." Thump. It would have been better if Xiao Mo had not called out. Now that he had called out, the old man's eyes also rolled back and he fainted from fright. Anyone who saw a living person plucking their head off and still able to speak would have fainted. Except for Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Because these two were so mentally strong that they could not be considered human. "Grandfather." Yun Luofeng's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly stepped forward and pinched the old man's philtrum tightly. At the same time, a wave of spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips into the old man's philtrum. The old man slowly woke up. "Feng was I dreaming just now? I dreamt that little Mo cut off his own head." Yun Luofeng looked at the well-behaved little Mo and sighed helplessly. "Grandfather, I want to be honest with you about something." "What?" the old man asked in a daze. "Xiao Mo saw someone from the Bai clan asking for my hand in marriage. In order to prevent other men from having any ideas about me, he pretended to be my son." Yun Luofeng pulled little Mo over from the side and continued, "Don't be fooled by his 6 years of age. In fact, he's older than all of us combined." The old man scratched his head like a monk and asked in confusion, "Feng, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. What did he mean by little Mo was older than all of them combined? This little fellow was clearly only 5 or 6 years old. He's not human." The 4 words revealed little Mo's identity. "Grandfather, all these years, I've been hiding it from you." Yun Luofeng raised his eyes and stared deeply at the old man. "Everyone says that I had concealed my strength in the past, which was why I was able to explode with such great power in the end. Actually, I was indeed a complete and utter good-for-nothing in the past. There was nothing to hide." Chapter 682. The old man's jaw dropped in shock as he stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. "You mean to say that in these 2 years, you went from a good-for-nothing to a celestial spirit cultivator?" To go from a good-for-nothing to a celestial spirit cultivator in 2 years, how abnormal was that? "That's right," Yun Luofeng nodded lightly. "All of this happened because I met Xiao Mo. He's lived for a long time and knows how to help me get rid of my good-for-nothing constitution." Yun Luofeng was telling the truth. If Xiao Mo had not given her the prescription, she would not have been able to get rid of her good-for-nothing title. But at the same time, there were many things that she had not told the old man. For example, transmigration, or the medicine field. The old man's jaw dropped. He had many questions to ask Yun Luofeng, but in the end, he did not ask a single word. No matter what, she was still his granddaughter. That alone was enough. "Feng, I'll only say one thing." The old man crawled up from the ground and said stubbornly, "I don't care if Xiao Mo is your biological son or how long he has lived, he is my great-grandson." The old man really liked Xiao Mo from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was not Yun Luofeng's child, he would still treat him as his great-grandson. "That's up to you." Yun Luofeng shrugged and turned to look at Xiao Mo. "You don't have to call me mother anymore. Also, you're not allowed to scare the old man." Xiao Mo stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, "Master, I forgot that great-grandfather was here and accidentally scared him. In the future, wherever great-grandfather is, I won't do such a thing." The old man was very happy to hear the little fellow call him great-grandfather, but he could not help but look at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with a sad gaze. "When can the 2 of you let me hold the baby?" "This." Yun Luofeng rubbed his nose. "We'll have to wait." "Wait for how long?" The old man's eyes widened as he asked. "Probably. When I break through to the venerable realm." "What?" The old man jumped in anger. "When you break through to the venerable realm? Then how long do I have to wait?" "I don't care, I just want to hold the baby. The 2 of you hurry up and get married. Wasn't there a term for old children?" Once the old man became willful, no one could stop him. "Don't worry." Yun Xiao raised her hand and pulled Yun Luofeng into her embrace. She lowered her gaze to stare at the young girl's pitilessly beautiful features. "We will complete the task you've given us as soon as possible. Why are you calling me elder? You should call me grandpa." When the old man, who had been glaring at Yun Luofeng, looked at Yun Xiao again, that chrysanthemum-like face blossomed into a resplendent smile. This made Yun Luofeng wonder if Yun Xiao was this old man's biological grandson and he had adopted him. Otherwise, the difference between their attitudes would be like heaven and earth. However, Yun Xiao's expression stiffened when she heard old Master Sheng's words. All these years, he had never had any relatives, especially his grandfather. Thus, these two words were extremely difficult for him to say. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Xiao, then turned towards the old man. She was just about to say a few words on Yun Xiao's behalf, but in that instant, the man's cold and hoarse voice rang out beside her ear. "Grandpa." There was a hint of awkwardness in his voice. It was obvious that he was not used to this form of address. "Ha ha," the old man laughed heartily. "Hearing the word grandpa makes me so happy." Chapter 683. Yun Luofeng felt wronged. "I've been calling you grandfather all these years and I've never seen you so happy. How can granddaughter be called the same as grandson-in-law?" Master Yun glared at Yun Luofeng and said irritably, "Grandfather, am I your biological granddaughter? If you don't make me angry all day, I'll admit that you're my biological granddaughter." Master Yun scoffed and continued, "You two handle the rest, I'm going out for some tea." Then, he turned and walked out of the hall. In reality, Master Yun was a very protective person. If Yun Luofeng was bullied, he would be the first to stand up for her. Wasn't there a saying that went, "Love me, love my dog"? Because Yun Xiao had given her heart and soul to Yun Luofeng, he had accepted Yun Xiao. If it had been someone like Gao Ling, even if Yun Luofeng liked her, he wouldn't have cared. "Little Mo, wake her up." Yun Luofeng's gaze gradually turned towards the unconscious sixth princess. His eyes darkened as he ordered coldly, "Master, I'm the best at waking people up." Little Mo's face lit up with an evil smile as he slowly walked towards the sixth princess. It was unknown when a dagger had appeared in his hand. Under the morning light, the dagger emitted an intense, bone-piercing cold light. Ah! When the dagger cut off the sixth princess's finger, she woke up. She saw the eerie smile on Little Mo's face and her body trembled uncontrollably. "You! Don't come over, help, master, save me." Unfortunately, the Grand Tutor had already fainted from Little Mo's earlier actions and could not respond to the sixth princess's call for help. "Do you still want to kick my head?" Little Mo smiled evilly. "If you want, I don't mind taking it off again." "No, I don't want it anymore. I'm begging you, please let me go. I won't have any more wishful thinking." The sixth princess hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed fiercely. She didn't even feel her scalp breaking. Don't be fooled by her repeated attempts at suicide. In reality, she was used to living a pampered life and feared death the most. "Do you still want to steal my mother's man?" "No. I don't want to think about it anymore." The sixth princess bit her pale lips tightly. Her heart was filled with unprecedented panic. She never thought that Yun Luofeng's son would be so abnormal. A living person was actually able to cut off his head. If that wasn't abnormal, then what was? What the sixth princess did not know was that Xiao Mo was not a human. He was merely a spiritual being born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His body was forged with spiritual power. Unless the opponent was too strong and could make his spiritual power go berserk in an instant, he would not die. "Don't want to?" "Unfortunately, it's too late." Little Mo sneered. He turned to look at Yun Xiao and his lips curled into a smile. "Yun Xiao's father, how should I deal with her?" Even though Yun Luofeng had told him not to call them father and mother, he still used this form of address in front of a delusional woman like the sixth princess. "A life worse than death." The man's voice was as cold as ever, but it made the sixth princess's heart turn cold. A life worse than death. This man actually wanted her to live a life worse than death. That was even more painful than death. "No." The sixth princess screamed in panic, "You can't do this, that's too cruel. I don't want to live a life worse than death." Chapter 684. Shut up. Xiao Mo's little face sank. He then stomped fiercely on the sixth princess's chest and sneered, "Who gave you permission to make such a ruckus in the Yun family home? My father wants you to suffer a fate worse than death, so you must suffer a fate worse than death. Besides, my parents don't need to do anything about this, it would only dirty their hand." The sixth princess spat out a mouthful of blood after being stomped on by Xiao Mo. Her pale features were filled with shock. She did not know where this little fellow had gotten such great power from to render her completely defenseless. Milk tea. Xiao Mo raised his chin. Tear this woman to pieces. Oh, that's right. My father wants her to suffer a fate worse than death, so let her live for a few more days. Don't toy with her to death in one day. Squeak, squeak. Milk tea squeaked and crawled out from Yun Luofeng's sleeve. He placed his little paws on his waist and puffed out his chest as he walked towards the sixth princess. You threatened my master and now you're getting your just desserts, aren't you? Milk tea stared at the sixth princess with disdain. She did not hide her powers and spoke in the human language. After Xiao Mo's act of cutting off her head, the sixth princess was once again shocked. She widened her eyes as she stared fixedly at the gold-seeking mouse in front of her. A chill crept into her heart. It was only at this moment that she realized that she had underestimated the Yun family. This spiritual beast that could speak in the human language was not an existence that the imperial family could resist. The sixth princess gently closed her eyes at the thought of this. Her heart was overflowing with regret and nearly swallowed her whole. Xiao Mo, don't let her blood stain the Yun family home. Clean it up after this. Yun Luofeng then turned around and walked out of the great hall. Was she ruthless? On this mainland where the strong were revered, if one did not use cruel methods, one would be at the mercy of others. Kindness would not be able to survive in this place. If the sixth princess had spied on Yun Xiao, perhaps she would not have allowed her to die so painfully. However, she had used Xiao Mo as a threat. Even though Xiao Mo was not afraid of the sixth princess based on her level of power, she could not tolerate anyone threatening her family. That's right. In Yun Luofeng's heart, Xiao Mo was no different from family. If it weren't for her, he might have died in the explosion of the experiment, and he wouldn't have the status he had today. Yun Luofeng paused in his steps and turned to look at the man next to him. If anyone threatens you and the lives of my loved ones, I will send them to hell even if I have to overturn the entire world. Yun Xiao gripped the young girl's hand tightly, her expression determined. No matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. Even if he had to accompany her to overthrow the world. Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was poignant and beautiful. She no longer had the arrogance and dominance that she displayed in front of others. Yun Xiao, do you believe in your past life? She slowly retracted her gaze and without waiting for Yun Xiao to speak, she continued, in my past life, I had a blissful family. However, because of my father's wealth, it led to the destruction of the entire family. When I was young, my mother hid me and I managed to escape. However, I could only watch as my parents fell into a pool of blood. I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak. The murderer who killed my parents used the excuse of adopting me to forcibly seize my family's assets. However, after a few years, he sent me to an orphanage. Yun Luofeng's heart became even more determined as she thought of the events of her past life. Chapter 685. In my previous life, I wasn't on this mainland. There was no spiritual energy on that mainland and no one cultivated there. Even so, it was still a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In that world, money was everything. During those years in the orphanage, I suffered the fickleness of human nature and I also saw the supercilious looks of the world. I, who had always been kind, only understood after countless setbacks that kindness was of no use. Power was the most important thing. Yun Luofeng's gaze turned towards Yun Xiao once again. So, to be able to live again, I want power more than anyone else. And the reason why I want power, it's because I want to live. In her previous life, she had used up all her strength in order to live. If she hadn't met her master, perhaps she would have spent her entire life in darkness. Yun Xiao, do you believe what I've said? Yun Luofeng's black eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared unblinkingly at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao silently embraced Yun Luofeng's body. At that moment, he clearly felt the coldness of the young girl's body and his heart unconsciously ached. I'll believe anything you say. Yun Luofeng smiled. That's all in the past. Now, I have a brand new life. In that world, I no longer have any relatives. The only thing I can't let go of is my master. Furthermore, I passed away before I could avenge my parents. Even though she knew who had killed her parents, she didn't have any evidence. As a result, she couldn't avenge them even after so many years. Where is the place that you speak of? Is the murderer of your family still alive? Yun Xiao frowned slightly as he asked. The place that I lived in my previous life was called China. The murderer of my parents is still at large. Not being able to avenge them would perhaps become the thing that she hated the most in her life. Yun Xiao lowered her brows and silently made up her mind. Yun Xiao, it's grandfather's birthday soon. After the birthday, we'll immediately set off and head to the other end of the forest of no return. However, on the day of her grandfather's birthday, she would present him with a gift. As she watched Yun Luofeng's figure walk towards the backyard, Yun Xiao said grimly, Qin Yuan, go and check if there's a mainland named China. Yes, master. Behind the man, Yun Xiao cupped his fists respectfully, but a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. China? Why had he never heard of this place before? However, he didn't dare to ask this question. Since his master had asked him to look for it, he had to do his best to search for it. Also, Yun Xiao swept her cold gaze across the unconscious Grand Tutor and said in a cold voice, cripple his dantian and throw him out. If he dares to take another step into the Yun family, break his legs. Other than in front of Yun Luofeng, he was always cold and heartless to others. That was why he was known as the Ghost Emperor. Understood. Qin Yuan looked sympathetically at the Grand Tutor. This fellow could have taken in anyone as a disciple, but why did he have to take in someone as arrogant as the sixth princess? In that case, it was his own fault for being dragged down by her. Who asked these people to provoke his mistress yesterday and still dare to come knocking on his door today? The fact that master didn't kill him was already an exceptional mercy. Qin Yuan, Yun Xiao paused for a moment before he gave another order, spread the news of what happened today in an exaggerated manner. As his voice fell, Yun Xiao did not say anything else and his grim figure gradually disappeared under the morning light. Chapter 686. Qin Yuan's efficiency was high. Because the sixth princess's actions were already outrageous, Qin Yuan did not need to add fuel to the fire to shock the world. In less than a day, everyone in the imperial city knew what the sixth princess had done in the general's mansion. It was said that she fell in love with the Yun family's son-in-law at first sight and wanted to replace Yun Luofeng. Because Yun Luofeng rejected her, the sixth princess kidnapped Yun Luofeng's son to threaten him. And the content of her threat was for the Yun family's son-in-law to sleep with her for a night. She even shamelessly stuck to him. As for the matter of little Mo taking off her head, no one knew. The sixth princess had fallen into the Yun family's hands and the Grand Tutor had gone crazy when he woke up. He could not remember what he did that day, but he kept screaming for the sixth princess to stop. It was precisely because of these words that the Yun family's announcement was further confirmed. The entire imperial city was in an uproar. Who was Yun Luofeng? That woman was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. The sixth princess dared to steal her man. Wasn't this the same as touching a tiger's butt? At this moment, in the imperial palace, a man dressed in dragon robes sat on the dragon throne. His face was pale as he looked at all the officials present. My dear officials, Liu has committed an unforgivable mistake by going to the Yun family. Do you have any way to redeem herself? A man dressed in court robes slowly walked out from the crowd of officials. He joined his fists respectfully and said, Your Imperial Majesty, the sixth princess has provoked the Yun family. If we want to protect ourselves, we have no choice but to abandon her. After all, the Yun family's eldest daughter is too domineering and cannot tolerate a single grain of sand in her eyes. If we do not give up on the sixth princess, we will definitely become enemies with the Yun family. The emperor sighed, that is all we can do. The sixth princess was his biological sister. Even so, he had no choice but to give her up. It was his sister's fault for being so audacious that she dared to offend someone from the Yun family. Everyone knew that in the entire Long Yuan country, even if someone offended the emperor, they could not offend the Yun family, even if it was just a servant. But she, on the other hand, snatched a man from Yun Luofeng. Reporting to Your Majesty. Another official stood out and said respectfully, General Yun's heart is no longer with the imperial family. Right now, he only had the title of a general. Therefore, I have a suggestion. If we were to form a marriage alliance with the Yun family, We might be able to mend the relationship between the two sides. Marriage? With whom? Yun Luofeng or Yun Qingya? The emperor frowned and asked. The minister smiled. The royal family no longer has any unmarried princes, so they can't marry Yun Luofeng. Thus, they can only choose Yun Qingya. I suggest that we use Princess Lingshan to marry Yun Qingya. The emperor's expression changed slightly. Princess Lingshan, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Lingshan was different from the sixth princess. Even though the sixth princess was the emperor's biological sister and Princess Lingshan was his half-sister, he could not bear to marry Lingshan off. There was no other reason other than that Lingshan's physique was a little different. He was an excellent cauldron. If he had intercourse with her, he would be able to increase his strength. Of course, he only found out about this recently. Otherwise, when Jiao II was still in power, he would never have let go of such a perfect cauldron. He would have used her to obtain the greatest benefits for himself. If it wasn't for the coincidence, no one would have discovered this. Chapter 687. Your Majesty, if it was in the past, we could just use any princess to form a marriage alliance with the Yun family. But now, the Yun family is already very dissatisfied with the royal family. If we don't take out a better one, the Yun family might not accept it. The minister continued to persuade. When the other ministers heard this, they all stood up. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is right. Please use Princess Lingshan's marriage alliance to eliminate the Yun family's dissatisfaction with the royal family. Your Majesty, please allow it. So what if we sacrifice Princess Lingshan for the royal family? The emperor sighed heavily. Even though he was a little reluctant, he could only agree to the minister's request for the sake of the entire royal family. This matter will be left to the Prime Minister. Dismissed. Farewell, Your Majesty. The ministers all knelt down and said respectfully. Under the respectful farewell of the ministers, the emperor flicked his sleeves and left without looking back. The day of the birthday, which everyone had been waiting for, finally came. On this day, the Yun family was extremely lively. The entrance was like a market and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. However, no matter how noble one's status was, they had to dismount and walk 10 meters away from the Yun family. Even the members of the royal family had never broken this rule. From this, one could see the status of the Yun family in everyone's hearts. Old Master Yun sat in the hall with a smile. He did not go forward to welcome the guests, but no one dared to raise any objections. Who asked the Yun family to be so powerful? Who dared to ask him to welcome them? Therefore, the nobles of the imperial city walked in and welcomed Old Master Yun with loud laughter. General Yun, on behalf of the royal family, I wish you a long life. The Prime Minister laughed and walked in front of the old man. He cupped his fists and said, This time, I've brought a congratulatory gift for the Yun family. This gift is for Sir Qingya. I'm sure he'll like it. How could a man resist the temptation of beauty? Furthermore, this beauty was a top-grade cauldron. The world wished for it. If Yun Qingya knew all of this, she would definitely accept it happily. He, the old man laughed disapprovingly. Then I thank Prime Minister Liu on behalf of Qingya. Even so, it was obvious from the old man's face that he was not interested in the Prime Minister's gift. The Prime Minister did not explain further. He smiled and said, General Yun, you will know how precious this gift is in a moment. He was confident that the Yun family would definitely accept his gift. At that time, General Yun would definitely thank him. Unfortunately, Old Master Yun did not look at him. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the outside of the hall, and there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. Why hadn't the Ning family arrived yet? He was still planning to let Ning Xin and Qing Yue get engaged today. But after waiting for so long, the Ning family still hadn't arrived. At this moment, a servant suddenly rushed in and reported, Lord General, the Ning family has come to congratulate you on your birthday. Ning family? The old man's eyes lit up and he stood up abruptly. The people from the Ning family had finally arrived. Thinking of this, Grandpa Sheng walked out quickly, planning to welcome his in-laws in person. Seeing his actions, everyone in the hall was shocked. Even when the people from the medical pavilion came to offer their blessings, the general did not go out to welcome them. Who exactly had come this time? How could they make him personally welcome them? In the noisy courtyard, the old master saw Elder Ning standing under the night sky at a glance and hurriedly walked up to him. Chapter 688. General Yoon, I'm not late, am I? Elder Ning looked at Old Man Yoon, who was walking towards him quickly, and asked with a smile. Ha. Old Man Yoon laughed out loud. Elder Ning came at the right time. Let's go. I have something to announce later. Elder Ning chuckled and followed the old man into the hall. The guests were all curious. They didn't know who this old man was, for the general to be so courteous to him. However, they would never ask about things that they shouldn't ask. Just from Old Man Yoon's attitude towards him, it could be seen that this old fellow's identity was not ordinary. Elder Ning. Elder Rong caught a glimpse of Elder Ning, who was following Old Man Yoon, and greeted him with a smile. This time, you're late to our medical pavilion. Elder Ning glared at Elder Rong. Isn't this because your medical pavilion is so close to the Yoon family? I still have to rush over from afar. Oh right, where's Yoon girl? She's my goddaughter after all. I haven't seen her for a long time. I want to find her and have a good chat. In the year that Yoon Luofeng had left the Yoon family, the entire Yoon family had been overseen by Elder Ning. However, not long ago, the news of Yoon Luofeng annihilating the people of the medical city had reached the Yoon family. Elder Ning had wanted to wait for her return. However, something urgent had happened, and he had left the day before Yoon Luofeng returned. Therefore, he had not seen Yoon Luofeng for more than a year. Goddaughter. Everyone looked at each other. No wonder the general was so polite to this old man. He was actually the Yoon family's eldest daughter's godgrandfather. They really didn't know what kind of luck this old man had to be able to curry favor with the Yoon family. Grandfather. Suddenly, a joyful voice came from outside the door. Just as Elder Ning turned his head to look, Ning Xin quickly walked in front of him. Grandfather, you're here? A smile appeared on Ning Xin's face. She was dignified and elegant, and her every frown and smile revealed the demeanor of a great family. Yoon Qingya stood quietly beside Ning Xin, a smile on her handsome jade-like face. Xinna, seeing the smile on his granddaughter's face, Elder Ning said with some relief, all these years, you've been running around with your grandfather. Now that you've finally stabilized, I can also be at ease. To Elder Ning, nothing was more important than his granddaughter's happiness. From the looks of it, she was living a good life in the Yoon family. One could feel the changes in her from her smile alone. All these years, it had really been hard on her. Haha, Elder Ning, don't worry. I will help you take good care of Xin. The old man laughed and patted Elder Ning's shoulder. Elder Ning smiled reassuringly. Of course I'm relieved to leave Xin in the Yoon family. When the people in the hall heard the conversation between the two old men, they all felt an unusual aura. This aura caused them to be startled. Their eyes involuntarily drifted towards Ning Xin and Yoon Qingya, as if they wanted to find some clues from them. Prime Minister Liu's face darkened. This girl and Yoon Qingya were too quiet. Especially since the two of them had come to the hall together, they looked like a couple. No. He had to step onto the ship that was the Yoon family. Only by doing so could the imperial family be immortalized. Furthermore, he believed that Princess Lingxin had the ability to defeat this lass. Looks like everyone is here. At this moment, an evil voice came from outside the door. Chapter 689. At that moment, the entire hall quietened down as everyone turned to look at the door. Under the moonlight, the young lady was dressed in a robe as white as snow. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face was shrouded by the moonlight, radiating a demonic aura. The corners of her lips curled into a slight smile. Even though she knew that Yoon Luofeng was the prettiest woman in Longyuan country, it had been a year since they last met. She was even more beautiful than before. Her beauty could cause the downfall of nations and cities. These words could not even describe her beauty. Feng'er, you're here? Where's Xiao? Grandfather Yoon glanced behind Yoon Luofeng but did not see Yoon Xiao. He furrowed his brows. According to Yoon Xiao's personality, he would never leave his granddaughter's side. But he was not here. Did something happen? Yoon Luofeng could see the worry in grandfather Yoon's eyes. His lips curled into a smile. He has something to attend to and has to leave for a while. But he will be back soon to celebrate grandfather's birthday. If that's the case, the birthday banquet shall begin. Grandfather Yun did not pursue the matter any further. He instructed the crowd to take their seats. Then, he brushed his sleeves and walked towards the main seat. The birthday banquet began in a lively atmosphere. Numerous servants carried delicacies as they walked towards the banquet hall. Premier Liu was not in the mood to taste the delicacies. He was restless. But at this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure among the servants, and he stood up in shock. You're the spiritual sect master? Before he was promoted to premier, he had once reported to the spiritual sect on behalf of the late emperor. Because of that, he was fortunate enough to meet the spiritual sect master. But now, the spiritual sect master had become a servant of the Yun family. Spiritual sect master? The spiritual sect behind Long Yuan country? Why would the spiritual sect master be a servant here? Premier Liu, are you sure you're not mistaken? In the mainland, many commoners thought that the emperor was above the emperor, but they did not know that there was an even more powerful force behind the emperor. But now, those who had come to Grandfather Yun's birthday banquet were not ordinary commoners. With their eyesight, how could they not know the existence of the spiritual sect master? Even Yun Luofeng took a second look at the spirit sect master. It seemed like ever since the sect master of the spirit sect had willingly come to the Yun family to be ordered around in order to admit his mistake, she had forgotten about his existence. Ahem, old Master Yun coughed twice and said arrogantly, everyone has a good eye. This spirit gate sect master has been doing odd jobs for our Yun family for more than a year. Boom. Like a bolt of lightning, everyone's eyes turned dull as they looked at the old man in astonishment. Was the sect master of the spiritual gate really a servant of the Yun family? Good heavens! For the sect master of the spirit sect to willingly come here to do odd jobs, General Yun's power was actually to such an extent. Prime Minister Liu's eyes flickered as he thought about the marriage alliance with the Yun family. General. He steadied his mind, stood up, and said respectfully, since Sir Qingya is already here, I'll bring out the present I've prepared for Sir Qingya. Wait. Old Master Yun glanced at Prime Minister Liu and said calmly, we'll talk about the present later. Today, I have something to announce. Hearing Old Master Yun's words, Prime Minister Liu could only retreat. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to present the present later. Chapter 690. When Ning Xin saw Old Man Yun looking at her, she seemed to have sensed something. Her heart suddenly trembled, and a trace of shyness flashed across her beautiful and dignified face. Suddenly, a hand gripped her little hand tightly, causing her heart to gradually regain its calmness. Today, this general is going to announce a joyous matter. This matter concerns my son's life. Old Man Yun smiled and looked at Elder Ning. Elder Ning, I like your granddaughter very much. I wonder if you can betroth her to my son. Elder Ning laughed. This kind of matter can be decided by Shina herself. I will respect her opinion. Hearing this, the old man looked at Ning Xin again and said with a smile, Shina, your grandfather has already agreed. What happens next is up to you. I wonder if you can be the daughter-in-law of the Yun family. Ning Xin quickly glanced at Yun Qingya and shyly lowered her head. I'm willing. How could she not be willing to spend the rest of her life with Yun Qingya? Ha ha ha. Old Man Yun laughed heartily. My son finally has a wife. Tomorrow, I will choose a good day for you to get married. At that time, the two of you must work hard to create children. It would be best if you could give birth to 2 fat babies. It was obvious that the old man wanted to hug a child so badly that he was going crazy. Whether it was a grandson or a great-grandson, as long as it was a fat baby. Congratulations, General. This is truly a joyous occasion. The guests all came forward and sincerely congratulated him. Only Prime Minister Liu's expression was exceptionally ugly. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Why? Why was it that his plan was so good, yet it was snatched away by a girl of unknown origins? Whether it was her identity or appearance, this girl could not compare to Princess Ling Xin. What qualifications did she have to become the daughter-in-law of the Yun family? Oh right. The old man seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Prime Minister Liu. Prime Minister Liu, could it be that you already knew that my son was going to get engaged, so you prepared a wedding gift for him? I wonder what the gift is. Take it out and let me take a look. Prime Minister Liu's eyes darkened slightly, and a resolute look flashed across his eyes. Men, take out the gift I gave to young Master Qingya. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw two guards carrying a large red box in from outside the main hall. A bouquet of red flowers was tied to the top of the box, and there was a big hole in the middle. It was hard to tell what was inside the box. Open the chest. Prime Minister Liu waved his hand and immediately ordered. Yes, Prime Minister. The two guards put down the box and opened it as ordered. When they saw the gift in the box, not to mention old Master Yun, even the faces of the other guests in the hall changed greatly. In the large red box, a young girl of about 17 or 18 years old was tied up with a red rope. Her mouth was stuffed with a piece of red cloth, and her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the people in the hall. There was a clear trace of fear in her eyes. Yun Qingya held Ning Xin's hand tightly as his cold gaze swept towards Prime Minister Liu. A hint of killing intent gradually emerged in his eyes. Of course, the person who was the most furious was Elder Ning. This bastard sent a woman on his own granddaughter's engagement day. If he wasn't trying to make things difficult for her, then what was? He had always treasured his granddaughter dearly. How could he allow her to suffer such grievances? However, Elder Ning knew that the Yun family would deal with this matter. Therefore, he only snorted coldly and did not do anything. Chapter 691. This is the gift you want to give my son? Senior Yun sneered and glanced at Prime Minister Liu coldly. Prime Minister Liu gritted his teeth, cupped his fists and said, General Yun, this is Princess Lingxin of our royal family. Her physique is a little special, so His Majesty specially sent Princess Lingxin to young Master Qingya as a concubine. Princess Lingxin's existence will be of great help to Princess Qingya. When he said the word concubine, Prime Minister Liu was very unwilling. After all, Ningxin was already engaged to Yun Qingya. It was obviously unrealistic for Lingxin to be his wife, so he could only make her a concubine. As long as he could marry into the Yun family, it did not matter whether she was a wife or a concubine. Moreover, he had confidence in Lingxin. With Lingxin's physique, as long as Yun Qingya tasted the sweetness, how could she give up? At that time, he would let Princess Lingxin make a request, and Yun Qingya would definitely divorce Ningxin. Promote the princess to the main wife. Old Master Yun's expression became more and more unsightly. He sneered and said, Prime Minister Liu, you have been in Long Yuan for so long, but you still don't know the rules of the Yun family. Our Yun family has always believed in one person for life. There will never be a concubine. You'd better stop dreaming. To old Master Yun, a concubine was an existence that destroyed the harmony of the family. If a man wanted to establish a career outside, his home must be peaceful. And the condition for the peace of the home was that there only needed one mistress in the backyard. Moreover, ever since he met Qingya's mother, he had never cared about other women. Even though his mother had passed away, he had never thought of remarrying. Yun Luofeng's parents were the same. If he could not meet the person he loved, he would rather not marry. But once he met her, he only needed her for the rest of his life. If that was the case, why would the old man help Yun Qingya take in a concubine? It was even more impossible for Ningxin to suffer. Prime Minister Liu's expression darkened. He made up his mind and said, General Yun, Princess Lingxin's physique is special. If Yun Qingya dual cultivates with her, her strength will definitely increase by a lot. I am also considering the Yun family. Old Master Yun raised his chin and said domineeringly, I'll give you a choice. Take Princess Lingxin and scram. Prime Minister Liu did not expect General Yun to ask him to leave. Could it be that this old man really didn't want his son to become stronger? General Yun, I feel that this still depends on young Master Qingya's attitude. Prime Minister Liu really didn't want to give up. He gritted his teeth and said, if you stop young Master Qingya's opportunity to soar to the top, perhaps he will hate you in the future. Old Master Yun was so angry that he laughed. Why were these officials so shameless? He had already told them to scram, but they still shamelessly stayed here. Thinking of this, old man Yun turned to Yun Qingya with a sneer. Qingya, You deal with it. Premier Liu heaved a sigh of relief. This Yun Qingya was still a hot-blooded man. How could he refuse the temptation of beauty? Furthermore, Princess Lingxin could help him increase his strength. With such a good thing, he would definitely gladly accept it. Father, there's no need to waste words with these people. Yun Qingya glanced at Prime Minister Liu indifferently and said lightly, just get someone to beat them out. The smile on Premier Liu's face froze. What did he just say? Kick them out. Chapter 692. What are you still standing there for? The old man glared at the guards in the hall and coldly said, throw this bastard who came to cause trouble out of here immediately. From now on, no one from the royal family is allowed to take a step into our Yun family. In addition, don't let me see anyone related to the royal family outside. I'll beat them up once I see them. A wave of complete coldness came from the soles of Prime Minister Liu's feet, causing his entire body to feel extremely cold. He knew that this time, he was truly finished. Throw the gifts out as well. Yun Qingya frowned and said coldly, wait a moment. Seeing that the guards had obeyed the order and were walking forward, Ningxin's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting their actions. Shina, what are you doing? Elder Ning was stunned for a moment as he looked at his granddaughter in confusion. Ningxin smiled lightly and did not answer Elder Ning's words. She gently pushed away Yun Qingya's hand and said softly, Big brother Yun, wait for me for a moment. All right. Yun Qingya nodded slightly, but her gaze was still following Ningxin. Ningxin slowly walked towards Prime Minister Liu. The corners of her lips gradually curled up into an arc. Her steps were dignified and her appearance was beautiful. What do you want? Seeing Ningxin walking towards him, Prime Minister Liu's expression suddenly changed as he said coldly. Ningxin stopped in front of him and smiled softly. Do you think I'm a country girl from who knows where? Wasn't that right? With Prime Minister Liu's experience, he only knew of the existence of the Spirit Gate and the medical pavilion. He had never heard of the Ning family. That was why he did not take Ningxin seriously. If he knew the strength of the Ning family, he would not have dared to do what he did today. Prime Minister Liu snorted. As this was the Yun family's territory, he did not dare to say a word. However, his expression still expressed the disdain in his heart. Since you think I'm a country girl, then I, a country girl, can make you unable to fight back. Ningxin still had a smile on her face as she spoke with a faint smile. She knew that if she did not display some of her strength today, there would definitely be many women coming to disturb her and Yun Qingya in the future. Therefore, she had to start with Prime Minister Liu. Hee. Prime Minister Liu sneered. I'm an advanced intermediate spiritualist, after all, and I'm only a step away from becoming an advanced spiritualist. Are you saying that you can render me powerless to fight back? A disdainful smile appeared on his face. If you don't believe me, I can let you try. Ningxin smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of power suddenly rose from her body. The power was like a huge mountain, pressing down on Prime Minister Liu fiercely. Prime Minister Liu's eyes flashed. In that instant, everyone could hear the crisp sound of Prime Minister Liu's bones cracking. Then, a sorrowful wail resounded through the entire Yun family. Prime Minister Liu couldn't breathe under the pressure. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was trembling slightly. How powerful he. She was just a country bumpkin who relied on the Yun family. How could she have such great power? Prime Yun, Elder Yun said, he prime king and the but now, Prime Minister Liu realized that he had been wrong. He had been ridiculously wrong. If Prime Yun really did not have any power, how could he have become Yun Luofeng's grandfather? His granddaughter could not possibly possess such power. Chapter 693. Earth Spiritualist. Someone in the hall let out a cry of surprise. This little girl is an Earth Spiritualist. That's right, I've met an Earth Spiritualist before and felt his power. It's exactly the same as this little girl's. She must be an Earth Spiritualist. Prime Minister Liu, who was already pale, felt even more hopeless when he heard this. Today is Grandfather Yun's birthday. I don't want your blood to taint this joyous occasion. If you have any ideas about Big Brother Yun in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Scram immediately. Ningxin raised her brows and shouted sternly. This time, Prime Minister Liu did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and ran out. He did not even pay attention to Princess Lingxin as he only cared about running for his life. After Prime Minister Liu left, Ningxin glanced at Princess Lingxin. It had to be said that Princess Lingxin was indeed extremely beautiful. Especially the tearful expression in her eyes, it was truly pitiful. Princess Lingxin shook her head desperately as she looked at Ningxin, who was walking towards her. She wanted to say something, but her mouth was stuffed with a red handkerchief and she could only whimper. Ningxin pulled out her long sword. With a swoosh, the sword light flashed and cut the ropes binding Princess Lingxin. I know that you did not do this willingly, so I don't blame you. You can leave now. Ningxin looked at Princess Lingxin's pale face and paused before she continued. However, I have to remind you that the royal family is merciless. They will do anything to achieve their goals, even if they have to tie you up and give you away. Princess Lingxin's body trembled slightly and she lowered her head. Her face was filled with pain. My brother usually treats me so well. Why did he have to do such a cruel thing this time? It was precisely because I was unwilling to get married that he did not hesitate to tie me up and stuff me into a box. He even gave me away in public. Wasn't he afraid that the royal family would be humiliated because of this? You'd better leave this place and go as far as you can. There's no need for you to come back. Ningxin glanced at Princess Lingxin. As for the royal family, don't worry. They won't dare to chase after you. Lingxin's eyes lit up slightly. She understood that even if she was lucky enough to escape this calamity, her brother would still give her away as a gift to someone else one day. If that was the case, why should she stay here? She might as well go to a quiet village and live the rest of her life incognito. Thank you. Lingxin's lips moved slightly as she looked gratefully at Ningxin. Then, she walked out of the house into the dark night without looking back. Ningxin bit her lips tightly as she looked in the direction that Princess Lingxin had left. After a long while, she finally retracted her gaze and looked at Yun Qingya's concerned eyes. Initially, I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, after seeing Princess Lingxin, I was reminded of myself. Back then, if Yun Luofeng had not rushed over in time, perhaps her fate would have been the same as Lingxin. Therefore, when she saw Lingxin this time, her compassion was aroused and she wanted to help her. A smile appeared on Yun Qingya's face. I will have the Yun family escort her away. If Ningxin wanted to help him, he would help her this once, so what? Furthermore, Princess Lingxin had not done this willingly. She had been forced by the royal family. Big brother Yun, thank you. Looking at the elegant smile on the man's face, Ningxin's heart suddenly moved, and her eyes shone brightly. Xin old Master Yun said with a smile. We're family now. Why are you still thanking him? Whatever he does for you is what he should do. After saying this, the old man glared at Yun Qingya. Chapter 694. Yun Luofeng rubbed her nose. She had thought that the old man would only side with Yun Xiao, but she did not expect that when facing Yun Qingya and Ningxin, she would also side with Ningxin without holding back. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng felt much more at ease. Grandfather, the birthday banquet will continue. Don't let those people affect the festive atmosphere today. Yun Luofeng said with a smile. All right. The old man laughed. Everyone, please take your seats. All the guests took their seats, but there were always some unharmonious elements. A man with an air of nobility stood up from his seat and said with a smile, General Yun, I heard that Miss Yun is very close to a guard. I wonder if she has ever married that guard. The old man was stunned for a moment, but he still said honestly, no. Even though the people of Long Yuan country called Yun Xiao the son-in-law of the Yun family, the two of them even had a child, but they were not married yet. It was obvious that the Yun family did not want Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao to get married. The man's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, General Yun, since Miss Yun is not married yet, I would like to propose a marriage on behalf of my son. I wonder what General Yun thinks. Father. Hearing this, the expression of the youth beside the man changed, his eyes filled with anxiety. This Yun Luofeng was indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that she had a child with another man. Did his father want him to wear this green hat? Shut up. The nobleman glared at the youth beside him and said sternly, Father will make the decision on this matter, you have no right to speak. Even though Yun Luofeng was no longer pure in the eyes of the world, and even had a child, in this continent where the strong were respected, if you had great power, no matter what you did, you would be forgiven. This was the reality of the human heart. The youth angrily sat down, his face full of anger. He did not want to marry a woman who was not pure. When the other guests saw that the man had snatched the initiative, they hurriedly stood up and hurriedly promoted their children and grandchildren. General Yun, I think my son is not bad. If you are willing, I can let him come to your Yun family as a son-in-law. Your son is not bad. Your son is only a playboy, how can he be worthy of Miss Yun? I think my grandson is more outstanding. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened as he watched the people arguing. His lips curled into a smile. The young master of the Cool Breeze faction is rumored to frequent brothels and already has countless concubines in his backyard. As for the young masters of the Zhong clan and Rong clan, even though they don't have many women in their harem, they already have a few concubines. What makes you think you're worthy of me? Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the hall instantly quietened down. The few people who were fighting over her said with some embarrassment, it's normal for a man to have a few concubines. Yun Luofeng's cold eyes glanced at the person who spoke. Did you understand what my father said just now? The people of my Yun family have always only wanted 2 people for a lifetime. There would be no room for a second person. Just this alone is enough to prove that the descendants of your clan are not worthy of me. The young girl's words were loud and arrogant, as if she didn't put these people in her eyes at all. Miss Yun, I can let my son leave the harem. Please give us a chance. The head of the Rong clan was not willing to let go of this opportunity. He hurriedly swore, furthermore, I can guarantee that he will not do anything to let Miss Yun down in the future. Chapter 695. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corner of his lips. Whether it's in the future or in the past, I, Yun Luofeng, can only be a woman. If you can't even maintain your purity, how can you talk about sincerity? Those people's expressions changed slightly. Some of them wanted to say, don't you already have a child? What right do you have to criticize others? However, no one dared to say this out loud. Who asked General Yun's residence to be too powerful? Miss Yun. The Rong Manor chief laughed awkwardly. In this world, it's normal for a man to have a few wives and concubines. I'm already willing to let my son disperse the harem so that you won't be wronged. This was something very few men could do. Not to mention the past. A normal man will take in a concubine at the age of maturity. I hope Miss Yun can understand. Yun Luofeng laughed coldly. How can I understand a man who is frivolous about his feelings? When the Rong Manor's young master heard Yun Luofeng's words, he was enraged. Originally, he wanted to stand up and argue with Yun Luofeng, but he was forcefully pressed down by the manor lord. Cough cough. Old Master Yun coughed dryly and said, I'm sure everyone didn't hear what I said before. If a member of the Yun family doesn't meet someone they truly love, then they definitely won't carelessly marry someone else. However, the way you treat your relationship is not something my Yun family can accept. If you continue to pester us, then get the hell out of here. The Rong clan's young master could no longer suppress his violent temper and stood up. Didn't Yun Luofeng also have a child? And you still haven't married him? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly and looked coldly at the young master of the Rong Manor. The curve of her lips gradually revealed a trace of evil. You have a problem with me not getting married? Her voice was clearly as light as a gust of wind, but it caused the heart of the Rong estate's young master to tremble fiercely. He actually didn't dare to say a single word. Patriarch. Under this cold atmosphere, a servant hurried in and respectfully clasped his hands together as he said, Clan leader, the Ghost Empress people are here. They say they are here to bring gifts and ask to marry the first young Miss Ghost Emperor. Yun Xiao. Old Master Yun's eyes lit up. Had Yun Xiao been enlightened? He actually knows how to propose marriage by acting first and reporting later. In such a public place, how could his granddaughter refuse? Let him in. The old man's breathing tightened as he hurriedly said. The entire hall became silent at this moment. Everyone stared at the door, their eyes filled with shock. They didn't know of the Ning family, but they had heard of the Ghost Emperor. According to rumors, the Ghost Emperor was extremely powerful and ruthless. Because he always wore a mask, no one knew what the Ghost Emperor looked like. Who would have thought that the Ghost Emperor and the Yun family's eldest miss would have such a relationship? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a group of guards led by Qin Yuan walked in with a large red box on their shoulders. There were too many boxes. From afar, there were more than 100 of them. More than 100 boxes of betrothal gifts. How extravagant is that? I just don't know what's inside these boxes. The betrothal gifts from the Ghost Emperor will definitely not be bad. That's not necessarily the case. Using 100 boxes of betrothal gifts is already very expensive. If they were filled with treasures, wouldn't it be a waste of money? So, I'm guessing that there are at most some gold, silver, and jewelry inside. For ordinary people, gold, silver, and jewelry were also considered precious items. However, for those who could climb to this position, gold, silver, and jewelry were useless to them. Chapter 696. Look, isn't that Yun Luofeng's bodyguard? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Once everyone's eyes had shifted away from the betrothal gifts, they landed on the man who had just stepped into the hall. Under the moonlight, the man's black robes fluttered in the wind, making him look noble and domineering. Ever since he had entered the great hall, his gaze had been fixed on Yun Luofeng and had not left him at all. His handsome face was no longer as cold as it used to be. The corners of his cold and stiff lips were slightly curled into a shallow smile. It was fine when the man did not smile, but when he did, it was a feast for the eyes. Even if his smile was so shallow that it could barely be seen, the crowd had never seen a man smile so mesmerizing. It was as if a hand was fiercely scratching their hearts, making them feel unbearably itchy. Master, the betrothal gifts have been placed down. After Qin Yuan had placed down the betrothal gifts, he walked in front of Yun Xiao and cupped his fists as he spoke. Master. This form of address caused everyone who was still in a state of shock to wake up. Their expressions were as if they had just eaten feces. Yun Luofeng's personal bodyguard was the legendary Ghost Emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he was the Ghost Emperor, why would he come to the Yun family to become a bodyguard? Furthermore, the Yun family had not been powerful enough back then. Open the betrothal gifts. Yun Xiao slightly raised the corners of her lips as she spoke. Yes, master. Hearing this, the bodyguards hurriedly put down their burdens and opened the boxes. In an instant, the countless medicinal ingredients within the boxes fell into the eyes of the guests. In particular, there was a rather eye-catching sapling among the medicinal ingredients. TSK, I thought that the Ghost Emperor's betrothal gifts would be very precious. At the very least, they would be expensive jewels. I never thought that it would only be a pile of medicinal ingredient. Perhaps he did not have enough medicinal ingredients, so he brought a sapling to make up the numbers. I think that Lady Yun does not hold his heart at all. Otherwise, he would not have used these betrothal gifts to dupe her. While the crowd was filled with disdain, they did not notice that Elder Rong, who had been as steady as a mountain, had suddenly stood up and looked in shock at the medicinal ingredients in the boxes. Impossible. This is impossible. Elder Rong shook his head firmly, his face full of disbelief. Elder Ning looked at Elder Rong in astonishment. What is impossible? What happened to you? At the same time, the rest of the people were also attracted by Elder Rong's words, and they all turned to look at him. Elder Rong's face was filled with excitement. These medicinal herbs are all rare medicinal herbs that are hard to come by in 100 years. Oh, that's not right. There are even 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Any one of these medicinal herbs would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. What? Elder Rong's words stunned everyone. Because this old man was an elder of the medical pavilion, no one doubted a single word that he had said. Elder Rong took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. As for those medicinal herbs that have matured for thousands of years, I can tell you that they are priceless. Demand but no supply. These 4 words were like a clap of thunder, causing those who had mocked him to lower their heads in shame. Perhaps, even if they were to go bankrupt, they still wouldn't be able to afford a single stalk of medicinal herb here, However, the Ghost Emperor had actually brought 100 boxes over. 100 boxes. These are 100 boxes of rare medicinal herbs. Elder Rong looked at Yun Luofeng with envy and jealousy. His tone was a little sour. Especially the 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Even our medical pavilion only has a few stalks, but the Ghost Emperor had brought 100 boxes over. In every box, there are more than 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Chapter 697. With Elder Rong's understanding of medicinal herbs, he only needed a glance to know how many 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs there were. Elder Rong sighed and continued, however, among these medicinal ingredients, the 1,000-year-old medicinal ingredients are not the most valuable. What? 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs were still not the most precious? What was precious? Everyone looked at Elder Rong in shock, as if waiting for him to give them an answer. Elder Rong snorted. The most precious thing is, of course, the sapling that you all look down on. This sapling is not an ordinary sapling, but the legendary body tree. Body tree? What is that? It's said that the fruits of the body tree can provide a large amount of spiritual energy for martial artists. If this body tree bears fruit and eats all the body fruits, even a celestial spirit practitioner can break through to the next level. Following Elder Rong's words, the entire hall fell silent. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts race. They no longer dared to think that Yun Luofeng had no place in the Ghost Emperor's heart. If he didn't have any status, why would he spend so much money to find so many medicinal herbs? Yun Xiao slowly walked towards Yun Luofeng and knelt on one knee. He grabbed Yun Luofeng's hand and brought it to his lips to gently kiss it. At this moment, Yun Xiao was like a knight and the person standing in front of him was the queen that he had to protect for his entire life. When everyone saw the scene of Yun Xiao proposing on her knees, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. All of them felt that it was inconceivable. Yun Luofeng's strength was indeed very strong, but the Ghost Emperor was even stronger. But now, he was kneeling to this young lady. This was clearly giving up all of his dignity. Was it worth it for a woman? Before I met you, there was no one in my life. Yun Xiao's voice was hoarse and low, but his eyes were filled with sincerity. To the me at that time, all women were like white bones and all the living things in the world were like ant. Other than killing people, I have nothing else to do. Indeed, ever since he was chased out of the Xiao family, there was only killing left in his life. However, I'm lucky to have met you. Yun Xiao held Yun Luofeng's hand tightly and said, "You are my one and only true love in both my life. He is also the person that I will protect with my entire life. I understand that you are strong and independent, so I let you fight. But if you are tired, you can rely on my embrace. My power can also be used by you." Yun Xiao's eyes were filled with Yun Luofeng. "If you want to stand in front, then I will be the man behind you. If you want to stand behind me, I will slaughter all your enemies for you." This was the sentence that Yun Xiao had said the most in history, but it was from the bottom of his heart. Even the surrounding guests could feel the man's infatuation. "You make the world your enemy, I will slaughter the entire world for you. Since you are the enemy of the gods and Buddhas, I will kill all of them for you. If you want to be strong and independent, then I will stand behind you and protect you for the rest of your life." Yun Luofeng looked at the man who was kneeling on one knee. Her eyes flickered and her heart was filled with warmth. Her lips curled into a smile. "Feng will you marry me?" The man's gaze was somewhat expectant, but also somewhat nervous, as if he was worried that she would reject him. Under the man's expectant gaze, the girl opened her mouth and softly said, "Okay." Chapter 698. Yun Xiao's body stiffened and he quickly rose to his feet. His large hand pressed tightly on Yun Luofeng's shoulder as his breathing quickened. "You agree?" Has she really agreed? Yun Luofeng raised his brow evilly. "I agree to your proposal, but I have a condition." "All right. I agree to your condition." Yun Xiao's usually grim features were filled with excitement as his dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng curled his lips. "Aren't you going to ask me what my condition is?" "I won't. I'll agree to whatever condition you have." Yun Xiao has always been obedient in front of Yun Luofeng. Hence, no matter what Yun Luofeng's condition was, he would agree to it. "I have 3 conditions. First, You can only have me as your woman in the future. If you have anyone else, I will immediately divorce you. Yun Luofeng raised his brow as he spoke. I won't have anyone else. Yun Xiao's expression was filled with determination. Besides, I won't even look at another woman. If I take another look at them, I'll cripple my own eyes. Aside from Yun Luofeng, there was no one else in his eyes. Second, Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Let's get engaged this time and get married when we return from the other mainland. As she has yet to reach the martial honor rank, she could not consummate her marriage with him. Hence, she had raised this condition. Yun Xiao nodded. I'll listen to you. Third, I will share the same bed with you as before, but before I reach the martial honor rank, you're not allowed to touch me. Yun Xiao stared at the young girl in front of him as a smile flashed across his dark eyes. You're saying that we can consummate our marriage once you've reached the martial honor rank? That's right. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. Hearing this, Yun Xiao fell silent. She was thinking of a way to speed up Yun Luofeng's breakthrough. However, that method must not have any side effect. I'll agree to any of your conditions. He has already endured for so many days, so why would he be in such a hurry? As long as she agrees to his proposal, no one would be able to have any ideas about her in the future. Yun girl, Elder Rong looked at Yun Luofeng and chuckled. Our relationship is already so good. Why don't you give me a few of your herbs? My requirements are not high, just give me 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng glanced at Elder Rong and said domineeringly, not giving. Yun lass, Elder Rong looked at her pitifully. How about just 1? Or half a stalk will do. No. Not even a single leaf. How could she give the betrothal gift that Yun Xiao had given her to someone else? This meant a lot to her. How about this? I've recently prepared a pot of wine for my old man's birthday. This is the wine I brewed myself. I'll let you have a taste. Wine? Elder Rong was startled. This girl knew how to brew wine? However, it would take more than 10 years. The wine that Yun Luofeng brewed couldn't compare to something that had aged for more than 10 years. Moreover, he had no interest in drinking. Girl, I don't like to drink. If you don't want to part with the 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, you can give me a few 100-year-old ones. Elder Rong blinked and looked at Yun Luofeng in an aggrieved manner. He had already decided to thicken his skin and ask for the medicinal herbs. Try my wine and you will naturally know whether it's good or bad. Yun Luofeng smiled mysteriously and raised his hand to clap. Instantly, a maidservant walked over with a pot of wine and carefully poured a cup for Elder Rong. Chapter 699. Once the wine was poured into the goblet, a fragrant aroma filled the entire main hall. Even Elder Rong, who did not like to drink, could not help but swallow his saliva. Elder Rong could not help but drink the entire goblet. As the wine entered his stomach, he felt a coolness in his stomach as if spiritual qi was slowly flowing. Not long ago, he was already on the verge of breaking through, but he could not hit the barrier. But now, he could clearly feel that the wine he had drunk had turned into a stream of spiritual energy that was continuously hitting against the bottleneck. Due to the impact, the barrier inside Elder Rong's body finally loosened a little. With a boom, it broke open, and a spiritual qi storm instantly spiraled above his head. Suddenly, broke through? Everyone was stunned. They looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Young Lady Yun, what's going on? Elder Rong blinked and asked in surprise. Even he was confused and did not know what was going on. This wine of mine is named spiritual wine. It can provide a small amount of spiritual qi for spiritualist. Elder Rong was just lucky that he was just a step away from breaking through. Otherwise, it would not have such a powerful effect. Yun Luofeng curled her lips. This spiritual wine was her masterpiece from the past few days. The spiritual wine contained countless spiritual herbs. Not only could it provide a small amount of spiritual qi for spiritualists, but it could also strengthen one's body and bones. It could improve one's body. One of the reasons why Yun Luofeng took it out for Elder Rong to taste was because she could tell that Elder Rong was at a bottleneck, so she wanted to see if the spiritual wine could help him break through. The second reason was that Elder Rong had helped her a lot over the years and protected her in everything. Therefore, she used this goblet of spiritual wine to repay him. Young girl, quick, give me your spiritual wine. The old man gulped and said hurriedly, this pot of spiritual wine is all yours. Yun Luofeng smiled helplessly and sent a maidservant to bring the spiritual wine to the old man. The old man did not care about anything else. He picked up the spiritual wine and poured it into his mouth. Very soon, the spiritual wine entered his stomach. Great wine! Great wine! This is the best wine I've ever had in my life. The old man licked the corner of his mouth and said unwillingly, Feng do you have any more of this wine? He asked Yun Luofeng anxiously. Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders. There are still 2 bottles of spirit wine. I've already placed them in your study. You can, Shua. Before she could finish her words, Grandpa Sheng rushed out of the door, not even caring about the guests in the hall. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of fine wine. Yun Luofeng's forehead twitched as he turned to Yun Qingya and Ning Xin. Second uncle, second aunt, I'll leave the matter of receiving the guests to you. If anyone tries to make trouble, just throw them out. Ning Xin blushed when she called her second aunt. She lowered her head shyly. Yun Xiao, I'm tired. Let's return to our room to rest. Also, send the herbs to my room later. Yun Luofeng yawned, turned around, and walked out of the hall. After they left, the guests were still discussing among themselves. Perhaps, after today, the Yun family's position on the continent would undergo an even greater change. After returning to his room, Yun Luofeng directly entered the divine grimoire's space and handed all the medicinal herbs to Little Mo. Fortunately, as her strength grew, the medicinal field had expanded countless times. The medicinal herbs that Yun Xiao had sent over could be planted in 10 batches. Chapter 700. Little Mo, is the seed still the same? Yun Luofeng looked at the peaceful ground and frowned. That day, after she had obtained the seed from the auction, she had planted it in the medicine field. But now, after a year, the seed had not changed at all. Master, I don't know what's going on either. Why hasn't the seed changed at all? Logically, it's impossible. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. Looks like we need to wait. If that's the case, let's cultivate the other herbs first. After saying this, Yun Luofeng picked up one of the herbs. As she was a little uneasy, she did not notice the sharp thorns on the herb and accidentally cut her fingertip. Master, are you okay? Little Mo's expression was tense as she anxiously walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Yun Luofeng shook her head. I'm fine. Let's continue. She did not care about the wound on her finger at all. She did not notice that a drop of blood from her fingertip had dripped onto the ground where the seed was planted. In an instant, the ground flashed with a green light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After everything was done, Yun Luofeng left the divine grimoire space and returned to her room. Midnight. A scream woke her up from her slumber, causing her to open her eyes. Master, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Little Mo's voice was anxious in her soul. Yun Luofeng could not think as her consciousness entered the divine grimoire space. What? Seeing Yun Luofeng appear, Little Mo immediately cried and said pitifully, Master, the herbs, the herbs. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the herb field. The herbs they had planted earlier had all withered as if their vitality had been sucked away by something. Little Mo, what's going on? Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Her heart ached for the herbs. What's more, these herbs were given to her by Yun Xiao. How had they become like this? I don't know, Little Mo said, sobbing. I wasn't paying attention just now and the herbs all withered. I don't know what happened. Master, this is the divine grimoire space. There's plenty of spiritual energy here. The herbs shouldn't have withered. How did this happen? Yun Luofeng frowned and looked around. Finally, her gaze landed on the ground where the seed was buried. She was stunned. Following Jiyu Ruoyun's gaze, Xiao Mo could not help but stare at the book on the medicine field. The seed has sprouted. Little Mo rubbed her eyes. She looked at the seedlings that looked like bean sprouts in the medicine field and her heart suddenly became excited. Master, the seed has sprouted. Don't tell me he was the one who stole the medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng looked at the sapling and pondered for a moment before making up his mind. Apart from the body tree, Continue planting the other herbs. I want to see what this is. Yes, master. Little Mo's eyes lit up. He had a premonition that he had cultivated something amazing this time. After Yun Luofeng left, Little Mo continued to plant the herbs in the field. Then, he sat in a corner and stared at the sapling without blinking. However, this little sapling seemed to have eaten its fill and did not move anymore. It only stood quietly in the light breeze. Chapter 701. The next day. Dawn. Yun Luofeng had just opened his eyes when Qing Yang was already waiting in the room. When she saw the young girl who had just woken up, she said excitedly, "Miss, did you know? Gao Ling, who had been locked up by you more than a year ago, is dying. I don't think he can last more than an hour." A year ago. Yun Luofeng did not kill Gao Ling on the spot. Instead, he had locked him up in the backyard and made him suffer unbearable torture. He had been living a life worse than death for the past year. Qing Yang had just received news that Gao Ling's injuries were too severe to be treated and he was about to die. Hence, she had rushed to Yun Luofeng's room to report this matter to her Miss Gao Ling. I had almost forgotten about him. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow. We've known each other for a while. Since he's about to die, how can we not send him off? Qing Yang, let's go. Then, Yun Luofeng got out of bed. After a simple wash, he walked into the side courtyard. In the courtyard, Gao Ling lay on the wooden bed. His eyes were filled with despair. That day, the few people who had been locked up by Yun Luofeng had committed suicide because they could not withstand the torture. Only he was still holding on bitterly. With a creak, the shabby door was pushed open by a slender, lily-white hand. Then, a beautiful young girl entered the room with her maidservant. Looking at the face that he had yearned for day and night, Gao Ling felt a lump in his throat. It was as if something was choking him. For the past year, he had not left this side courtyard at all. Even so, some people had deliberately spread the news of Yun Luofeng's exploits to her. For example, this woman had broken through to the celestial spirit realm. For example, Dr. Tianya was her disciple. Just now, he had heard that Yun Luofeng had used a bowl of wine to help Elder Rong of the medical pavilion achieve a breakthrough. If he had never hurt her, would all her glory have belonged to him now? Gao Ling was filled with regret. His intestines were green with regret. If he could start over again, he would hold on to her and never do something that he would regret for the rest of his life. It's been more than a year and you're still alive. Yun Luofeng glanced at Gao Ling and smiled. I had thought that you would not be able to withstand the torture and kill yourself. Looks like you're really afraid of death. He was afraid of death and did not have the courage to commit suicide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered for a year and a half. Yun Luofeng, Gailing's voice was hoarse, like a hand rubbing against the ground. If I hadn't been with Mu Wuxuan, would you have married me? I won't. Yun Luofeng's answer was very decisive, leaving no leeway. Impossible. Gao Ling shook his head and said in disbelief, You loved me so much back then, how could you not marry me? If I didn't hurt you, you would definitely be my wife. Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards Gao Ling. He curled the corner of his lips and asked, Do you want to know why? Gao Ling nodded. He wanted to know. Seeing his expression, Yun Luofeng lowered his body and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Because Yun Luofeng, who loved you back then, had already hanged himself long ago after you had heartlessly hurt him. I'm just an otherworldly soul that borrowed her body to resurrect, so I've never loved you. Gao Ling's eyes widened in shock. You, P2E. Before he could finish speaking, the sword in Yun Luofeng's hand had already pierced his chest, ending his life. Chapter 702. Young lady, what did you say to him? Qing Yang turned to Yun Luofeng curiously and asked after they had left the side courtyard. Yun Luofeng smiled. I said to make him despair. In fact, even if Yun Luofeng had not said all this, Gao Ling would have already lost all hope. He was merely dragging out an ignoble existence now. Death, to him, was a form of release. From his emaciated appearance and the scars all over his body, it was clear that he had suffered greatly over the past few days. Perhaps, he had considered suicide but could not bring himself to do it. Qing Yang. Yun Luofeng paused in his steps and turned his back to Qing Yang. Today, I will be leaving this place with Yun Xiao and heading to another mainland. You will be responsible for protecting the Yun family and not letting them come to any harm. Young lady. Qing Yang's heart trembled and she lowered her head. Young lady, you've just returned and you're leaving again? Yun Luofeng fell silent. After a while, he said, this time, I'm going to look for a very important person. If anything happens to the Yun family, you can go to the medical pavilion or the Ning family for help. However, in this roaring dragon mainland, no one would dare to touch the Yun family anymore. Not only did the Yun family have Elder Ning and the others, they also had Tianya's support. In this entire mainland, who would dare to harm the Yun family? This was also the reason why she dared to head to another mainland. Young lady, don't worry, we will definitely guard the Yun family and wait for your return. Qing Yang's eyes were filled with determination as she made a solemn vow. Yun Luofeng paused and said, this time, I will leave secretly with Yun Xiao. Also, I've hidden quite a lot of spiritual wine in the cellar. Give 2 bottles to Master Yun every day. Yes, Qing Yang replied respectfully. However, why are you leaving secretly, young lady? Because of Xiao Bai. Yun Luofeng said helplessly, if Xiao Bai knows that I'm going to another mainland, she will definitely follow me. That place is extremely dangerous and I may not even be able to protect myself. How can I bring her along? So, I can only leave her here. Xiao Bai was not weak, but there were many powerful cultivators on that mainland. Xiao Bai would only be at the bottom there. Yun Luofeng thought about it and continued, I have already recorded down some cultivation methods for Little White. You can give them to her after I leave. Miss, don't worry. I will definitely hand it over to Miss Xiao Bai. Qing Yang took the book from Yun Luofeng and said with a resolute look on her face. I've already given my orders. I'll be leaving with Yun Xiao soon. You must take care. After Yun Luofeng said this, he walked towards the bedroom. At this moment, Yun Xiao had already packed her luggage and was waiting for him. Let's go. Shrugging her shoulders, she walked out of the door and left without looking back. Lin Ruobai had always been a restless person. Hence, she would go out shopping every morning. But this time, when she returned, what awaited her was the news that Yun Luofeng had already left. Instantly, she hugged the book that Yun Luofeng had left for her and cried bitterly, Master, I know that my powers are too weak. If I go there, I'll drag you down. But don't worry, I'll definitely cultivate well and strive to find you as soon as possible. She wiped her tears away and stood up, clutching tightly onto the book that Yun Luofeng had left for her. At this moment, her eyes were filled with an indomitable and unyielding light. Master, I must cultivate well. I won't let you down. Chapter 703. The forest of no return stretched for several miles, and there were no signs of human habitation. Ever since he entered the forest of no return, Yun Luofeng had not seen a single person. There were only traces of spirit beasts in his surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's sharp ears heard a sound coming from the underbrush. Her originally vigilant nerves became even more tense, and she tightly gripped her long sword. In the forest of no return, the slightest bit of carelessness would lead to one's death. Be careful. Yun Xiao shielded the young girl behind her. The expression on her grim face was similarly taut, as if she was afraid that the young girl behind her would be harmed. Thump. Just as the two of them were feeling cautious, a pink hamster came out from the grass. It staggered and fell in front of Yun Luofeng. The hamster seemed to have been attacked by other spirit beasts. It was already riddled with injuries and was on the verge of death. However, the moment she saw the pink hamster, Milk Tea felt as if she had been struck by lightning. It was as if an electric current had flowed through her entire body, giving her an indescribable feeling. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Roar. The moment the pink hamster collapsed, a white flaming cat leaped out and pounced on the fallen hamster. Master, save it. Seeing that the pink hamster was about to be attacked, Milk Tea came back to her senses and said anxiously, Scram. Boom. Yun Luofeng shouted when the flaming cat got close. The aura from his body exploded out, covering the sky and covering the earth as it surged towards the flaming cat. The flaming cat's body suddenly flew out and fell under a tree. It looked at the hamster that had fallen in front of Yun Luofeng, made up its mind, and quickly turned to leave. This human's strength was not something it could afford to provoke. Now, it could only put down the prey in its hands and run for its life. Master, Milk Tea slowly crawled out of Yun Luofeng's sleeves. She said shyly, "Can you save her?" Yun Luofeng looked at Milk Tea's bashful expression and couldn't help but smile. "I remember that you're not a nosy mouse. Tell me honestly, have you taken a fancy to this female gold-seeking mouse?" Milk Tea shyly lowered her head, looking like a shy wife. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Could it be that Milk Tea fell in love with this female mouse at first sight? "Milk Tea, let me take a look at this gold-seeking hamster's injuries." Yun Luofeng slowly walked in front of the pink hamster and examined her injuries. "The injuries are very serious, but there's not much of a problem. I'll give her a stalk of elixir and she'll be fine." Ever since the sapling had absorbed all the medicinal herbs, there had been no more movement. Therefore, the other medicinal herbs in her space were preserved. Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng casually picked up a healing elixir and carefully tore off a leaf. He used his hand to squeeze out a few drops of juice, dripped the juice onto the wound of the female rat, and fed it the leaf. Suddenly, the injuries on the mother rat's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it opened its eyes. "How are you?" Milk Tea looked at the mother rat nervously. She didn't know where to put her hands. The female rat was startled. This gold-seeking mouse could speak. In the rat clan, only the Empress Mother could speak the human language. Where did this gold-seeking rat come from? Why could it speak? This. Milk Tea touched her small head and said shyly, "Just now, my master saved you. Where is your home? We'll send you back." Chapter 704. Hearing Milk Tea's words, the gold-seeking rat immediately got up from the ground, clasped its hands together, and bowed to Yun Luofeng. "Master, it's expressing its gratitude to you." After saying this, Milk Tea turned to the gold-seeking rat. "By the way, I haven't asked what your name is." Squeak squeak. "Meng Meng. This name is as cute as you. Also, where is your home?" Squeak squeak. Yun Luofeng was petrified. Was Milk Tea trying to pick up girls? When did it learn this trick? "Master." After Milk Tea asked most of the questions, she turned to Yun Luofeng and said with some embarrassment, "Can we send Meng Meng home? I'm worried about it." "Okay." Yun Luofeng nodded. She wanted to go to the continent of no return and was not in a hurry. Moreover, there was nothing more important than Milk Tea finding a wife. "Master, I love you so much." Milk Tea was overjoyed and immediately rushed to Yun Luofeng. However, before it could get close to her, it was slapped away by a big hand. Yun Xiao reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. He gave Milk Tea a warning look. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. Milk Tea felt wronged but did not dare to disobey Yun Xiao. She could only limp toward Meng Meng. "Meng Meng, you lead the way. We'll send you home." Gold-seeking rats were not very strong. In this dangerous forest of no return, it was even more difficult for them to protect themselves. Therefore, in order to survive, gold-seeking rats lived 100 meters underground. At this moment, a castle stood quietly under the ground. When the two gold-seeking rats guarding the gate saw Meng Meng appear, their eyes suddenly lit up. They quickly ran into the castle to report. After a while, they saw a rat queen wearing a crown on her head quickly leading a group of gold-seeking rats. "Meng Meng, my child, you really scared your mother to death." The rat queen walked to Meng Meng and hugged her. 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes, filled with joy and joy. No one knew what Meng Meng and the Rat Empress communicated, but the Rat Empress walked in front of Yun Luofeng in 2 steps, bowed deeply, and said, "Thank you, humans, and this brother rat, for saving me. Otherwise, my ignorant daughter would have become food for other spirit beasts. I wonder if you would do me the honor of inviting you to a feast." A light flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. His lips curled up slightly. "Okay." The Rat Empress smiled. "I'll have my subjects prepare for the banquet. You can go and rest for a while. When the banquet begins, I'll send someone to summon you." After saying this, the Rat Empress ordered the people of the Rat clan to take Yun Luofeng to rest. Next, she would prepare for tonight's banquet. Yun Xiao walked beside Yun Luofeng and used a voice that only the two of them could hear to ask, "Is there any other reason why you want to stay?" With his understanding of Yun Luofeng, unless he had discovered something, it was absolutely impossible for him to remain here. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. It is very difficult for the gold-seeking mice to break through. They need to consume medicinal materials to advance, but I saw that many of the Rat Clan's residents have become intermediate spiritualists, and some of them are even advanced spiritualists. To other people, these strengths were not very powerful, but the ones in front of them were gold-seeking mice. Based on the gold-seeking mice's cultivation speed, if they did not have aged medicinal materials to absorb, they would only be low spiritualists for the rest of their lives. Of course, this isn't the reason why I'm staying. After all, this is the forest of no return. Perhaps the rats were lucky enough to find expensive medicinal materials. Besides, gold-seeking mice are known for their sense of smell, so they can smell medicinal materials no matter how far away they are. Chapter 705. What's strange is that the Rat Empress can actually speak. She stroked her chin with her finger and pondered. A spirit beast that can speak the human language has to be at least a venerable spiritualist. Above the celestial spirit realm was the venerable realm. The fact that the Rat Empress could speak proved that she was a venerable realm, but, even if she takes 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, she will never break through to the venerable realm. That's why I want to stay. Maybe there's some treasure in the Rat Clan. Of course, there was another reason. Milk Tea had fallen in love with Meng Meng at first sight. Meng Meng was Milk Tea's first love after all. How could she not help her? There was no day or night in the underground. However, spirit beasts could not distinguish time through the darkness. Therefore, Yun Luofeng did not rest for long before a gold-seeking rat came to summon her to the banquet. Inside the banquet hall, the Rat Empress sat high up on a chair. There was a rat head pattern painted on the back of the chair. Meng Meng sat obediently next to the Rat Empress and looked at Milk Tea with a smile. When she saw Milk Tea looking at her, she winked at him with a playful expression. Boom! Milk Tea's brain crashed on the spot. She looked at Meng Meng in a daze, unable to regain her heart. "Master, did you see that? Meng Meng is flirting with me, she's flirting with me." At that moment, Yun Luofeng could almost see Milk Tea's eyes glowing with love. She looked like a fool. She wanted to say, "She was greeting you, but in your eyes, she's flirting with you. Guests, you can probably tell that other than me, the other gold-seeking rats are very weak." The Rat Empress smiled bitterly and said, "There are too many powerful spirit beasts in the forest of no return. Therefore, we could only be forced underground. Moreover, I've repeatedly instructed that without my company, no one is allowed to leave the underground. Who knew that my daughter would be so ignorant and go above ground?" Yun Luofeng put down the wine glass in his hand and asked directly, "Gold-seeking rats will never achieve much in their lives. How did the Rat Empress become so powerful?" Perhaps Yun Luofeng had asked something he shouldn't have. In an instant, all the subjects of the rat tribe turned to look at Yun Luofeng, their eyes filled with warning. Faced with these warning looks, Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at the Rat Queen, as if he did not see the stares of the other rats. The Rat Empress raised her hand to stop her subjects and smiled. "Back then, I drank a pot of spring water by chance, which allowed me to break through to a venerable spiritualist. That's why I became the queen of the Rat Clan." "Spring water?" Yun Luofeng looked down and asked, "Little Mo, do you know what spring water it is?" Little Mo pondered for a moment and said, "If I'm not wrong, that should be the spiritual spring, a spring formed by spiritual energy. This spring water is even more useful than Xiaobai's family's holy water. Of course, the effect is also very overbearing. If a human were to drink this spirit spring water, who would instantly explode and die?" Hearing this, Yun Luofeng sighed. It seemed that even if she obtained the spirit spring water, it would not be of much use to her. However, as if he recalled something, Yun Luofeng looked at the Rat Empress again. "Do you know where the spiritual spring water is?" The Rat Empress shook her head. "I only entered that place by accident. When I wanted to go there again, I realized that I couldn't find it anymore." Chapter 706. Yun Luofeng knew that the Rat Empress was telling the truth. If she could really find the spiritual spring, the Rat clan would not be in such a miserable state. Perhaps, all of their subjects would have broken through to become venerable spiritualists. Are there any side effects from the spiritual spring that you consumed back then? Yun Luofeng squinted his eyes and sized up the Rat Empress. A look of realization flashed across his eyes. The Rat Empress was stunned. How? How did you know? Because I'm a doctor. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. Ever since he saw the Rat Empress, he realized that something was wrong. Now that he knew about the existence of the spiritual spring, he confirmed his guess. Any spirit item with tyrannical effects would always have some side effect. The Rat Empress said bitterly, "The Rat clan has a strong reproductive ability. It's a pity that I can no longer have children after drinking the spiritual spring by mistake. That's why I only have one child, Meng Meng. What if I can help you regain your ability to have children?" Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and asked with a faint smile. What? The Rat Empress stood up in surprise and asked in a trembling voice, Are you serious? That's right. Yun Luofeng tapped his finger on the table. I can help you regain your ability to have children. Similarly, I have a request. He paused and continued, that request is that I want the Rat clan to submit to me. The smile on the Rat Empress' face slowly disappeared and she looked conflicted. Not being able to have children was the most painful thing in her life. However, if she handed over the Rat clan just like that, how could she face her subjects? If you follow me, I can guarantee that you won't have to hide in this dark underground. Yun Luofeng raised his head and curled his lips. I can also make sure that the subjects of the Rat clan will no longer suffer the pain of not being able to improve their abilities. The Rat Empress' body trembled. Yun Luofeng's words hit her heart. Yun Luofeng continued when he saw the change in her expression. Have you seen Milk Tea? She's a venerable spiritualist just like you. If the Rat clan submits to me, I guarantee that all subjects of the Rat clan will become venerable spiritualists in a few years. The Rat Empress was tempted. Although she did not want to teach the Rat clan, it did not matter who the Rat clan belonged to compared to improving their abilities. After all, the gold-seeking rat beside this human was indeed as powerful as her. All right, I promise you. The Rat Empress made up her mind and gritted her teeth. But you must guarantee that all of our subjects will become venerable spiritualists. Yun Luofeng smiled. That confident smile made it seem as though everything was under her control. The venerable realm is just the beginning. She was confident that she could make the gold-seeking mice more powerful than venerable spiritualist. For some reason, the Rat Queen's heart gradually calmed down when she saw the young girl's arrogant confidence. She had had enough of hiding underground. Since that was the case, he might as well fight for it. I heard from Meng Meng that you are going to the continent of no return. Up until this point, the spirit beasts in the forest of no return were not very powerful. However, the deeper one went, the more powerful spirit beasts there were. Some of them were even venerable spiritualists and above. It's not safe for you to go there. The Rat Empress pondered for a while and continued, why don't we let our subjects dig a path to the continent of no return? Although the Rat clan was not strong on the surface, they were underground. The underground is our world. Chapter 707. The gold-seeking mice's ability to dig holes was very strong and fast. This could be seen from Milk Tea. Coupled with the large number of mice, if they dug holes, it would not take long for them to safely reach the no-return continent. Okay, you can leave with me then. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly and agreed to the Mouse Queen's proposal. The Mouse Queen rubbed her head, we have too many people in the Mouse clan. If we all leave with you, I'm afraid it will cause a sensation in the no-return continent. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own way. However, before leaving, all the subjects of the Mouse clan need to sign a contract with me. I am a cautious person. Without the binding of a contract, I will not trust any spiritual beast. During the time when the gold-seeking mice were digging holes, she had plenty of time to sign contracts with the subjects of the Mouse clan one by one. Master. In her soul, Little Mo's surprised voice came, you plan to let these people of the Mouse clan live in the divine grimoire space? Yes, Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. Didn't you say at the time that in this divine grimoire space, besides me, spiritual beasts can enter? In addition, the abundant spiritual energy in the space will also help their cultivation. If not, Yun Luofeng would not have signed a contract with the Mouse Clan. Only with the existence of a contract would she be at ease to let them go to the divine grimoire space. Master, what if the Mouse Clan eats up all the spiritual herbs in your space? Little Mo asked after a moment of silence. Yun Luofeng curled his lips. Now that the medicinal field in the space has increased several times, I will use 1/5 of it to pick medicinal herbs to feed the Mouse Clan. At that time, these gold-seeking mice will be under your management. At that time, you will distribute the medicinal herbs to them. The population of the Mouse Clan was too large and their derivative ability was very strong. If she could control the Mouse Clan, it would be a great help to her. Master, the Mouse Queen walked to Yun Luofeng and said respectfully, our Mouse Clan has found a lot of medicinal herbs over the years. Now that we are leaving here, these medicinal herbs are for you. In fact, with the Mouse Queen's strength, if she went to the Roaring Dragon continent, she would definitely have a place and would not have to worry about the forest of no return. However, there were very few precious medicinal herbs in the Roaring Dragon continent. If she stepped into that place, the Mouse Clan's subjects would not have any progress. For the Mouse Clan, she chose to take root in the forest of no return and often took people out to look for medicinal herb. Even so, those medicinal herbs were just a drop in the bucket for the Rat Clan. They couldn't increase their strength by much. Let Yun Luofeng followed behind the Mouse Queen and walked towards the treasure of the Roaring Mouse. In the past few years, the Rat Clan had indeed found a lot of medicinal herbs, and the age of each medicinal herb was not low. If these herbs were plucked and planted in the Divine Grimoire, it would definitely increase the strength of the Rat Clan by a lot. I'll accept these medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng waved his hand, and in an instant, countless medicinal herbs disappeared without a trace. The Rat Empress looked at the young girl in surprise. She didn't seem to understand why the herbs had disappeared into thin air. Yun Luofeng frowned. After a long time, he relaxed and said, after you leave, you will also need a place to stay. How about this? I will also take this castle. The Rat Queen was startled. Master, this castle is too big. We can't move it away. Moreover, it's inconvenient for us to bring this castle along. Chapter 708. To the Rat Queen's knowledge, such a large castle could not be taken away even if they used all their strength. However, just as all of the Rat Clan listened to Yun Luofeng's command and uprooted the castle, the entire castle disappeared with a wave of Yun Luofeng's hand. It had indeed disappeared. Only the huge crater on the ground proved to them what had just happened. The Rat Queen was stunned. All of the Rat Clan's subjects were dumbfounded. At this moment, a feeling suddenly emerged in their hearts. Perhaps, they would never regret following this human. This human could make a castle disappear with a wave of his hand. How many people in this world could do such a heaven-defying technique? How could a person with such a magical technique be an ordinary person? Yun Luofeng's gaze swept across the stunned mice one by one. Remember, after you follow me, no matter what happens, you don't need to make a fuss. As long as you do your part, I will definitely grant you a vast world. Her voice, from the initial calm, became passionate. Her high and low voice stirred up the emotions of the rats. The Rat Queen's body shook, and her emotions surged. A vast world. Wasn't that what they wanted? From now on, they didn't have to hide in the dark underground. They could roam this world like other spiritual beasts. Master, our Rat Clan will obey your orders from now on. The Rat Queen's expression became respectful, and her voice was excited. You can start working now. Yun Luofeng looked at the densely packed gold-seeking rats and fell into deep thought. With the number of these golden-seeking rats, it wouldn't take long for her to reach the continent of nothingness. Inside a luxurious mansion, a woman stood in front of a table, holding a brush in her hand. She sprinkled ink on the paper. Her painting had artistic conception, and the brush next to her had square handwriting. It was just like her, valiant and spirited. This woman's eyes were heroic, and her hair was tied up to her waist. She wore a gorgeous red dress, but it made her look even more high-spirited and beautiful. The door was pushed open. At the same time, the woman's brush put down the last stroke on the paper. She gently smoothed the paper and carefully picked it up. In the painting, the woman in red was holding the hand of a little boy. The little boy's expression was a little cold, and his black eyes were as deep as the night. E.g. Seeing the man enter the room, the woman in red smiled. Her smile was like a flower, moving people's hearts. "What do you think of my painting? Why don't we just hang it in the bedroom?" The man stepped forward and smiled gently as he embraced the woman in red. His handsome face lit up with a doting smile. "You can do whatever you want. Furthermore, I have good news for you. Brother Yi, you know what I want the most. What I want the most is to return to that continent." The woman in red shook her head. There was a hint of worry in her heroic features. "Unfortunately, the sacred beasts guarding the forest of no return have yet to fall into a deep slumber. I won't be able to return until they fall into a deep slumber." The man's heart ached even more. He hugged the woman in red tightly and said, "What I want to tell you is that little Xiao has already set foot on the road to the Wuhui continent. Our daughter-in-law has also accompanied him. Soon, you and your son will be reunited." "Pa." The woman in red loosened her grip and the paper fell to the ground. She didn't even notice that the ink on the paper had fainted as she stared at the man with her almond-shaped eyes. Chapter 709. What did you just say? Little Xiao is here. He came to the nothingness continent to look for her. When I stepped into the roaring dragon continent, I was indebted to someone. Although that person's influence in the roaring dragon continent was not very strong, at least he reported to me about little Xiao's situation all these years. Just now, he also received the news that little Xiao and our daughter-in-law have come to the nothingness continent. The information he gave me can't be wrong." The woman in red took 2 steps back, her palms clenched tightly on her lips as tears slowly flowed from her eyes. Back then, when she was forced to leave the Xiao family, she did not cry. When she was assassinated by that woman, causing her to be seriously injured, she did not cry either. Even when she came to the nothingness continent and experienced countless dangers and hardships, even when she narrowly escaped death several times, she did not cry. But this time, she cried. Just like when Yun Xiao was expelled from the family, she hugged him and cried bitterly. But at that time, she was crying for her weakness and inability to protect her son. But this time, she was crying tears of joy. How many years had it been? How many years had she not seen him? How many years had she missed of his growth? All these years, he had suffered too many grievances and went through countless tortures to achieve what he had today. "Brother Yi, I'm going to the forest of no return to look for them." The woman in red's face was still covered in tears, but her eyes were firm. Many spirit beasts in the forest of no return hate humans, especially those holy beasts. If not for the existence of those holy beasts, I would have returned to the roaring dragon continent long ago. I wouldn't have been unable to see him for more than 10 years. The woman bit her lips tightly. Back then, in order to find Yun Xiao, she stepped into the forest of no return, but was attacked by a spirit beast and was seriously injured. She accidentally met Yi Jingchen, who also went to the forest of no return, and only then did she know the secrets of the forest of no return. The reason why the forest of no return was so powerful was that there were several beast kings in the forest, and these beast kings were all holy beast. It was just that these holy beasts would only enter a deep sleep every 10 years or so. At that time, it was precisely because of the holy beast's deep sleep that Yi Jingchen appeared in the forest of no return. "I'll go with you." Yi Jingchen wrapped his arm around the lady's waist and said gently, "This time, it's not just Xiao who's here. Our future daughter-in-law is also here. I heard that our daughter-in-law is very capable and has caused a great sensation in the Long Xiao continent." The woman in red lifted her head and looked at Yi Jingchen. "Brother Yi, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died a long time ago." Yi Jingchen smiled. "It's my fortune to have met you. Why do you need to thank me?" The woman in red laughed bitterly. "All these years, I've never given birth to a child for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been chased out by the Yi family. Ever since she was injured that year, she had been unable to conceive again. Even if she went to all the famous doctors, they couldn't cure her. This was also the biggest regret in her life. It's enough for us to have little Xiao. Your son is my son and I'll treat him as my own. Yi Jingchen did not think much of it. Moreover, we still have Mo-er and Chi-er. Even though they're only adopted by us, they're still very obedient, which makes up for what we lack. How could the woman in red not know that Yi Jingchen was comforting her? However, the more he comforted her, the more her heart sank. Chapter 710. Brother Yi, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I heard from the person in the dragon-roaring continent that Xiao and Feng have been gone for some time. Perhaps they've reached the no-return continent. How about this, we'll take a risk in the forest of no return and let Moa scout other places. Yi Jingchen smiled. Our son and daughter-in-law are troublemakers. If they really come to the no-return continent, Mo-er will soon hear about it. I'll let him pay more attention. The woman in red was speechless. A troublemaker? How could you talk about your son and daughter-in-law like that? The woman in red was a little nervous. After so many years, do you think Xiao will still recognize me as her mother? Besides, this is my first time meeting my future daughter-in-law. Should I prepare some gifts? Will she like me as her mother-in-law? This time, it was Yi Jingchen's turn to be speechless. He had only heard of daughters-in-law being nervous before meeting their mother-in-law, but he had never seen a mother-in-law this nervous. He really wanted to ask, what happened to your strength when you charged and broke through the enemy lines on the battlefield? What happened to your courage to tear your enemies apart? All right, he understood his daughter-in-law's character. She was ruthless to her enemies but softened in front of her family. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to suffer in the Yi family all these years. Thinking of the Yi family's attitude towards her, Yi Jingchen could not help but sigh and hug the woman in red tightly. After we find Xiao, our family will live outside and never return to a place like the Yi family. I won't let you suffer anymore. Yi Jingchen's expression was firm. Even if you can't bear children, Xiao is enough for us. He never cared about whether she could have children or not. He only cared about whether she could stay by his side forever. If the Yi family could not accommodate her, he would never go back to that place for the rest of his life. Brother Yi. The woman in red was touched. She understood that this man had given up everything for her. He even gave up his position as the heir of the Yi family just to stay by her side. Godfather, godmother, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the door and instantly attracted the attention of the two loving people in the room. At the door, an extraordinarily handsome man was leaning against the railing with his arms wrapped around his sword. His legs were crossed, and the corners of his lips were curled up into a handsome smile. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was full of heroic spirit. Mo-er, you've come at the right time. Yi Jingchen's eyebrows relaxed and he said with a smile, I'm going to give you a task now. Your brother and sister-in-law have probably arrived at the continent of No Hui, so I want you to go out and find them immediately. If you find them, use sound transmission to inform me and your adoptive mother. The man raised his eyebrows and straightened his body. I also want to see my younger brother and sister-in-law. Godfather, you can rest assured and leave this matter to me. If I find them, I will definitely bring them back in one piece. Yi Jingchen's eyes were smiling. I'm sure I'll be at ease if you're in charge. After accepting the task, Yi Shimor left the study. However, he had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by a petite figure. Big brother, why did foster father look for you? Yi Chi blinked her eyes. Her curious look made her look especially innocent and adorable. However, Yi Shimor did not have a good impression of his adoptive sister. Chapter 711. Even he did not know why he disliked her so much. In fact, he hated her a little. Yi Shimor frowned and glanced at Yi Chi. My godmother's son has come to the land of no return. I'm going there on my godfather's orders. I want to go too. Yi Chi pouted and looked at Yi Shimor pitifully. Big brother, can you bring me there? No. Yi Shimor rejected her mercilessly. There was no room for negotiation. But Yi Chi bit her lip. She could not understand why her big brother, who had always doted on women, was so heartless to her. No buts. Since my godfather didn't ask you to go, Stay here and don't cause trouble. Yi Qi was stunned. She wanted to say something, but Yi Shimor had already walked out of the courtyard, leaving her alone in the courtyard, the forest of no return. Under the vast and boundless sky, a large hole had been dug on the ground at an unknown time. Not long after, a handsome and callous man leaped out from the ground with a young girl in his arms. There was no dust on them, and they looked as clean as before they entered the underground. Go! Just as the two of them were about to move forward, a horse galloped toward them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yun Xiao was afraid that Yun Luofeng would be touched when she heard the sound of the horse's hooves. She quickly shielded him in her arms and looked over. On top of the horse, a handsome man in a green robe galloped forward. Behind him, the woman in red hugged his waist tightly. A strong wind blew, and her hair flew in the air, making her look valiant. Yun Luofeng looked at the horses that the two of them were riding on, and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. A blood-red 1,000-mile horse? I heard that this 1,000-mile horse is very fast. It can travel 1,000 miles in 2 hours, which is much faster than flying. The 1,000-mile horse brushed past the two of them and headed toward the forest of no return. Brother Yi, stop. Suddenly, the lady in red seemed to have noticed something and said hurriedly, stop. Yi Jingchen quickly pulled the reins and looked at the lady in red in surprise. What's wrong? The lady in red did not say anything. She leaped down from the 1,000-mile horse and walked toward Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao shielded Yun Luofeng tightly, her eyes filled with caution. The woman in red smiled and asked, may I know your names? Hearing this, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao glanced at each other, their gazes growing more vigilant. These two seemed to be very powerful, so why did they ask for their names for no reason? No matter what, she could not reveal her true identity. After all, she had offended too many people over the years. Who knew if these two people were related to the dragon-roaring continent? Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment, then said, Lin Ruobai. Not far away, in the general's residence, Lin Ruobai sneezed. She rubbed her nose and asked curiously, who was talking about me just now? Could it be that master found out that I was slacking off? No, I need to hurry up and cultivate. Once he finished speaking, Lin Ruobai quickly sat up straight and flipped open the book Yun Luofeng had left him. In the forest, when the red-clad woman heard Yun Luofeng's reply, she was startled. She frowned slightly. Could it be that she was mistaken? These two weren't the ones she was looking for. What about this young master? She turned towards Yun Xiao unwillingly. Chapter 7:12. Yun Xiao's expression was cold. He did not say a word and did not even look at the woman in red. It was as if he did not see her at all. My man doesn't like to talk. Yun Luofeng smiled gently. His name is Yun Mo. In the divine grimoire space, little Mo pursed her lips. Can't master just make up a name? Why does he have to use his name? Let's go. Yi Jingchen hugged the woman in red and said, they're not the people we're looking for. All right. The woman in red nodded and said apologetically, I mistook you for someone else just now. I'm really sorry. Brother Yi, let's continue. She slowly turned around and a trace of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Very few people would come to the forest of no return. Now that she saw these two young people, she would definitely think of them as her son and daughter-in-law. Now, it seemed that she had mistaken them for someone else. Go. After getting on the horse, Yi Jingchen let the woman in red hug his waist. Then, with a wave of his long whip, they quickly rushed into the forest of no return. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao also turned around and planned to leave. At this moment, the four of them did not expect that because of this missed opportunity, the next time they would meet would be a long time later. Yun Luofeng did not expect that the woman in red before him was the person they had been painstakingly searching for. Once they passed through the forest of no return, it proved that they had reached the continent of no return. At this moment, in a city not far from the forest of no return, Yun Luofeng sat upright in a tea house. His eyes fluttered as he looked out the door. It's been almost an hour. Why isn't Yun Xiao back yet? Just a moment ago, when they had stepped into this bustling city, they had already been informed that many of the inns were full. In order to save Yun Luofeng the trouble, Yun Xiao had asked her to wait for him in the tea house while he went to search for an empty inn. He had been gone for an hour, and Yun Luofeng had been waiting there for an hour as well. Suddenly, a familiar figure reflected in her eyes from outside the window. She instantly stood up, threw down a certain amount of silver, and quickly chased after him. Long Fei, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. On the main street, Long Fei casually walked through the crowd. However, at this moment, a voice sounded out in front of him, causing him to jump in fright. When he raised his head, he saw a pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. Mars. Master. Long Fei was stunned and said guiltily, "Why are you here?" Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips. "When I returned from the Yellow Springs, I was told that you had left the general's mansion. I never thought that I would bump into you here. Now, do you have anything to say to me?" Looking at the approaching figure, Long Fei subconsciously took 2 steps back. "I have some matters to attend to here. Initially, I wanted to return to Long Yuan Nation after settling this matter. I didn't expect you to catch up to me so quickly." From Long Fei's point of view, this woman must have chased him all the way here to make him fulfill his promise. Long Fei, Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm very curious about something right now." "What?" "Based on your abilities, you won't be able to pass through the forest of no return. So, I really want to know how you managed to travel back and forth between these 2 continents." Yun Luofeng looked at Long Fei with an evil smile. "This," Long Fei said guiltily, "it's because there's a beast king in the forest of no return who received a favor from my master. That's why I can travel back and forth freely." Chapter 713. "Is that so?" Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. "Yes, that's it." Long Fei wiped the sweat on his forehead and weakly replied, "I won't ask you this question for now. Let me ask you another thing. Who is your master?" She remembered that Long Fei went to the Tian family to vent his master's anger. But if his master was from Wuhui continent, his strength must be above the Tian family. Then why didn't she take revenge herself? "My master won't let me say." What a joke. How could he tell her that his master was the person Tian Ya had been looking for? If she knew, Tian Ya would definitely know the whereabouts of his master. At that time, when his master saw Tian Ya and insisted on leaving with him, those people would definitely not let his master go. So, he absolutely couldn't say it. He wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. "You really won't say it?" Yun Luofeng raised his lips and asked. "I won't say it." Long Fei tightly shut his mouth, looking like he was facing death calmly. "All right, then I won't ask." What did she mean? According to the personality of an ordinary person, wouldn't they get to the bottom of this kind of thing? Then why didn't she ask? "Master, you really won't ask?" Long Fei said in a dilemma. Yun Luofeng frowned. "You really want me to get to the bottom of this? All right, then tell me now, who is your master? If you don't say it, I'll hang you up and beat you." "Then don't ask." Until now, Long Fei just understood that it was better for him to say a few words less. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would provoke her. Suddenly, an unusual wind blew from behind Yun Luofeng. Seeing that her dress was about to be blown open by the wind, she hurriedly covered her dress, and an evil light flashed in her black eyes. TSK, what a pity, I almost saw it." A vigorous voice came from behind Yun Luofeng, with a hint of regret. "This little girl's reaction is very quick, otherwise I would have succeeded." Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Of course, Long Fei's face was darker than hers. Without waiting for Yun Luofeng to make a move, he angrily said, "Martial uncle, do you still have a little shame? Always doing this kind of wretched business. You don't want face, but I do. If you do this again, I'll go back and tell my master." "Martial uncle?" Yun Luofeng's face darkened again. "Long Fei, he's your martial uncle?" "I don't want to admit it," Long Fei snorted. "If possible, I hope that I will never know such a wretched guy in my entire life." "You bastard." The middle-aged man angrily slapped Xiong Longfei's head, his eyes wide open in anger. "Do you still know how to respect your teacher? I'm your martial uncle after all. Is this how you talk to your martial uncle? Respect your teacher? Do you deserve my respect?" Long Fei curled his lips. "Look at what you do every day." He was always peeking at women's skirts or stealing the underwear of the widow next door. You didn't even let a child bathe. What's even more hateful is that you're my martial uncle. How many generations of sins have I committed? The middle-aged man felt a little embarrassed as he sensed the gazes from the street. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. After glaring fiercely at Long Fei, the middle-aged man turned to Yun Luofeng. Lend me your skirt to hide. To this, Yun Luofeng only gave him one word, scram. Chapter 7:14. Long Fei raised his hand to his forehead. He really didn't want to know this stinking hooligan. Uncle Master, she's the one I mentioned to you before, the one who helped me. The corners of Long Fei's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at the wretched middle-aged man. Her name is Yun Luofeng. Ahem. The middle-aged man coughed dryly and resumed his serious expression. So you're the one Xiao Fei mentioned. I've heard a lot about you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Xiao Fei wouldn't have returned safely. Long Fei looked at the middle-aged man before turning to Yun Luofeng. This is my Uncle Master Su Zheng, a famous stinking hooligan. Xiao Fei, what are you talking about? The middle-aged man deliberately put on a straight face and glared at him. I was born with a liking for beauties, can't I? Besides, I've only done some small things like stealing chickens and dogs. I've never forced a girl into prostitution or raped a woman. Actually, I think I'm still considered a gentleman. Stealing chickens and dogs? You have the nerve to say that. How could you call yourself a gentleman when you've done all those sneaky things? Long Fei was speechless. His Uncle Master's skin was so thick that no one in the entire mainland could compare. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's sharp eyes caught sight of Yun Xiao walking towards them. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao slowly walked to Yun Luofeng's side. He raised his hand and gently flicked the fallen leaves from the young girl's hair. His dark eyes carried a touch of warmth. Why did you come out? Didn't I ask you to wait for me at the tea house? I'm worried about your safety on this road. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. I met an acquaintance, so I came out. Oh right, did you find the inn? From the beginning, Yun Xiao didn't even look at Long Fei, who was standing next to Yun Luofeng. His dark eyes only reflected the young girl's figure. Stop. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from behind Yun Xiao. Not long after, a group of people quickly rushed over from behind, surrounding them in the middle. Yun Xiao's eyes grew colder and colder as he swept his icy gaze over the crowd surrounding them. The crowd dispersed in an instant, and in an instant, a young girl in a green dress slowly walked in. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she was beautiful beyond compare. Miss, they were the ones who destroyed the stone. Beside the young girl was a servant girl. The servant girl pointed at Yun Xiao and said, Rocks. Yun Luofeng raised his brows, turned his head to look at Yun Xiao, and asked, Yun Xiao, what's going on? I was walking on the street just now, and a rock fell from the upper floor of the inn next to me. And then, I crushed it. The man's words were as concise as ever. In just a few words, he had clearly explained the consequences. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and tilted his head to look at the elegant girl. You threw stones randomly and scared my man. So, now you know that you have made a mistake and are here to apologize. Long Fei's face froze. He had thought that his Uncle Master was shameless enough, but he never expected that there would be someone even more shameless than him. These people were obviously here to denounce her, but in her mouth, it became an apology. Lure. Seeing that the servant girl was so angry that she wanted to say something else, the elegant girl gently raised her hand and stopped her from speaking. She looked straight at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao and said calmly, Since this sir has destroyed my stone, it can be considered that we are fated to meet. My name is Lin Ruoxin. May I know your names? Chapter 7:15. Yun Luofeng raised his brows. If you want to apologize, I'll accept it. If you want to know our names, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng turned around and left after he spoke. As for Yun Xiao, she did not even look at them from the start. Miss. The servant stomped her foot angrily. Are we going to let them go just like that? What else can we do? Lin Ruoxin's eyes darkened. Since this stone is called the Fate Stone, It means that the person it smashes is my future husband. But it was destroyed by him. Even so, the fate stone is still looking for him. Miss, I can't sense any aura from that man. Perhaps, he's not good enough for you. The fate stone will only react to the person I'm fated to be. Since the fate stone had chosen him, there must be a reason for it. However, I need to observe him for a while to see if he's good enough for me. Lin Ruoxin spoke with a hint of arrogance in her eyes. As the daughter of the Spirit City's chancellor, she naturally had the right to be arrogant. Those who were good enough for her must be dragons and phoenixes among men, but, miss, I think that man already has a wife. The maidservant said weakly. The two of them looked extremely close and were definitely husband and wife. If Miss wanted to get that man, it would not be easy. Lin Ruoxin smiled calmly. That's not within my consideration. I'm only considering if this man is good enough for me. Everything else is not important. She was confident that as long as it was a man she fancied, he would not be able to escape from her grasp. Let's go, we'll return to the Chancellor's palace first. Also, my father must not know about this. Yes, miss. After the two of them turned around and left, two figures gradually walked out of the restaurant on the noisy street. Master, the lady in red smiled and lowered her head to look at the little boy next to her. I've already followed your instructions and established a relationship with Lin Ruoxin. I've also sold the Fate Stone to her. The Jinyu in the Fate Stone contained Yun Xiao's aura. As long as Yun Xiao was here, the Fate Stone would only find him. What a joke! Lin Ruoxin really believed her words and thought that the Fate Stone would be able to find her fated man. Destined by fate. Haha, in this world, there is no such thing as fate, Baisu nodded. I can't do anything to them now, but I won't let them have it easy either. However, Lin Ruoxin won't be able to accomplish much. We still need to rely on Yun Xiao's mother to deal with them. Even if Yun Xiao's mother loved her son dearly, to her, a daughter-in-law whom she had never interacted with, was at most an acquaintance, but not a relative. If he could make a move on Yun Xiao's mother's adopted daughter, perhaps he could separate them. Comparing the daughter-in-law whom he had never met with the adopted daughter whom he had brought up, there was no one who did not know which was more important. Yes, master. Jinyu said respectfully. She would never reject Baisu's request. Even if he asked her to commit suicide, she would pick up the sword without hesitation. Baisu didn't say anything more. She waved her robe and turned to walk out of the city gate. At the inn, Yun Luofeng looked at Long Fei and Yun Luofeng, who had followed them over. He raised an eyebrow and said, "What? What else do you want?" Chapter 716. Master, there's something I haven't told you. Long Fei walked into the room and asked, "Do you know why there are so many people in the Spirit City recently?" "I'm not interested." The girl's reply made Long Fei's face stiffen. He said sadly, "Master, something has happened in the Forest of No Return." "The Forest of No Return? I just came from that place. How come I don't know that something has happened in the Forest of No Return?" This, Long Fei and the middle-aged man looked at each other and finally made up their minds. They faced Yun Luofeng and said, "Have you heard that there are many treasures in the Forest of No Return? That's why the Chancellor of the Spirit City has gathered countless experts to attack the Forest of No Return." Yun Luofeng paused. Enter the Forest of No Return? They shouldn't have the ability to do so. Long Fei laughed bitterly. Actually, the real situation is not what they heard. The Chancellor of the Spirit City lied to them. There are no treasures in the Forest of No Return. He just wants to gather a group of people to be his cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? That's right. Something big has happened in the Forest of No Return. All the Beast Kings have been sealed. Therefore, when the Chancellor of the Spirit City heard this news, he wanted to take advantage of the Beast King's inability to fight to unify the entire Forest of No Return. Unify the entire Forest of No Return? The Chancellor of the Spirit City was indeed ambitious. He still doesn't have the ability to do so. Yun Luofeng picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip, smiling faintly. "Master." Plop. Long Fei knelt on one knee in front of Yun Luofeng and raised his head, looking straight at the beautiful girl in front of him. "I have some friendship with the spiritual beasts in the Forest of No Return. I don't want those spiritual beasts to be captured and slaughtered by humans. Therefore, I would like to ask you for a favor. Give me a reason to help. Reason? Long Fei was very conflicted. Did he really have to tell his master about that? Master. Long Fei looked at the middle-aged man. Although his master was usually unreliable, there were some things that he still needed his decision on. Tell her. The middle-aged man sighed. Your master has been working too hard all these years. If it weren't for those stubborn old people, she wouldn't be like this. Long Fei smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that in the end, he still needed to bring out his master's name to convince her. Master, haven't you always wanted to know how I successfully passed through the forest of no return? Long Fei said helplessly, because my master is one of the beast kings in the forest of no return. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Your master is a spirit beast. Not only that, the person Tian Yue has been looking for is also my master. Hua. Yun Luofeng suddenly stood up from her chair. Her hand accidentally knocked over the teacup. The boiling hot tea splashed onto her hand, but she did not feel it at all. Yun Xiao frowned slightly. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the tea on the back of the young girl's hand. As he looked at the back of her hand that had been scalded red, a trace of heartache gradually emerged in his cold gaze. Long Fei, is what you said true? Yun Luofeng could no longer care about anything else. His black eyes were fixed on Long Fei. She really didn't want to be nosy. However, if that person was a woman from World's Edge, then things would be different. No matter what, she couldn't let World's Edge's woman come to any harm. That year, my master ignored the obstruction of others and insisted on staying with World's Edge. I didn't expect that there would be such a misunderstanding. Chapter 717. She has an unyielding personality and a fiery temper. In addition, she was so angry that she did not even realize that it was a trap. She left Tianya in a fit of rage and returned to the forest of no return. Once she returns to the forest of no return, she will never be able to leave that place and the other beast kings will never let her go. That is why I did not tell you the truth. Otherwise, if Tianya and my master meet, my master will disregard everything and leave with him. When that happens, she will definitely offend the other beast kings. Long Fei glanced at Yun Luofeng and continued, in this way, not only Tianya, but even my master will be implicated by her. Yun Luofeng stroked his chin with his fingers and glanced at the middle-aged man. I heard that the beast kings in the forest of no return are all holy spirit beasts. If he is your master's junior brother, he must be a beast king too. However, I feel that he has not broken through to the holy spirit beast realm. Long Fei was about to explain when the middle-aged man interrupted him. Holy spirit beast. That was a few years ago. A few years ago, all the holy spirit beasts in the forest of no return disappeared. Senior and I are the new generation of beast kings. We are not that powerful. However, this is a secret of the forest of no return and even the humans do not know about it. Indeed, if the humans knew about the disappearance of the holy spirit beasts, the forest of no return would never have a day of peace. Master is my savior. A few years ago, when I was carrying out an assassin's mission, I was seriously injured and accidentally entered the forest of no return. It was Master who saved me and made me stay despite the opposition of the other beast kings. I cannot let her be in any danger. Please help me, Master. I am willing to work for you for the rest of my life. Long Fei kowtowed heavily twice and gritted his teeth as he spoke. If he could save his master, not to mention working for her for the rest of his life, he would even be willing to go to hell. When do we leave? Yun Luofeng took a deep breath. Since Long Fei's master was Tianya's woman, she could not ignore it. Long Fei was overjoyed and stood up from the ground. I heard that in 3 days, the Chancellor of the Spirit City will be heading towards the Forest of No Return. We will follow that group and sneak in. Go and get ready. We'll depart in 3 days. Yun Luofeng slowly sat down and lazily leaned against the back of the chair. He raised his eyebrows slightly. However, I can only do my best. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to help you save them. Master, I believe in you, Long Fei said with a smile. Everyone in Long Yuan country calls you a pervert. There's nothing you can't do in this world. Pervert. Yun Luofeng rubbed his forehead and turned to look at Yun Xiao, who was behind him. Do the people of Long Yuan country call me that? Yun Xiao pondered for a moment. You're a demon, not a pervert. It was a demon that could bewitch people's hearts. Yun Luofeng raised his hand and pinched Yun Xiao's handsome face, the smile on his face seductively charming. I think that you're the one who's tormenting people. Looking at the two flirting, Long Fei's expression was a little awkward. Martial uncle, I think we should go out. Go out? Why? The middle-aged man stared at him and asked in confusion. Idiot. Long Fei scolded in his heart. Didn't he know that the two of them were an eyesore here? Martial uncle, I'll bring you to a brothel. Don't cause trouble here. Long Fei pulled the middle-aged man and walked out. Chapter 718. A brothel? His eyes lit up and he hurriedly followed Long Fei out. At least you're sensible and know how to show filial respect to your senior uncle. I've just heard that there's a brothel in the Spirit City where the girls are all very beautiful. Let's go. Let's go now. The Chancellor's mansion. Lin Yuan gently stroked the painting on the table in the luxurious study. His eyes were filled with gentleness. The woman in the painting was dressed in green robes and looked graceful and moving. She held a jade flute in her hand and sat mischievously on a treetop. Her eyes were filled with smiles. Her smile was like a warm ray of sunlight that gradually spread across the dull land, forming a wonderful scenery. Bliss. Lin Yuan lowered his body and gently licked the painting. He looked very pleased as he murmured, I don't care if you're a human or a spiritual beast, I want you. Even if I have to burn the entire forest of no return. He would not have dared to think of such a thing in the past. However, not too long ago, he had received a piece of news. The Beast King in the Forest of No Return had been sealed. Was this not the opportunity that the heavens had given him after seeing how much he had yearned for her for so many years? Father. A clear and cold voice rang out from the door, causing Lin Yuan to hurriedly put the painting away in his hand. He coughed dryly and said, Come in. The door was slowly pushed open. A young girl slowly walked in under the sunlight. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind and her expression was clear and cold. Her delicate features glowed slightly under the sunlight. Ruoxin, you're back? Lin Yuan no longer looked as wretched as before. He spoke with a serious look on his face. There's only 3 more days before we head to the Forest of No Return. When the time comes, you should make your preparations. Furthermore, there's no lack of young geniuses among the cultivators I've found this time. You can find one of them to marry. Lin Ruoxin paused. At this moment, a cold and grim face appeared in her mind. Father, I think I've already found a candidate for my future husband. Oh. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Ruoxin. I wonder who that person is. Have you brought him to see me? Lin Ruoxin shook her head. He's still under my inspection. Once he passes my inspection, I'll marry him immediately. Hearing this, Lin Yuan did not say anything. He had always been at ease with his daughter's judgment. Since that is the case, you can make your own decision. Go down first. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, Yes. Lin Ruoxin bowed and left the study. The moment she left, she heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, she was really afraid that her father would interrogate her about her identity. At that time, her father would definitely send someone to investigate her. This would definitely disrupt her plan. Lin Ruoxin thought that Lin Yuan didn't question her because he trusted her. Little did she know that he just wanted her to leave as soon as possible. The moment Lin Ruoxin closed the door, Lin Yuan took out the painting again. He stuck out his disgusting tongue and licked it from top to bottom. It was as if he was licking a real person, especially when he was licking the woman in the painting. He even let out lewd moans. 3 days later, it was the day when the experts from the Spirit City would head to the Forest of No Return. Early in the morning, the entire city gate was surrounded. By the time Yun Luofeng and the others reached the city gate, the road had already been blocked so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone. Lin Yuan raised his hand. In an instant, the noisy city gate quietened down. He cleared his throat and continued, I'm sure everyone already knows that we're heading to the Forest of No Return this time. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. Even if this trip is dangerous, if you come out alive, your strength will definitely improve. Chapter 719. However, Lin Yuan paused. I've heard that the beast kings in the Forest of No Return are unable to come out and fight us. We only need to deal with the other spiritual beast. This way, this mission won't be as difficult as you think. Whoosh. The crowd suddenly stirred. Lin Yuan's words were like a pebble that had been thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a wave. City Lord, there's something I don't understand. Since this mission isn't very dangerous, why did you inform us to go together? Lin Yuan smiled and replied frankly, I, Lin Yuan, have never been the kind of person who would monopolize treasures. Since a treasure has been born in the Forest of No Return, it needs to be shared with the world. This has always been my principle. The crowd's eyes were filled with gratitude and some were even filled with respect. The City Lord has always been a very noble person. I've never seen anyone with a better character than him in my life. If it was anyone else, they would definitely monopolize any treasure. Only the City Lord would want to share it with us. Long live the City Lord! A series of loud cheers erupted at the city gate. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yuan's words had already caused everyone to believe him without the slightest doubt. Hypocrite! Long Fei scoffed and said mockingly. His voice was extremely soft and coupled with the fact that it was drowned out by the loud cheers, no one noticed his existence. Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop them once more, and he smiled indifferently. Besides that, I'm not entering the Forest of No Return for any treasures. I'm merely bringing my daughter to temper herself. So, I won't take any treasures in the Forest of No Return. It's all up to you to distribute. His voice fell into the crowd and caused another commotion. Some people were so moved that they began to cry. In their entire lives, they had never seen anyone more selfless than Lin Yuan. If he wasn't a gentleman, who would be? Lin Yuan laughed coldly in his heart as he looked at the grateful expressions on their faces. What a bunch of idiots. How would he know what treasures would be in the Forest of No Return? He had only entered this place to find that woman. It was funny that these people were still so grateful to him even though he had treated them as cannon fodder. However, there were exceptions to everything. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that there was a small group of people who weren't moved by this. Instead, they stood there indifferently. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but from their faces, he actually saw disdain. Cough cough. Lin Yuan coughed dryly. His sharp gaze swept towards Yun Luofeng and the others as he asked indifferently, I wonder if the four of you have any thoughts? Among the four, there was only one middle-aged man. The other three were all very young. The most dazzling ones were the man and woman standing in front of them. The woman was dressed in white and was extremely beautiful. She leaned lazily against the city wall and her pitch-black eyes were filled with a smile. The black-robed man standing beside her had a cold look in his eyes. His face was expressionless, as if nothing could change his expression. He was like a god, quietly guarding the young girl, not moving at all. Who are these people? Who invited them? A dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. The City Lord has done so much for us, yet these people still haven't expressed their gratitude. Such shamelessness is in contrast to the noble character of the City Lord. Chapter 720. That's right, I don't expect them to be as noble as the City Lord, but at least express their gratitude when the City Lord has sacrificed so much. But what do they mean by this? They're just not expressing their gratitude. They even ignored the City Lord's question. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their disdain for Yun Luofeng and the rest. Long Fei was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, kidney, and lungs were trembling. He coldly swept his gaze over the clamoring crowd, engraving each and every one of their appearances into his mind. When they reached the Forest of No Return, he would teach them a lesson. Indeed, Yun Luofeng finally spoke under the angry crowd, we are not as noble as the City Lord, because I would not care about a woman's portrait. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and panic flashed across his eyes. She knew. How did she know? Even his own daughter did not know about this, so how did this woman know? Who was she? Long Fei also looked at Yun Luofeng doubtfully, his eyes full of confusion. Miss. Lin Yuan's face darkened. I don't know what enmity you have with me that caused you to accuse me like this. Everyone knows that I, Lin Yuan, am devoted to my wife, and I don't even have a concubine. How dare you say that I am lustful towards a painting? Just because you don't have a concubine doesn't mean that you don't have a mistress. Lin Yuan's expression changed again. Miss, you have to be responsible for your words. I won't argue with you because you're young and ignorant, but the next time you speak, you have to show evidence. The crowd, which had originally quietened down, once again began to criticize Lin Yuan and Yun Luofeng. Those people were extremely furious. In their hearts, Lin Yuan was the most noble person, yet this woman dared to accuse him. How could they tolerate this? Miss, the city lord has a good temper and won't argue with you. If it were us, we would have sent you flying with a slap. If you can't learn the city lord's nobility, then you should learn from Miss Ruoxin's indifferent personality. What you said is too immoral. If all the women in the world were like Miss Ruoxin, then all the men would be blessed. Unfortunately, some people can't even compare to a strand of Miss Ruoxin's hair. Slap. Before the young man could finish his words, he felt a slap on his face, which made him dizzy. He said angrily, Who? Who hit me just now? Silence. The entire city gate was eerily quiet. The young man angrily grabbed the clothes of the person next to him and roared, Tell me, did you hit me just now? What's wrong with you? The man pushed the young man away with a palm, tidied up his clothes, and spat out a few words, You're crazy. Pa. Another slap came, and the young man's body was flung away. Everyone gasped at the sight of this. What the fuck? What the fuck? The young man crawled up from the ground. He no longer cared about cursing. His face turned from green to white, then from white to green. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body could not help but tremble. Nothing is more frightening than an invisible enemy. All right. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and looked at the young man. Is there something wrong with your body? I think you're having a cramp. It just so happens that my city lord's mansion has a doctor. Don't go this time. Go to my city lord's mansion to recuperate. The young man was clearly stunned. Cramp. But he clearly felt like he had been slapped. Chapter 721. The others didn't care about this young man. Their eyes were filled with realization. So it's a cramp. I was wondering how he could have been slapped by someone. I clearly didn't see anyone here. The city lord is so kind. He even provided the city lord's doctor to treat him. This is the first time I've seen such a kind expert. Everyone looked at the city lord with admiration. Their status in their hearts rose a little. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man standing beside her. Others didn't see it, but she clearly noticed that it was Yun Xiao who had made a move. Thinking of this, her lips curled into a smile. Yun Xiao, did you name your move? No. Yun Xiao answered honestly. Yun Luofeng rubbed his chin and blinked. Then from now on, I'll call it hitting a cow through air. This was the legendary hitting a cow through air. Long Fei blinked in a daze. Wasn't this name too tacky? Just as he was about to say a few words, the man's deep voice slowly rang out. Okay. Okay. Did he just say okay? He could actually accept such a tacky name. Long Fei was completely speechless. Master's man really listened to her. That's right, Master. How did you know that Lin Yuan was looking at a painting? Long Fei seemed to have thought of something and asked. Yun Luofeng glanced at him. 3 days ago, after you said that, I sent milk tea to the city lord's office to check things out. I didn't expect him to see this scene. Long Fei originally thought that Yun Luofeng was just saying it casually. He didn't expect such a thing to really happen. He immediately turned to look at Su Zheng. Martial uncle, I didn't expect there to be someone more vulgar than you. At most, his martial uncle would sneak under her skirt and steal her underwear. No matter what, it was still better than looking at a painting and making such disgusting movements. Compared to him, his martial uncle was much more proper. Of course. Su Zheng raised his head and puffed out his chest. He was proud of himself. Your martial uncle, I am a high-class person. How can that kind of vulgar person be compared to me? I despise him. Long Fei rubbed his forehead. He really didn't want to know this person. Fortunately, everyone at the city gate surrounded Lin Yuan and his daughter. No one paid attention to Yun Luofeng and the others. Therefore, No one could hear what they were saying. City Lord, we still have one more thing to settle. These people are slandering you. How should we deal with them? Everyone knows that the City Lord is infatuated with the City Lord's wife and has never taken a concubine. There are very few people in the world who are so infatuated with the City Lord. But she actually falsely accused the City Lord of his feelings for the City Lord's wife and even claimed that he was holding a woman's portrait to fantasize about. This kind of thing can happen to anyone, but definitely not to the City Lord. Many pairs of eyes glared angrily at Yun Luofeng, as if they wanted to eat her up. Yun Xiao's hand slowly lifted up again. Just then, Yun Luofeng pressed down on his hand, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. I'll give you a word of advice. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Lin Yuan's heart trembled slightly. For some unknown reason, he felt that this young lady understood him too well. It seemed like she even knew the reason why he came to the Forest of No Return. What nonsense are you talking about? He pretended to be calm and said angrily, I'll only ask you one question. Are you sure you'll only contribute and not take the treasures from the Forest of No Return? That includes those precious medicinal herbs. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on his lips carried a trace of treachery. If he really found the treasures in the Forest of No Return, the feeling of not being able to get his hands on them would be exceptionally unbearable. But once he wanted those treasures, it would prove that everything he said was a lie. Chapter 722. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me that I, Lin Yuan, would go back on my word. Don't think that everyone in the world is like you. Everyone glared at Yun Luofeng in anger at Lin Yuan's righteous words. If someone who didn't know the truth had seen this, they might even think that Yun Luofeng had done something unbearable to them. Father, Lin Ruoxin gently frowned and looked at the girl who was standing lazily. She said indifferently, I don't think she said those words on purpose. Let's forget about it. Lin Yuan's expression gradually softened. He placed his hands behind his back and said righteously, as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. I can forgive you this time on account of your ignorance of my character. Next time, you'd better find out more about my character first. Long Fei's expression had already changed greatly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lin Yuan turn around and walk into the Forest of No Return. Yun Luofeng, the person in question, remained calm throughout. The corners of her lips curled into a devilish smile. She leaned lazily against the city wall, her eyes filled with an unfathomable light. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Long Fei's eyes were cold and stern as he said expressionlessly, when we reach the Forest of No Return, I'll definitely give them a taste of their own medicine. Su Zheng's expression was ugly as well. He stared coldly at the group who had entered the forest. A cold light flashed across his eyes. Yun Luofeng glanced at Su Zheng and curled her lips. You're the Beast King of the Forest of No Return after all. Why didn't you exterminate these people? Why did you let them enter the Forest of No Return? Su Zheng's face was filled with helplessness. If I could exterminate them, I would have done so long ago. Now, all the Beast Kings in the Forest of No Return have been sealed except for me. That's why I let these humans enter the Forest of No Return. Yun Luofeng raised her brows and looked at Su Zheng with a faint smile. Lin Yuan will definitely find a way to break the seal in order to unify the Forest of No Return. It's just that I'm worried about them. That's why I asked Xiao Fei to invite you to the Forest of No Return. If not for this, he would have already started a massacre. Yun Luofeng was silent for a while, then continued to ask, once Lin Yuan breaks the seal, isn't that the same as releasing the other Beast Kings? If that's the case, won't he be in danger? In her heart, Lin Yuan would never allow himself to be in such a dangerous situation. Su Zheng shook his head. Even if he breaks the seal, the other Beast Kings won't be able to come out and fight. The Forest of No Return now has no other combat power apart from me. Martial Uncle, Long Fei's anxious voice suddenly sounded from the side. Those people have already gone far away, should we chase after them? Su Zheng came back to his senses and nodded. Let's go. After saying this, Su Zheng's body flashed and disappeared in front of them. Long Fei stopped thinking and hurriedly chased after him. Yun Xiao, let's go. Yun Luofeng stretched lazily. His slightly narrowed eyes revealed a dangerous glint. I will never allow anyone to touch Tian Ya's women. Yun Xiao paused and looked at Yun Luofeng with a resolute gaze. The people you want to protect, I will help you protect. And one more sentence, the people you want to kill, I will definitely eradicate them for you. He didn't say this sentence. Because Yun Luofeng knew everything. Chapter 723. The forest of no return stretched for thousands of miles. From time to time, a spiritual beast would scuttle out from the bushes, but it was quickly beheaded by Lin Yuan's subordinate. Yun Luofeng walked casually at the back of the crowd. Compared to the others who were tensed up, her expression was very relaxed. What a joke! The Beast King of the Forest of No Return was right beside her. Why would she need to worry about those humans who would attack from time to time? Perhaps it was because of Su Zheng's Beast King's oppression that no one dared to cause trouble for Yun Luofeng and the others. Lin Ruoxin glanced at Yun Xiao, who was walking at the back of the crowd. An inexplicable glint flashed across her clear eyes. Finally, she picked up a water bottle and walked towards Yun Xiao. I saw that you didn't bring any water. This is the City Lord's water bottle. I'll give it to you for the time being. She kept saying you, but her gaze was only on Yun Xiao. The water bottle in her hand was also extended in front of him. Yun Xiao did not seem to notice her appearance. His gaze was fixed on Yun Luofeng, as if she was the only one in his eyes. He could no longer tolerate anyone else. Lin Ruoxin's expression did not look too good. She awkwardly extended her hand in front of Yun Xiao's eyes. She took a deep breath and was about to retract her hand when suddenly, a large, rough hand reached out from the side and snatched away her water bottle. Looks like the eldest miss of the City Lord's manor is quite open-minded, Su Zheng sneered and said mockingly, can't you see that he already has a wife and you still want to seduce her? The City Lord's manor's upbringing is really good. They specially teach their daughters how to seduce other men. Although Su Zheng was a bit lecherous, he had his own standards. For example, he would never provoke a woman who already had a husband. So, this was also the reason why he did not take liberties with Yun Luofeng. Gulp. After throwing those words, Su Zheng opened the lid of the water bottle and drank it all in one gulp. He wiped the corner of his mouth and sneered, I'll taste the water to see if it's drugged. Based on your City Lord's character, you might really do such a thing. Lin Ruoxin's expression instantly turned cold and her clear eyes contained an intense storm. What did you just say? Lin Yuan clenched his fists tightly. My daughter was only giving you water out of goodwill. I didn't expect you to slander her like this. Looks like I can't be a good person in this world. Su Zheng snorted. He just couldn't stand the behavior of this pair of father and daughter. Especially Lin Ruoxin. Don't think that he couldn't tell that this woman had only been glancing at Yun Xiao the entire way. If she didn't have such intentions, why would she not pay attention to so many people and insist on looking at Yun Xiao? Where did these people come from? Why are they always going against the City Lord? He even misunderstood Miss Ruoxin's good intentions. With Miss Ruoxin's beauty and talent, any man would be easily attracted to her. Although this man is not bad-looking, he might not be a match for Miss Ruoxin with his strength. He didn't take the kettle just now because he knows his place. He knows that he's not compatible with Miss Ruoxin. Everyone shouted angrily, and their gazes swept over Yun Luofeng and the others like knives. Yun Luofeng was naturally protective. She could ignore what others said about her, but she could not insult the people around her. Therefore, when he heard this, Yun Luofeng laughed out loud and waved at the person who had spoken the last sentence. Come here. Chapter 724. It was a young man in a green robe. He looked rather handsome. When he saw Yun Luofeng waving at him, he was stunned. What do you want? The young girl smiled. You'll know when you come. The young man had been cursing to his heart's content just now. Now, when he saw the girl's beautiful smile, his entire body seemed to be drawn towards Yun Luofeng. Yes, that's good. Yun Luofeng continued to wave. Don't worry, I won't hit you. I just want to chat with you. The young man's heart fell back into his stomach. With Yun Luofeng's words, he did not need to worry about this woman sneaking an attack. Furthermore, He did not think that Yun Luofeng would have the guts to attack him. All right, I'm already here. If you have anything to say, you can. Before the young man could finish his sentence, Yun Luofeng kicked his stomach without warning. It was so fast that no one could react. The moment his body flew out, the young girl's evil voice came from in front of him. I won't hit you, I'll only kick you. Under the light wind, the young girl raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were smiling. All right, now we can chat. The entire forest fell into silence. Everyone stared at Yun Luofeng, dumbfounded. Didn't she say that she wouldn't hit him? Why did she suddenly attack now? What happened to the trust between people? Fart. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his stomach tightly. His face was as white as paper. He said angrily, You're shameless. You flatter me. Yun Luofeng's face was still smiling. You're the 100th person to say that I'm shameless. So, I accept your compliment. Compliment. Compliment your sister. The young man spat out another mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Long Fei's eyes widened. He said in shock, Before I met Lin Yuan and his daughter, I thought that Martial Uncle was the most shameless person in the world. Later on, because Lin Yuan was too shameless, he replaced him as the most shameless person. But now, I finally understand what true shamelessness is. Compared to Master, what is Martial Uncle? What is Lin Yuan? This is the highest realm of shamelessness. No one can surpass him. Lin Yuan was also scared silly. Even though he was hypocritical, he would not take other people's insults as praise. How could this woman say such a thing? Yes, compared to her, what was shamelessness? Her level of attainment really made others concede defeat. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly and turned to the people who were stunned by her. You also want to come over and chat with me? The girl's smile was like a demon, tempting them to move forward. Taking another step forward would mean falling into hell, never to be reincarnated. City Lord, this. Immediately, everyone looked at Lin Yuan and spoke hesitantly. Lin Yuan finally recovered from his shock, and his face sank as he said coldly, Miss, don't you think you've gone too far? How dare you commit murder in front of me? You're not putting me in your eyes at all. Are you worthy of my attention? Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Yuan and raised his eyebrows. Lin Yuan was a little angry. Since you followed me to this forest of no return, you should listen to my command. Yun Luofeng glanced at him. Who said that I followed you to this forest of no return? We're just taking the same route. Chapter 725. Same route. Lin Yuan sneered. He obviously didn't believe her words. Since you want to follow, I'll allow you to follow. After all, aside from the governor's palace, everyone else who has entered the forest of no return is destined to die here. Since you've put it that way, I won't bicker with a little girl like you. At the thought of this, Lin Yuan could not be bothered to bicker with her. He glanced at her coldly and retracted his gaze. Let's continue our journey. Lin Yuan's actions were within Yun Luofeng's expectations. She gently curled the corners of her lips and said, Let's go too. Yun Xiao did not speak. However, when he retracted his gaze from Yun Luofeng, he turned towards Lin Yuan and the others who were walking in front of him. A murderous intent gradually rose in his grim gaze. The rest of the journey was very peaceful. Unfortunately, this tranquil journey did not last for long before it was disrupted by a series of wild barks. Roar. All of a sudden, countless wolves rushed over from the front, pouncing on the humans. It's a pack of soul wolves. It's said that treasures will definitely exist wherever there are soul wolves. We're rich this time. Someone in the crowd let out an excited voice. Lin Yuan was completely stunned and his face was filled with astonishment. Treasures. The forest of no return is so vast. Could it be that they've discovered some sort of treasure? In the midst of his shock, the soul wolves had already pounced in front of him. He quickly retracted his thoughts and fought with the soul wolves. A light flashed across Lin Ruoxin's eyes and she shot a look at the guard next to her. When the guard saw this, he nodded and pretended to inadvertently fall towards Yun Luofeng and the others. Thump. His body fell heavily onto the ground and a sachet hidden in his pocket leaked out. Coincidentally, the guard's sword had accidentally scratched the sachet. Instantly, a hole appeared on the sachet, and white powder leaked out from the inside of the sachet. Upon smelling the scent of the white powder, the soul wolves suddenly went berserk and charged towards Yun Luofeng as if they had been provoked. Lin Ruoxin gently raised the corners of her lips when she saw the scene before her, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Ever since they entered the forest of no return, for some unknown reason, those spiritual beasts did not attack Yun Xiao and the rest at all. As a result, she was unable to test whether Yun Xiao was worthy of her. However, it was a good thing that she had made preparations. As long as she sprinkled this 100 herb powder in front of Yun Xiao, any spiritual beast that smelled it would become extremely agitated and attack it crazily. Of course, the highly intelligent spirit beasts were an exception. Other than attacking people, this soul wolf was very stupid in all other aspect. Thus, she wanted to use this to probe Yun Xiao after seeing the soul wolf pack. After doing all this, the guard was afraid that he would be implicated, so he hurriedly cut it open. His eyes were filled with joy. If one didn't have the strength of a celestial spirit expert, it would be impossible to deal with so many soul wolves. It seemed like these people would definitely be buried here. Lin Yuan and the others did not move. It was as if nothing had happened. They stood quietly on the spot and watched coldly. It was as if the person who led the soul wolf pack to Yun Luofeng wasn't him. Good will be rewarded, and evil will be repaid with evil. These soul wolves abandoned us and didn't attack because they knew right from wrong. They knew who was good and who was evil. After all, not everyone could recognize the 100 herb powder. Some of them had never studied medicine and naturally did not know that the 100 herb powder would make the spiritual beasts violent. Hence, they stubbornly believed that the soul wolves had attacked Yun Luofeng because Yun Luofeng was evil. Chapter 726. Yun Xiao stared coldly at the incoming wolf pack. Then, he made his move. The man was so fast that no one could see his movements clearly. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual beasts that were charging towards Yun Luofeng and the rest fell into a pool of blood, no longer moving. Lin Ruoxin was stunned. She didn't even see the man make his move, but the wolf pack had already fallen. How strong was this man? How strong was he? At the very least, he was on par with her father. Yun Xiao seemed to have sensed something, and his cold gaze slowly swept towards Lin Ruoxin. This was the first time he had looked at her today, but it made her heart race. Her expression was no longer as cold as before, and she stared at him unblinkingly. Yun Xiao glanced at Lin Ruoxin, then at the white powder on the ground, and a cold murderous intent surged from his body. That's right. He was indeed murderous. Because the people from the mayor's residence had scattered the 100 herb powder in front of him. Lin Ruoxin's face paled, and she turned around to give the guard a hard slap. She said sternly, "Who allowed you to carry the 100 herb powder on you?" The guard couldn't say it out loud. "Wasn't it because you were afraid that we wouldn't be able to escape in time if we encountered a dangerous spiritual beast, so you asked me to carry the 100 herb powder? Fortunately, you used others to attract the spiritual beast's attention at the critical moment, so that you could escape. Moreover, you were the one who instructed me to do this." Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this even if he was given a lot of courage. "Miss, it's my fault." The guard knelt on the ground. "Because this trip to the forest of no return is too dangerous, I was worried that Miss and the mayor would be in danger, so I brought the 100 herb powder. Please punish me, Miss." Lin Ruoxin's eyes were filled with disappointment, and she shook her head slightly. "You mean, if we encountered a powerful spiritual beast, you should sprinkle the 100 herb powder on others to save me? Please forgive me, Miss." The guard's face was a little pale, but he still bore the responsibility for everything. Lin Ruoxin laughed bitterly. "You've disappointed me. If you put others in danger to save me, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace for the rest of my life." Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Ruoxin. If she hadn't noticed Lin Ruoxin's eyes, she might have been fooled by her acting skills. "Lin Ying, you are the city lord's residence's guard." Yet he had committed such a grave mistake. "My life is a life, but other people's lives are not. How could you be so selfish? I thought this was how you were taught. A person should be frank and open. I will never be a treacherous person." Lin Ruoxin's face was filled with righteousness as she stared at the guard coldly. She was exasperated that the guard had failed to meet her expectations. The guard lowered his head and half knelt on the ground. Miss, this subordinate knows his mistake. However, this time, I did not mean to scatter the 100 grass powder under their feet. It was just an accident. No matter what reason you have, a mistake is a mistake. If it wasn't for this young master's strength, he might have been in danger. So, you must apologize to them immediately. Lin Ruoxin then turned towards Yun Xiao and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it was my city lord's residence's guard who made a mistake, causing you to be surrounded and attacked by the soul wolves. Now that I've taught him a lesson, I believe he won't make the same mistake again. The guard strode forward with an apologetic look on his face. Everyone, I really didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to harm you. I believe that everyone here is a magnanimous person and won't hold it against me. What he meant was that he had not meant to scatter the 100 herb powder, so Yun Luofeng and the others must forgive him. If they did not forgive him, they would be petty. Chapter 727. This was the first time Long Fei had heard of such a statement. He was the one who had made a mistake, yet others insisted on forgiving him. If they didn't forgive him, then it was someone else's fault. Sure enough, they were in cahoots. To be able to become the city lord's subordinate, one had to be shameless. Lin Ying, you can leave. Seeing that Yun Luofeng and the rest had yet to speak, Lin Ruoxin thought that she had forgiven him. Seeing that Lin Ying was about to stand up and leave, Yun Luofeng finally spoke. Her voice was as evil as the wind, causing Lin Ying to stop in her tracks. Did I say that he could leave? Lin Ruoxin's expression changed, evidently not expecting Yun Luofeng to not give her any face. Miss, Lin Ying has already apologized, then I'll apologize after I destroy the city lord's residence. Will that work? Yun Luofeng's face lit up with a smile as he spoke indifferently. The crowd suddenly quietened down. No one expected Yun Luofeng to hold on to such a small matter. That's right. In the eyes of the crowd, this was clearly a small matter, not to mention the fact that they were completely unharmed under the Soul Wolves' attack, so what if they were injured? The City Lord's people had already apologized, why would they still hold on to it? Furthermore, she actually said that she wanted to destroy the City Lord's residence. What a joke. No matter how strong these people were, they could never compare to the City Lord's residence. There was no comparison between the two parties. Then what do you want? The one who spoke was the City Lord, Lin Yuan. His expression was very ugly, but he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and stared coldly at Yun Luofeng. What do you think I want? Yun Luofeng curled his lips and asked. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. If you want compensation, just say the word and I can do my best to satisfy you. After all, the City Lord's residence was in the wrong in this matter. He could give, but it depended on whether these people had the guts to ask for it. However, he had underestimated Yun Luofeng. He dared to hit someone in front of Lin Yuan, why wouldn't he dare to ask for compensation? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Compensate me? Sure, I'll use your entire City Lord's residence as compensation. Lin Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Using the entire City Lord's residence as compensation, this woman dared to say such word. Don't go too far. He gritted his teeth and said word by word. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly, you said it yourself. Don't tell me you want to go back on your word. If you don't want to compensate me, you shouldn't have let me ask for it in the first place. Lin Yuan was so angry that he couldn't say anything. However, even if he didn't say anything, a group of people would speak up for him. The City Lord Mansion has already apologized. Why are you still holding on to it? This matter is the guard's fault. I am also not ashamed of his behavior, but the City Lord Manor is innocent. Didn't you see that Miss Ruoxin has already taught him a lesson? Miss Ruoxin is the best woman I've ever seen. Her bodyguard didn't hesitate to harm others in order to protect her, but she was very sensible and taught him a lesson. To be honest, I've seen countless rich heiresses, but none of them care about human lives. Only Miss Ruoxin cares about other people's lives. Miss Ruoxin is so outstanding in her cooking, and City Lord Lin Yuan is so righteous. Aren't you embarrassed to not forgive the City Lord Mansion? In the beginning, Everyone was also angry at the guard for acting on his own, but after hearing Lin Ruoxin's words, they had long forgiven the city lord mansion. Chapter 728. Now, how could they be willing to see Yun Luofeng's bullying? At the thought of this, someone in the crowd spoke up again. Miss, I advise you not to be unreasonable. You also know that I'm unreasonable. Long Fei laughed icily. If you're so capable, let the governor's mansion be reasonable. Since there's no reason for us to be unreasonable, then we'll have the final say on the matter of compensation. That person immediately fell silent. He shook his head and his face was filled with helplessness, as if he had nothing to say to these stubborn people. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and looked coldly at the people who were still chattering non-stop. His grim eyes once again burst with a strong murderous intent. When those people felt Yun Xiao's gaze, their bodies trembled involuntarily. It was as if a chill had entered their hearts from the soles of their feet. It was incomparably cold. In that instant, they felt as if their bodies had fallen into hell. Lin Ruoxin bit her lip and stood in front of Yun Xiao, trying to use her body to resist this man's aura. This matter is my fault, it has nothing to do with anyone else. Please don't vent your anger on others. Her clear and cold eyes were filled with stubbornness. Her pretty face was pale as she stared fearlessly at Yun Xiao. Miss Ruoxin, everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Lin Ruoxin's actions. Their eyes were filled with gratitude, clearly not expecting Lin Ruoxin to go to this extent for their sake. Even though Lin Ruoxin could not withstand all of Yun Xiao's coercion based on her current strength. Yun Xiao stared coldly at Lin Ruoxin and the coercion from his body became even more intense. His black robes fluttered in the wind and his grim aura was fully displayed, making people feel as if there were needles on their backs. Lin Ruoxin could not hold on any longer and knelt on the ground with a thud. Lin Yuan's expression darkened when he saw this. He quickly rushed forward to help Lin Ruoxin up and said with a cold and sunken look on his face, "Aren't you going overboard?" "Overboard?" Yun Luofeng laughed icily. No matter what I do to you, I will never go overboard." She had never been a person who would suffer losses. She would always be the one to suffer losses. She couldn't swallow her anger and humiliation in silence. With Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Xiao's gaze shifted from Lin Ruoxin to Lin Yuan. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified as he slowly walked towards him. At that moment, Lin Yuan's back suddenly stiffened. He raised his head in shock and looked at the cold man who was slowly walking over. Just now, his breathing involuntarily stagnated, and he almost couldn't breathe, the pressure was too heavy. Lin Yuan wanted to retreat, but he realized that everyone's gazes were focused on him. These gazes made it impossible for him to retreat, so he could only brace himself and face Yun Xiao. "Young master, this matter is indeed my city governor's mansion's fault, so no matter what you do to my city governor's mansion, I will absolutely not complain." His voice was filled with awe-inspiring righteousness. Even though there was some fear in his heart, his eyes were very magnanimous. "But the others are innocent. Don't involve them." Yun Xiao. Just as Yun Xiao was about to arrive in front of Lin Yuan, a young girl's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. This voice caused him to stop in his tracks. Wait a minute. Wait a minute." Yun Xiao was startled and nodded gently. "All right." With that, he swept a cold glance at Lin Yuan and slowly walked in front of Yun Luofeng. After Yun Xiao had left, Lin Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. He took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to pat his chest. Chapter 729. Ahem. After calming down, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said, "Let's continue." After saying that, he no longer pursued Yun Xiao's previous actions. Because he understood that if he pursued the matter, then only death awaited him. Of course, the others did not know what Lin Yuan was thinking in his heart and still thought that he was magnanimous. That was why he let Yun Xiao and the rest go. After all, in everyone's hearts, Lin Yuan was extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Yun Xiao was, he would at most be on par with Lin Yuan, and it was absolutely impossible for him to surpass Lin Yuan. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Xiao, who had walked to his side, and explained, "It was Long Fei who told us not to make a move for now," he said. After a pause, Yun Luofeng continued, "He couldn't stand these hypocritical people, and wanted to expose their true colors first. There's one more thing, Long Fei said with a bitter smile. These people are still of some use. Once they're no longer useful, they'll be useless as well. Use? Yun Luofeng frowned slightly and glanced at Long Fei. She quickly retracted her gaze and looked at the sky not far from the forest of no return. For some reason, she kept having the feeling that the forest of no return wasn't peaceful at all. It seemed like something was about to happen. Night fell. The moonlight was like water. The forest was filled with tents. The tents were brightly lit, like the blazing sun lighting up the silent night. Yun Luofeng had just fallen asleep when he heard the wails of spirit beasts not far away. Yun Xiao, who was beside him, opened his eyes as well. His black eyes were filled with coldness. However, when he looked at Yun Luofeng, his expression calmed down. Wait for me here. I'll go take a look. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded his head slightly. He was very confident in Yun Xiao's strength. It wouldn't take long for him to get rid of the spiritual beasts that had come to cause trouble. If it was daytime, with Su Zheng by his side, the spirit beasts wouldn't dare to approach him after sensing his aura. However, it was nighttime now. In order to prevent those spirit beasts from disturbing Yun Luofeng, he had to go out and deal with it first. As for Su Zheng, hearing the thunderous snoring from the tent next door, Yun Luofeng knew that he could not count on her. As long as this fellow fell asleep, he wouldn't wake up even if the sky collapsed. Therefore, she was curious as to what kind of spiritual beast Su Zheng's true form was. Yun Xiao's figure was like a gust of black wind as he quickly rushed out of the tent. However, not long after he left, the tent was lifted open and a handsome youth walked in sneakily. The youth immediately saw Yun Luofeng sleeping on the bed. A light flashed in his eyes as he walked towards her. The closer he got, the heavier his breathing became. When he reached the bed, his wolf claws stretched out towards the girl on the bed. However, before his hand could touch the girl who had her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped up from the bed and grabbed the young man's neck with her hand. Tell me, who sent you here? Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous aura emanated from him. The girl's eyes flickered. I went to the wrong tent. Wrong tent. Yun Luofeng sneered and flung the girl's body away. His eyes were cold. Did Lin Ruoxin send you here? The handsome youth froze for a moment, then looked up at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng continued to sneer. Let me guess, those spiritual beasts were also attracted by her 100 herb powder? Chapter 730. You. What nonsense are you talking about? The young man was flustered. Those spiritual beasts are useless to our team. How could Miss use the same trick again? The same trick again? So you knew that the 100 herb powder was also Lin Ruoxin's order? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a sneer. The young man panicked even more. I didn't know anything. Besides, those spiritual beasts weren't a threat to your life. Why did she attract them here? They weren't a threat to me. After all, Yun Xiao was by my side. She used the 100 herb powder to lure him away. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin and smiled faintly. Are you trying to seduce me now? She lured Yun Xiao away and allowed a man to sneak into her tent in the dark. Lin Ruoxin's intentions were clear. The young man stared at Yun Luofeng in horror. She knew everything. This woman had guessed Mrs. intentions. So why did she fall for it on purpose? In reality, Yun Luofeng hadn't expected Lin Ruoxin to attack the spiritual beasts on purpose. But when she saw the young man enter the tent, she immediately guessed his intentions. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the tent. A sinister light flashed across the young man's eyes. He tore his clothes apart and screamed in panic. Help! After hearing the young man's cries for help, a group of people quickly pushed open the tent and entered. When he saw the scene in the tent, Lin Yuan flew into a rage. He roared, "How dare you do such a thing to someone from the Chancellor's manor? You're a shameless pervert." Lin Ruoxin wasn't as angry as Lin Yuan. She slowly walked towards the handsome young man and lowered her eyes. She asked gently, "Tell me, what happened?" The young man looked at Yun Luofeng behind him with fear in his eyes. "Don't be afraid." Lin Ruoxin's voice was gentle. "I'll protect you here." You can tell me, what does she want to do to you? As long as I, Lin Ruoxin, am here, no one will be able to harm anyone from the Chancellor's manor. The young man's body trembled slightly. Young miss, I heard the cry of a spiritual beast just now. I wanted to come out and find out what was going on. However, I had just arrived here when this woman seemed to have gone mad and dragged me into the tent, wanting to do something to me. Because of the cries of the spiritual beasts, many people had gone to investigate the situation. Only a small number of people had arrived. Even if there were only a small number of people, the discussions were still very noisy. I remember that this woman already has a husband, but she still did such a thing to the people of the city lord's mansion. TSK, this kind of woman should be torn apart by 5 horses. What I hate the most in my life are women who don't keep their chastity. Did she think she was a man? A man could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but a woman must be faithful to one. Any disloyal woman should die. The man glared at Yun Luofeng with a ferocious expression. Everyone around him knew him. Back then, his wife had run away with another man. That was why he hated women who didn't keep their chastity. In his opinion, anyone who was half-hearted must be severely punished. Chapter 731. Because of this, he had once found his wife and her adulterer in a fit of rage and sentenced them both to death. Even though he had betrayed her back then, he had even allowed his concubine to harm his wife's child. As a result, his wife ran away with her childhood sweetheart. But so what? It was normal for a man to have as many women as he wanted. Women had to be faithful to one until the end. At this thought, the man continued, "This kind of woman doesn't deserve to live in this world. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach you something. Men are the heavens, men are steel. If you marry, you have to respect your man. Isn't there a saying that goes, obey your husband when you marry, obey your son when he dies? But you, not only do you order your man around, you're also half-hearted. Why don't you go and die?" He couldn't stand women who trampled men beneath their feet. As the target of everyone's criticism, Yun Luofeng crossed his arms in front of his chest, a faint smile on his lips. "You're saying I molested you?" The young man gulped and said stubbornly, "That's right, you molested me just now. If it weren't for Miss and the others, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my chastity. Where's the evidence?" Yun Luofeng asked with a faint smile. "My clothes are the evidence." The young man's face was a little pale. "You've already torn my clothes. Are you still going to deny it?" In any case, if he insisted on this woman, she wouldn't be able to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Lin Ruoxin furrowed her brows and looked at Yun Luofeng. "If you did it, then admit it. I'll give you a chance to turn over a new leaf." Her words were very righteous, as if Yun Luofeng was still alive because of her kindness. Boom. Just as Lin Ruoxin finished speaking, a cold aura suddenly attacked her from behind. Then, she seemed to have been hit in the back of her leg, causing her to kneel on the ground with a thud. "So you know your mistake, so you're kneeling and apologizing to me?" Yun Luofeng looked at Lin Ruoxin, who was kneeling on the ground. "But I won't accept your apology." Lin Ruoxin's face was slightly pale. Just as she raised her head, a black robe flashed past her and walked towards Yun Luofeng. Her body stiffened, her elegant face carrying a trace of bitterness. From the beginning to the end, this man had never looked at her in the eye. What happened? Yun Xiao stared coldly at the crowd squeezed into the tent, her eyes growing increasingly cold. At this moment, due to Yun Xiao's return, the rest of the people who had gone to kill the spiritual beasts had all rushed back as well. However, they did not understand what had happened as well, and their hearts were filled with bewilderment. "You've come at the right time. Your woman wants to rape a member of my city lord's mansion. You must give me an explanation for this matter." Lin Yuan's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Yun Xiao swept her eyes over the youth whose clothes were in disarray before turning her gaze towards Yun Luofeng. "Please rape me. Rape me." It was like thunder rolling in the sky. Everyone was stunned. What was this? There were actually people who wanted to be raped. "Why didn't you rape me? I want to be raped by you." Yun Xiao spoke from the bottom of her heart. He really wanted to be raped by Yun Luofeng. Therefore, he looked at Yun Luofeng with a sincere expression. Lin Ruoxin's expression froze, her body trembling. Why? Why did he actually forgive Yun Luofeng after hearing that he had done such a despicable thing? Unfortunately, Yun Xiao did not care about the gazes of the crowd. She stared fixedly at him and said, I can warm the bed, cook and be obedient. Why didn't you rape me? Chapter 732. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Even though this man was talking about sex, his expression was serious. It was as if he was very serious about it. Lin Ruoxin pushed herself up from the ground, but before she could, Yun Xiao's cold gaze swept over her. Before she could fully get up, she felt a weight on her back and knelt down again. The people from the Chancellor's manor said that she wanted to rape him. Why aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? This was the first sentence that Yun Xiao had said to her, but it made Lin Ruoxin's heart sink. Does he really love me that much? He doesn't even care about what happened between me and others. Lin Ruoxin didn't know that Yun Xiao wasn't angry, not because he was magnanimous, but because of one word. That word was called trust. Of course, the meaning of this word was too deep for Lin Ruoxin's intelligence to understand. In this tense atmosphere, a soft voice came from the bed. Mother, father, are you two done talking? If you're done, let mother continue to tell me stories. The entire tent fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and immediately saw that the bed had been flipped open. A pink and jade-carved baby rubbed his eyes and said softly, I'm a little sleepy. I'll sleep after listening to the story. Child? There's a child in this tent. And did he just call Yun Luofeng mother? Everyone who came looking for trouble was stunned. The young man was also dumbfounded. When he came in, there was only Yun Luofeng in the bed. When did this child appear? Moreover, they had been walking for a day and they hadn't seen Yun Luofeng with a child at all. Uncle, why are you still here? Little Mo pouted and turned to the young man. I haven't settled the score with you for disturbing my mother's storytelling. Why are you still clinging to my mother? You even brought a group of bad people to bully my mother. Come in. This fellow came in by himself. Didn't he say that he was dragged in by this woman? Little friend, did you say that he came in by himself? Not all of them were on the same side as the City Lord Mansion. They were on the side of the City Lord Mansion because they were convinced by Lin Yuan's words. Hence, after hearing Little Mo's words, they naturally wanted to voice out their doubts. Yes, Little Mo blinked. He tried to take off my mother's clothes when he came in, but my mother beat him up. I don't know why, but he tore his own clothes. You said he tore his clothes? That's right. Little Mo tilted his head. I'm still young, so I don't understand what he's trying to do. Uncle, can you tell me what he's trying to do? Small. Yun Luofeng's brows twitched when he heard Little Mo's words. This little guy had lived for thousands of years, but he said he was still young. However, Yun Luofeng did not expose him. He merely smiled coldly at everything that was happening before him. Everyone was stunned, and all eyes turned to look at the young man. Many of these people were parents. No matter how despicable they were, they would never rape their own children in front of them. Little friend, Uncle has a few questions. Why haven't I seen you for the past 100 days? When did you appear? Chapter 733. Someone in the crowd asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Little Mo blinked and pointed at the big bag in the tent. Because I'm too lazy to walk, so I've been staying in that bag all this time. In fact, he was originally in the Divine Grimoire. Now that he heard people slandering Yun Luofeng, he couldn't help but come out. I have another question. I heard your father say that he asked your mother to rape him, but your parents haven't consummated their marriage yet. Where did you come from? Little Mo tilted her head and asked, What's consummated? Can we eat it? The corner of the man's mouth twitched, and he continued, That is, when the two of them slept in the same room, did their bodies touch? Was it the two of them intertwined? Are you talking about fighting? Little Mo had an innocent smile on her face. My parents fight every night. But the day before yesterday, my father beat my mother until her lower body bled, so they can't fight for now. Fight? In a child's heart, her parents' nightly pestering was the same as fighting. As for her lower body bleeding, doesn't that mean she's on her period? Yun Luofeng glanced at Little Mo, but she didn't say anything in the end. Instead, she looked at the crowd coldly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the young man. The shock in their eyes had turned into disdain. Lin Ruoxin suddenly lost the pressure from Yun Xiao. She quickly stepped forward and slapped the young man's face. "Why did you do this?" Lin Ruoxin trembled in anger. "Not only did you want to take advantage of her, but you also framed her. If word of this gets out, you'll bring shame to the city lord's residence." The young man opened his mouth. He really wanted to say, "Wasn't this all you're doing?" However, facing Lin Ruoxin's vicious gaze, he was so scared that he didn't dare utter a single word. I know it's all because of me. It's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I can only apologize with my life." Lin Ruoxin closed her eyes and raised her hand, pretending to hit her own head. She knew that she wouldn't die. No one here would let her die. Of course, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were naturally not amongst them. Just as her palm was about to hit her head, a hand quickly grabbed her, and there was a hint of anger in the voice. "Ruoxin, what are you trying to do? It's not your fault." "No, I'm the one at fault." Lin Ruoxin opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. "It's all my fault. Not long ago, I accidentally bought a love affinity stone from an expert. Coincidentally, that love affinity stone fell into the hands of this young master." Lin Ruoxin bit her lips as she glanced at Yun Xiao. "That expert told me that the person in the love affinity stone is my destined person. However, he already has a wife. Because of this, Arjun wanted to seduce his wife just now, wanting to separate them." Lin Ruoxin's eyes were filled with tears. "Father, I was wrong. If it wasn't for me, Arjun wouldn't have done such a thing. I should have died to atone for my sins." "No, Ruoxin, you didn't do anything wrong. Since you said that the love affinity stone had chosen him for you, he must be your destined person. You've only missed him because you appeared too late." Lin Yuan grabbed Lin Ruoxin's arm tightly and said emotionally, "Don't worry, what's yours will always be yours. No one can take it away from you." Chapter 734. Lin Ruoxin lowered her gaze as a cold light flashed across her eyes. "Father is right. What belongs to me will always belong to me. No one can snatch it away from me." "Ruoxin," Lin Yuan's expression softened and he said, "Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Father will seek justice for you." Lin Ruoxin raised her head. Her eyes were still filled with guilt. "But father, this is my fault after all. If I don't atone for it with my death, I won't be able to rest easy." Perhaps it was because of Yun Xiao's outburst that no one else dared to say anything in front of him. However, their eyes were clearly filled with blame as they stared at Yun Luofeng in unison. Miss Ruoxin is such a kind person. How could they have the cheek to force her to such an extent? Don't they feel ashamed? Furthermore, Miss Ruoxin was not at fault in this matter. It was the city lord's men who acted on their own. She was innocent. Yun Luofeng curled the corners of his lips and looked at Lin Ruoxin with a faint smile. "If you really want to atone for it with your death, you can die now. Yun Xiao, restrain Lin Yuan. I'd like to see if he dares to commit suicide." Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Xiao's figure flashed and appeared behind Lin Yuan. He pressed his hand tightly on his shoulder. Lin Yuan's body stiffened. He wanted to break free from the man's grasp but found that his shoulder was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. He could not move an inch. His eyes finally revealed a trace of fear and his face turned even paler. "Didn't you want to atone for it with your death?" Yun Luofeng's smile was cold and evil. "I'm giving you the chance now. You can atone for it immediately." Lin Ruoxin's body trembled slightly. She turned towards Yun Luofeng and bit her lip. I didn't force you to die. You were the one who said that you wanted to atone for it with your death. Since you've said it, you must do it. Are you trying to play the sympathy card and deceive the world? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Ruoxin flew into a rage out of humiliation. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. "I'm only speaking the truth," Yun Luofeng smiled lightly. "If you don't fulfill your promise, then it proves that your words of atoning with your death were empty words. Perhaps, this guard of the city lord's residence was ordered by you." Lin Ruoxin's expression changed. She understood that if she didn't fulfill her promise today, she would definitely lose her credibility. Thinking of this, she slowly raised her hand and placed it on her forehead. Miss Ruoxin, don't listen to her goading. Don't do anything foolish. Everyone looked anxious, but no one dared to stop Lin Ruoxin. The reason was none other than Yun Xiao's strength was stronger than theirs, so they didn't dare to court death. However, they did not understand why the city lord did not move after being pressed down by that man. Could it be that he had no choice but to watch Miss Ruoxin die? Under everyone's anxious gazes, Lin Ruoxin's hand was already on her head. She only needed to exert a little more force and her brain would burst out. However, she didn't move for a long time. Her deathly pale face was like a piece of white paper, fragile and fragile. What? You don't dare to make a move? Yun Luofeng slowly approached Lin Ruoxin. Since that's the case, do you need my help? You've already decided to atone for it with your death anyway. So what if I do as you wish? Seeing Yun Luofeng approaching her, panic flashed across Lin Ruoxin's eyes. With a loud bang, she rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Chapter 735. Yun Luofeng dodged Lin Ruoxin's attack. The smile on her face deepened. Didn't you want to die as an apology? Why? Can't keep up the act. Everyone in the tent turned to look at Lin Ruoxin. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, they didn't understand why Lin Ruoxin had initiated the attack. Lin Ruoxin took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I thought I wouldn't be afraid in the face of danger. I thought I could die as an apology, but I overestimated myself. I felt fear when I was close to death. She raised her eyes and said frankly, I believe that no one can remain indifferent in the face of death. What I did just now was just an instinctive reaction, but that doesn't mean I lied to the world. Everyone nodded. Miss Ruoxin was right. Everyone would react instinctively in the face of death. So, even if she took back her words, it was still worth forgiving. Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Ruoxin, then slowly walked towards the youth. I'll give you one last chance. Who ordered you to do this? The youth's face paled. He gritted his teeth and said, It was me. I'll give you one last chance. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. If you don't tell the truth, I can't guarantee what I'll do. The youth's eyes were filled with fear, but his tone was as stubborn as ever. I was the one who wanted to frame you. What truth do you want me to tell? I'm telling the truth. Yun Luofeng sneered. Not long ago, I obtained a medicinal herb. What? The youth was stunned. Yun Luofeng didn't seem to notice his confusion. He continued, that herb has a special characteristic. If you tell the truth, you'll be fine. If you lie, your soul will be burned and you'll be in excruciating pain. The youth trembled. He turned around and wanted to escape, but before he could get out of the tent, he was restrained by Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng violently opened his mouth and forcefully stuffed the medicinal ingredients in his hand into his mouth. When the herb was shoved into his mouth, a bitter juice flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was so bitter that tears flowed down his cheeks. He hurriedly spat out the herb. Unfortunately, once the juice entered his body, it would be useless even if he spat out the herbs. What did you give me to eat? The young man clutched his throat tightly and asked in horror. The herb that made you speak the truth. Yun Luofeng looked at the youth and asked, What's your name? The youngster clenched his fist tightly. Lin Jun. Age, 17. Lin Jun was safe and sound when he asked these two questions. But then, Yun Luofeng's tone changed and he continued to ask, Who ordered you to frame me? It's me. Ah. Before he could finish his words, Lin Jun felt as if his soul was being burned by fire. He screamed in pain. Lin Ruoxin's expression suddenly changed. She had a bad premonition and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. I said, I'm telling the truth. It was eldest miss who found me tonight. She used the 100 herbs powder to attract the spiritual beasts and used it to distract the man beside you. She then ordered me to frame you. Under the pain of such a distance, the young man did not dare to hide anything and spilled everything out. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the burning pain disappeared. Chapter 736. In an instant, everyone in the tent turned their attention to Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin's face turned from green to white, then from white to green. She then took a large step forward and slapped the youth fiercely again. I really never thought that you'd be so cowardly as to confess under torture. You're framing me. Confess under torture? Could it be that Miss Ruoxin was implying that the medicinal herb's ability was not to make people confess the truth, but to poison them? The youth couldn't withstand the poison and had helped her frame Lin Ruoxin. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Lin Ruoxin and smiled. It looks like you don't believe in my medicinal herb's ability. Why don't you try? Lin Ruoxin's little face paled. That's poison, don't try to harm me. Whether it's poison or not, why don't you test it? Yun Luofeng slowly walked towards Lin Ruoxin with a demonic smile on her face. Lin Ruoxin took a few steps back as she stared at the young girl's sinister smile. Then, she suddenly launched an attack on Yun Luofeng. Her every move was swift and fierce, as if she was going to kill him. Just as she was about to reach Yun Luofeng suddenly grabbed her hand and forced the medicinal herb into her mouth the same way he had done to the youth. Ruoxin. Lin Yuan's expression changed greatly and he cried out anxiously. Unfortunately, he was under Yun Xiao's control and could not move. Cough, cough. Lin Ruoxin coughed dryly and raised her pale face. She stared fixedly at the young girl's beautiful face. I only have one sentence for you. Someone will be able to distinguish between good and evil. You won't be able to force a confession out of me. Even if I die, I won't admit it. Yun Luofeng kicked Lin Ruoxin violently and sent her flying. She straightened her white robes and retracted her leg. Her insolent eyes stared coldly at Lin Ruoxin, who had fallen to the ground. Confess under torture? Do you think I need that? If I want to kill you, ask around and see who can save you. Lin Ruoxin trembled. She knew that Yun Luofeng was speaking the truth. If she wanted to kill me, no one could. You think that if you don't admit it, I can't do anything to you? Yun Luofeng smiled coldly. Have you heard of an attack called a soul attack? Even against someone weaker than me, this soul attack can still absorb her soul. What? Lin Ruoxin raised her head in astonishment. Just as she was about to open her mouth, an attack slammed into her mind, causing it to go blank. Soon after, an evil voice slowly rang out. Who ordered him to do this? Lin Ruoxin was stunned. It's me. Boom. Like a bolt of lightning, no one could have imagined that Lin Jun had really been instructed by Lin Ruoxin. She admitted it just like that. Then what do you want him to do? Yun Luofeng's voice seemed to have a kind of enticing power, continuously guiding her in a patient and systematic manner. Lin Ruoxin's eyes were lifeless as she said, I want the man beside you. That's why I wanted him to frame you so that your man would misunderstand, but I didn't expect that he could even tolerate this kind of thing. He's clearly stronger than you, so why does he have to tolerate you like this? A man like him shouldn't be so lowly. Even though her eyes were still lifeless, her voice had softened a little. He should be high and mighty, and everyone else should only kneel at his feet. But what did you do to him? Not only did you not show your 3 obediences and 4 virtues, you even ordered him to do things for you. I only felt sorry for him, for he wasn't worth it. Chapter 737. Even though Lin Ruoxin was the daughter of the Castellan, she had been taught the 3 obediences and 4 virtues since young. Women should obey men. A person like Yun Luofeng wasn't worthy of Yun Xiao's love. The 100 herb powder that led the soul wolf to me was also your doing. That's right, I was the one who ordered it. I only wanted to test his strength to see if he's worthy of me. Lin Ruoxin had a smug smile on her face. He passed my test, he's qualified to be with me. Whoosh. After saying this, Lin Ruoxin felt her body relax. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. What was going on? Lin Ruoxin rubbed her aching head and frowned slightly. Then, she felt the disdainful and mocking gazes around her. Lin Ruoxin opened her mouth and turned to Lin Yuan. Father, she hoped that Lin Yuan could answer the questions in her heart. However, Lin Yuan tilted his head and turned away. Just at this moment, the surrounding discussions rang out, causing Lin Ruoxin's body to stiffen. I didn't expect Lin Ruoxin to be this kind of person. Lin Jun was indeed ordered by her. To think that I trusted her so much and was even used by her. Even the matter with the soul wolf was done on purpose. Thinking of how they had taught Yun Luofeng a lesson, these people's eyes were filled with guilt, and even more so, anger at being deceived. When Yun Luofeng questioned the Castellan's residents, they all spoke up for Lin Ruoxin and claimed that she was innocent. More importantly, they even said that Lin Ruoxin was very reasonable, unlike the other rich ladies who disregarded the lives of others. But now, reality was like a slap on their faces. Not only did it hurt, it was also very loud. The other rich ladies were at most a little arrogant and willful, but Lin Ruoxin wanted to harm others, yet after harming others, she still flaunted her innocence. They were completely fooled by him. Lin Ruoxin was stunned. She had no recollection of what had just been said, so she didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, she reacted and glared at Yun Luofeng angrily. Was it you? Were you trying to frame me? You must have controlled me. We're irreconcilable. Enough. Lin Yuan's expression changed and he said coldly, Lin Ruoxin, others could control your body, but could they control your mouth? How can others control your own words? Hearing this, Yun Luofeng glanced at Lin Yuan and curled his lips. Was he planning to give up on Lin Ruoxin? Of course, Lin Yuan wasn't stupid. He knew that after what Lin Ruoxin had said, there was no point in trying to explain himself. He might as well give up on her. Anyway, it was just a daughter. The woman he was raising outside had just given birth to a son for him not long ago. If he wasn't worried about his reputation being tarnished, he would have brought his son home long ago. Lin Ruoxin's face was finally filled with despair. After a long while, she started laughing maniacally. Her laughter filled the entire night sky. I lost. You lost completely, but you didn't win either. Your man and I are fated to be married. Even if I die, the two of you can't be together forever. Yun Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxin coldly before turning to Yun Luofeng. The stone I crushed wasn't a marriage stone. Chapter 738. And then, Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and asked. It's just an ordinary stone that contains my aura. That's why it hit me. Yun Xiao paused for a bit and continued saying, this matter was done by Bai Su. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be worried. Bai Su. Yun Luofeng was stunned. His here too? Back then, after he pestered you, I sent people to investigate him. I'm very clear about his abilities. Furthermore, I lost a sword when I fought with him. The aura in the stone came from that sword. The battle between him and Bai Su was definitely not the only one Yun Luofeng had seen. But, Yun Xiao frowned, I've fought with him a few times, but he always managed to escape. The reason is because there's a woman by Bai Su's side. That woman has the ability to burrow through the ground. She can travel thousands of miles on the ground. Do you know where that woman came from? Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and asked. I'm not sure, I've only heard that Bai Su changed her name to Jinyu. Jinyu? These two words pierced Lin Ruoxin's heart. She shouted crazily, impossible, how could it be her? She was the one who gave me the marriage stone. How do you know her? Yun Xiao and Yun Luofeng did not speak. The others did not speak either. They all looked at Lin Ruoxin with pitiful eyes. Lin Ruoxin finally reacted. Her face turned pale. She lied to me. She actually lied to me. There had never been a time when Lin Ruoxin felt more hopeless than now. She was originally living a good life in Spirit City, but she met Jinyu. She even listened to her and fell into such a situation. It's all her fault. If she hadn't believed her, she wouldn't have sent people to harm Yun Luofeng. Are you guys going to continue watching the show or scram? Yun Luofeng swept his gaze across the crowd in the tent and asked with his lips slightly raised. Everyone trembled when they heard this and quickly left the tent. They were in the wrong, how would they dare to say anything else? Oh yes, Yun Luofeng seemed to recall something and looked at the middle-aged man who had accused her of not following the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. You stay here first. The middle-aged man's body stiffened. He smiled awkwardly and said, Is there anything else? You just said, the man is the heaven, the man is the ruler, is that right? Hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Was she planning to settle the score? No matter how much he feared this woman, he would never let go of his determination. I did say that, And I don't think I said anything wrong. Yun Luofeng walked towards the middle-aged man. Men can have multiple wives and concubines, but women must be faithful to one. That's right. The middle-aged man straightened his neck and said. Men can flirt with other women, but is it wrong for a woman to even speak to another person? Yun Luofeng continued to ask. That's right. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, but he still insisted on his answer. In this world, men are the heavens. Yun Luofeng laughed. Then do you know a phrase? What is it? If the heavens offend me, then I will defy the heavens. The middle-aged man was stunned. How could a woman say such arrogant words? Furthermore, she actually said that she wanted to defy the heavens. Chapter 739. Remember, don't ask others for things that you can't do. If you want your woman to treat you the same as before, then you must control your lower half. Yun Luofeng smiled coldly. If you want others to follow the path of a wife, then you must follow the path of a husband. Follow the path of a wife. The people who had left were stunned and turned back to look at Yun Luofeng. They had talked about the path of a wife for so many years, but this was the first time they had heard of the path of a husband. I know this middle-aged man. Back then, the 32nd concubine he married wasn't someone who knew her place. She probably schemed to cause his wife to miscarry. In the end, his wife wanted to punish the 32nd concubine and was beaten up by him. The wife was disheartened and ran away with her childhood sweetheart. Is this true? No wonder he was so regretful and angry when he misunderstood that this lady had an affair with Lin Jun. He even brought up the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Women really shouldn't follow the path of a wife. However, spoiling a concubine and neglecting a wife is equally shameful. No wonder his wife eloped with someone else. What a pity. His wife was caught not long after the elopement. Then, he tied the elopers to a pillar of fire and burned them alive. The middle-aged man's expression became even more awkward when he heard the discussions of these people. However, he still didn't think that he was wrong. Every time he thought of the scene of that adulterous couple making love in bed, his stomach burned like fire. He wished he could drag them out and whip their corpses. Yun Luofeng turned around and coldly tossed out a sentence. If you don't get lost, then don't even think about leaving this place. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, those people hurriedly left and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan said weakly, then can I leave as well? Yun Luofeng raised his brows. You don't want your daughter anymore? No, I don't want her anymore. Lin Yuan smiled flatteringly. Can you let me leave now? Yun Xiao, let him go. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes. Lin Yuan was still useful for the time being, so he would let him stay for now. However, he wouldn't live for long either. Lin Yuan felt as if he had been granted amnesty and left without looking back. He even staggered a few times and almost fell to the ground. Seeing that he was about to disappear, Lin Ruoxin said anxiously, Father, don't leave me. Unfortunately, for someone like Lin Yuan, even if he couldn't bear to part with Lin Ruoxin, he wouldn't throw his life away for her. Therefore, he didn't stop and quickly left this place. Lin Ruoxin's face was ashen. She looked at Yun Luofeng in despair. What do you want to do to me? My pet lacks playmates. Yun Luofeng's lips curled up. And you came just in time. As soon as she finished speaking, countless gold-seeking mice appeared out of thin air in the tent, grinding their teeth as they stared at Lin Ruoxin sinisterly. At this moment, Lin Ruoxin had no time to investigate how the gold-seeking mice had appeared out of thin air. She crawled up in panic and wanted to run out of the tent. She had only taken a few steps when a swarm of gold-seeking mice pressed down on her from behind and bit her flesh unceremoniously. Bite her. Little Mo sat on the bed and waved her little fists. Milk tea, Meng Meng, bite her thighs. Mouse Queen, you and the left minister will bite her nipples. The other ministers will bite the rest of her body. Chapter 740. What did it feel like to eat a person alive? If you encountered it, your experience would be that it would be worse than death. Watching her body being eaten bit by bit, that intense pain caused her voice to become extremely mournful, like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. But the gold-seeking mice ate not enough to kill her. However, For the gold-seeking mice who were used to eating medicinal ingredients, eating a person was equivalent to eating a pile of shit. Not only did it taste bad, it smelled bad too. Lin Ruoxin was only completely eaten the next day. Not even a single bone was left. Only the pile of blood on the ground proved that she had been tortured last night. Let's go. Yun Luofeng let Xiao Mo and the gold-seeking mice return to the divine grimoire space, then walked out with Yun Xiao. There were already many people waiting in front of the tent. Those people looked at Yun Luofeng strangely, but no one dared to provoke her anymore. Master, Long Fei saw Yun Luofeng walking over with one glance, frowned and said, "Don't you feel that the atmosphere today is a little strange? Also, why is the daughter of the city lord missing?" Because they had only brought 2 tents, Long Fei and Su Zheng slept together. Because Su Zheng's yelling was too loud, he did not hear the noise from last night. Even Lin Ruoxin's mournful cries could not compare to Su Zheng's snoring, but what made people curious was that under Su Zheng's snoring, Long Fei was actually able to sleep until dawn. "You slept too deeply last night." Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips, "So you don't know what happened last night?" "What happened?" Long Fei was very curious. Then, Yun Luofeng gave a simple recount of what happened last night. When he heard the young girl's recount, Long Fei's face turned green on the spot. Lin Ruoxin, that bitch, she's really looking for death. Of all people to provoke, she had to provoke Yun Luofeng? This was no different from looking for death. "Long Fei, you still haven't told me what's going on in the Forest of No Return." Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. "Why were the other beast kings sealed?" Long Fei smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I don't know what's going on at all. I only know that not only are they sealed in the innermost part, but they are also in a deep slumber. As for the specifics, we can only find them if we find them. Unfortunately, Marshal Uncle and I can't find them at all. Back then, if Uncle Master had not been away from home, he would have been sealed like the other beast kings. Let's continue. No matter what, I have to see Fu Sheng." This was Tian Yai's wish. She would help him complete it. In the depths of the Forest of No Return, next to a clear green pond, the green-robed woman was lying on the muddy ground with her eyes closed. Her face was rosy, as if she was sleeping peacefully. Next to the woman was a man in a grey robe. His entire body was shrouded in darkness as he leaned close to her. His hand was placed on the woman's navel as he muttered to himself. His voice was eerie and terrifying. "Just a little more and I will be able to completely control this beast king, erase all of her consciousness and turn her into an attack that only knows how to fight for me." This time, his harvest in the Forest of No Return was not small. Once he subdued these beast kings, his strength would increase by more than a little. Suddenly, the man in the grey robe felt the woman's consciousness resisting his attack and was surprised. Chapter 741. She has become like this, yet she can still resist me? This beast king is not simple. The more she is like this, the more I want to subdue her. After saying this, the grey-robed man noticed that the green-robed woman's lips moved. He was shocked, thinking that the other party had woken up from her slumber. Just as he was about to seal her consciousness again, he discovered that the other party was only muttering a few words and showed no signs of waking up. The grey-robed man frowned and put his ear to the woman's lips. What? Tianya. What does Tianya mean? Could it be that she wants to say the ends of the earth? The green-robed woman was still in a daze, her lips constantly moving. Tianya, at this time, in Long Yuan country, far away from the Forest of No Return, Tianya was sipping tea with old Master Yun. "Your Yun family's tea is still better. I can't drink such good tea anywhere else." Tianya clicked his tongue twice, his face full of satisfaction. "I just don't know when the Yun girl will come back. She's been gone for almost 2 months. Old Master Yun sighed. "Feng'er has always been like this. These days, he has been running around everywhere. I don't know when this kind of life will come to an end." "Oh right, when will Ningxin and your family's Yun Qingya get married?" Tianya didn't want the old man to worry, so he quickly changed the topic. They want to wait for Feng'er to come back." Old Master Yun smiled helplessly and raised his head to look at Tianya. When he saw the drastic change in Tianya's expression, he frowned slightly. "What's wrong? What happened? At this moment, Tianya's face was pale, and his hands were tightly covering his chest. He didn't know what was going on, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if someone in the distance was softly chanting his name. Fu Sheng, it must be Fu Sheng. It's Fu Sheng calling me. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the old man behind him, Tianya hurriedly turned around and ran out of the courtyard, quickly disappearing from the Yun family. Tianya, this is the holy fruit of my clan. I have dripped a drop of blood in it. If you eat it now, if I am not by your side in the future, as long as I call your name softly, you will be able to feel that I am thinking of you. Why? Why did you betray me? I betrayed my family for you, but what I got in return was your betrayal. Tianya, I never want to see you again in this life. You will never be able to find me. The past flashed through Tianya's mind like a camera. Every frown and smile of the woman was deeply engraved in his heart. All these years, he had been waiting for her to call out to him, but after waiting for dozens of years, he had never heard that soft call out to him. But now that the moment had arrived, why did he feel as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart? Fu Sheng, something must have happened. Wait for me, Fu Sheng, you have to wait for me. I've missed you for decades. This time, even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth, I must find you. Tianya raised his head and let out a long roar. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Long Yuan country, and everyone in the Long Yuan country could hear his vow, forest of no return, beside the clear pond. The green-robed girl quietly lay on the ground. It was unknown if she had sensed something, but a tear fell from her eye. Under the illumination of the sun, it emitted a dazzling radiance. Tianya, I'm sorry, goodbye. Chapter 742. In the dangerous forest, Su Zhang raised his head slightly and stared at the sky not far away. His eyes darkened and the uneasiness in his heart gradually magnified. Uncle Master. Long Fei glanced at Su Zhang and asked, what's the situation? Su Zhang did not speak, but his expression clearly did not look too good. Even Yun Luofeng, who was next to him, could sense the aura emanating from his body. Let's continue. Yun Luofeng's gaze swept across Su Zhang's body, but he did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze forward. At that moment, there was a fork in the road in front of them. There were two paths they could choose from. Both paths were filled with thorns and the directions they were heading in were also different. This way. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he pointed to the path on the left and said, this should be the right path. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Lin Yuan. He then laughed coldly, I think that the right path leads to the depths of the forest of no return. Lin Yuan did not expect Long Fei to refute his suggestion on the spot. His expression instantly changed, but because Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were next to him, he could only swallow his dissatisfaction. Let's go. Yun Luofeng did not say anything else and stepped onto the path on the right. At that moment, Long Fei quickly stepped forward and whispered into Yun Luofeng's ear, Master, you don't have to care about anything you see on the way. No one was more familiar with the path to the forest of no return than Su Zhang and Long Fei. Now that she heard his words, Yun Luofeng immediately understood his intentions. She curled the corners of her lips slightly but did not stop Long Fei's actions. Regardless of what her subordinates wanted to do, she would give them the greatest support. City Lord, which path should we take? Everyone looked at Lin Yuan and asked in unison. Lin Yuan steeled his heart and said, we'll follow them. With that, he strode into the path on the right. Along the way, it was relatively peaceful and no spiritual beasts came to cause trouble for them. However, they had not walked for long when they involuntarily stopped in their tracks. On the side of the path not far away, countless medicinal herbs that could cause a sensation in the outside world stood in the wind as if they were waving at these unrestrained guests. That's blood ginseng. The legendary blood ginseng that can be hung on as long as a person still has one breath left. Is that a crystal mine beside the blood ginseng? And it's an unmined crystal mine. Heavens, there are so many rare treasures in this spirit beast forest. Legend has it that once consumed, it can increase a martial artist's spiritual chi. The guild leader is actually here. Holy shit, are we rich? Needless to say, the red commentary could not be compared with the one in Yun Luofeng's medicinal field. The spiritual power that it could provide to spiritualists was also very little. Even so, there were still many people who wanted to obtain it. There was no other reason. No matter how small an ant is, it's still meat. No matter how little spiritual chi was provided by the red eucalyptus tree, it could at least provide some for spiritualist. So, how could they not be shocked when they saw the red arbutus tree swaying in the wind? How could he not be excited? It's all thanks to the city lord that we were able to find these medicinal herbs this time. If it wasn't for the city lord, we wouldn't have been able to obtain them. There are so many medicinal herbs here. Except for the one that the city lord mansion doesn't need, we can each have one. Although I'm not a doctor, these herbs can be sold for a sky-high price. Chapter 743. So what if he wasn't a doctor? Couldn't he get the medicinal herbs if he wasn't a doctor? As long as they obtained these medicinal herbs and left the forest of no return, they could use them to ask for a favor from a famous doctor or sell them to others. However, up until now, these people hadn't forgotten what Lin Yuan had said before. He said that after coming to the forest of no return, no matter what he found, he wouldn't fight with anyone for it and would leave it all to others. Where else could they find such a righteous and selfless city lord? However, what the crowd didn't expect was that at this time, Lin Yuan was already cursing in his heart. Selfless. Selfless, my ass. Everyone knew that there were many treasures in the forest of no return and countless precious medicinal herbs. However, discovering these also required luck. Those who were unlucky could only return empty-handed. Lin Yuan didn't expect his luck to be so good. As for the words he said at the city gate earlier, it was because he liked to be complimented, so he said it casually. Lin Yuan's expression was a little ugly. If it was in the past, these people would just take it. After everything was done, he would kill them and take the items. But now, Yun Luofeng had appeared out of nowhere. Based on a woman's character, could she let him succeed? City Lord. The people from the City Lord's mansion were also a little anxious. One should know that these medicinal herbs were too precious. They could be sold for a sky-high price at an auction. Moreover, they would be fought over by countless doctors. Wouldn't it be a pity if they gave it up now? Seeing that those people were walking towards the medicinal herbs, Lin Yuan finally said, "Wait." Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at him in confusion. Everyone, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered a few times and said righteously, "I did promise to give you the treasures in the forest of no return. However, these medicinal herbs are not treasures. Moreover, there are no doctors among you. It would be a waste to leave the medicinal herbs with you. Why don't you let me accept it? If you have any illnesses in the future, I will let the city lord's doctors treat you." The crowd suddenly moved and everyone was discussing among themselves as if they were discussing a choice. Seeing this, Lin Yuan continued, "Don't worry, since I said that there will be treasures unearthed, those precious treasures will definitely exist. At that time, I will not leave a single one of you. It's all up to you." His words were very beautiful and righteous. For a moment, those people were somewhat convinced by his words. Indeed, to them, these medicinal herbs could only be sold for some money at most. It was better to leave them for the city lord's mansion. As long as the city lord didn't fight with them for the treasures, that would be enough. Lin Yuan slowly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart as he looked at their relaxed expressions. Just as he was about to continue speaking, laughter was suddenly heard from the side. "If you want to take these medicinal herbs for yourself, then just say it. Why do you have to find such excuses?" The young girl crossed her arms in front of her chest and lazily glanced at Lin Yuan. "Besides, it's not certain whether the treasures you mentioned exist or not. What if you take the medicinal ingredients for yourself and are unable to find any other treasures? Yes. What if he took the medicinal herbs and didn't have any other treasures? Could they still snatch the medicinal herbs from his hands?" At the thought of this, everyone looked at Lin Yuan with doubtful eyes. If it was yesterday, these people would definitely believe in Lin Yuan without hesitation. However, after the incident with Lin Ruoxin, their attitude towards Lin Yuan had changed slightly. Chapter 744. Lin Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Would this woman die if she didn't oppose him? Lin Yuan, who had originally wanted to curse out loud, suddenly trembled when he met Yun Xiao's gaze, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He took a deep breath, changed his tone, and continued, I know you're very unhappy with me, but I, Lin Yuan, have always been upright. Since I've said that the treasures in the forest of no return will belong to them, I won't take any more. Yun Luofeng smiled faintly. Since that is the case, you still want to snatch the medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs are not treasures. Lin Yuan glared at Yun Luofeng as he replied irritably. In my eyes, any precious item is a treasure. Yun Luofeng put down his crossed arms and swept his gaze across the crowd. However, I have a suggestion. You can keep the medicinal herbs first and return them to him when you find other treasures next time. Everyone nodded their heads. This was a good idea. City Lord, since you said that there are treasures unearthed in the forest of no return, then there must be treasures. In that case, you should have no objections to us keeping these medicinal herbs for you first, right? Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly ugly as he clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. A powerhouse no longer cared about Lin Yuan's expression as he turned around and walked towards one of the medicinal herb. This time, even if they didn't find any treasures, they wouldn't have suffered a loss with these medicinal herbs in their hand. Stop! Lin Yuan roared angrily and quickly charged towards the powerhouse who wanted to keep the medicinal herb. The aura on his body surged and instantly sent the powerhouse flying. At this moment, the crowd quietened down. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yuan with disbelief in their eyes. Not going to continue pretending? Yun Luofeng raised his brows and asked with a faint smile. Lin Yuan glared coldly at Yun Luofeng before turning his gaze towards the other dumbstruck people and scoffed. I want to see who dares to touch these medicinal herbs today. Since these people had come here, they couldn't possibly leave. His true identity couldn't be exposed either. Since that was the case, he couldn't be bothered to continue pretending. He might as well use force to stop these people from moving. Lin Yuan, you lied to us. Within the crowd, a beautiful woman reacted first, her face filled with anger. You said that all the treasures in the forest of no return belong to us. But now, you want to monopolize the medicinal herbs for yourself. To think that I was moved by your words before. I thought you were a gentleman, but you're just a hypocrite. Sure enough, like daughter, like father, both of you are not good things. Hehe, actually, I should have guessed it long ago. What good is a person who doesn't even care about his own daughter? But I still chose to believe you. Everyone was a little agitated as they glared at Lin Yuan angrily. Their expressions were as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Lin Yuan coldly snorted, so what if I lied to you? You are the ones who are too stupid to believe everything I say. Do you really think I came here to look for treasure? It was ridiculous. What a joke. His face was extremely gloomy as he coldly swept his gaze over these people. Then, his gaze shifted towards Yun Luofeng. He didn't try to oppose him like he did at the beginning. The others are not worthy of these medicinal ingredients. Why don't we split them? Plus, we need to work together for the rest of the journey. Chapter 745. If possible, he wanted to monopolize the medicinal herb. But he understood that he was no match for that cold man. If he wanted to have the medicinal herbs, he had to let go of all grudges and cooperate with them. Lin Yuan's words made Yun Luofeng smile. Her brows were full of smiles and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. You want to cooperate with me? Do you think you're worthy? Lin Yuan's expression changed. I know you're strong, but there are many dangers in the forest of no return. Do you think you can barge into the forest of no return alone with your strength? We can only survive if we cooperate. Don't worry, even if you die 100 times, I won't die. The young girl's voice was very arrogant. Her condescending look showed that she did not put Lin Yuan in her eyes at all. Seeing that Lin Yuan was about to continue speaking, Yun Luofeng interrupted him. These medicinal herbs are too inferior. I don't like them. If you want them, go get them yourself. As for cooperation, don't even think about it. Red arbutus tree? Back then, Elder Rong from the medical pavilion had already given him one and it was still in the divine grimoire space. She had even renamed the red arbutus tree to a spirit fruit tree. Blood ginseng? Do you think she needs to rely on blood ginseng? There was no need to talk about the other medicinal herbs. Not long ago, Yun Xiao had given her countless thousand-year medicinal herbs as a betrothal gift. After that, she had obtained many precious medicinal herbs from the rat clan. So, she really didn't like these. Of course, more importantly, before entering the right path, Long Fei had told her that no matter what she saw, she didn't need to care about it. Even if she found any treasures, she couldn't take them. Lin Yuan's face was gloomy as he snorted and turned to walk towards the medicinal herbs. This woman really didn't know what was good for her. Since she didn't want them, then these medicinal herbs would all belong to him. Under everyone's angry gazes, Lin Yuan walked to the side of the medicinal herbs, squatted down and wanted to pick the medicinal herbs in front of him. In order to avoid damaging the medicinal herbs, his movements were extremely slow. He carefully picked up a medicinal herb from the ground and threw it into the space ring. Alright, next is the other medicinal herbs. Lin Yuan's gaze turned to another medicinal herb. At this moment, the people from the city lord's mansion who were standing behind him seemed to have seen something unbelievable. They widened their eyes in shock and shouted in panic. City lord, be careful. What? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. He turned around and suddenly, a huge flower appeared behind him. It opened its mouth wide and revealed its sharp teeth as it bit towards Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan was quick to react. He quickly pulled the person closest to him and threw him into the man-eating flower's mouth. That person was caught off guard and was thrown in by Lin Yuan. Before he could call for help, he was swallowed by the man-eating flower. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yuan ran a few meters away. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. Almost. Just a little bit more and the person who died would have been him. Fortunately, his reaction was rather agile, and he casually dragged a person to become cannon fodder. Lin Yuan would never have imagined that there would be a man-eating flower here. Suddenly, a frantic cry rang out from the crowd. A man charged towards Lin Yuan and roared furiously. Lin Yuan, return my brother's life. The people that Lin Yuan had used as cannon fodder weren't the people from the City Lord mansion, but the experts that had followed him here. Therefore, everyone present was furious. Chapter 746. Get lost. Lin Yuan's face turned cold as he threw a punch at the man's chest. Instantly, the man spat out 3 liters of blood and was sent flying backward. Lin Yuan, you've gone too far. I thought that you were only deceiving the world. I never thought that you'd actually let someone else take the hit for you. You should pay with your life. The reason why these people were so furious was not because of the innocent man who had died. It was because there were too many dangers in the forest of no return. Others were the ones who died now. Perhaps the next moment, they would be the ones who were dragged to take the hit. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked dignified. So what if I let him die in my place? Ask yourselves, based on his level of power, how can he be of any help to us in the upcoming journey? On the contrary, I can only be of greater use if I'm alive. Bullshit. The dead man's younger brother roared angrily and launched a second attack at Lin Yuan. However, before he could get close to Lin Yuan this time, he was sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Yuan's attack again. Blood gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. No one dared to speak as they glared at Lin Yuan furiously. Lin Yuan laughed icily. I'm doing this for all of you. Who would have thought that you wouldn't know what's good for you? If I die, our team's power will be reduced by half. By then, all of you will be wiped out. Everyone knew that Lin Yuan's words made sense. However, when they recalled what had just happened, waves of anger welled up in their hearts. However, no one stepped forward to speak up for the dead man. Gulp. After the man-eating flower had digested the man in its mouth, it turned towards Lin Yuan and launched another attack. This time, everyone who witnessed this scene retreated one after another, afraid that they would be thrown in to become nourishment for the man-eating flower. Yun Luofeng watched the battle coldly from the sidelines. Long Fei, did you deliberately lure him here? Long Fei nodded. Any expensive medicinal herb in the forest of no return will be guarded by a spiritual beast. However, the one guarding this place is a man-eating flower. Actually, The forest of no return isn't as dangerous as people think. Under normal circumstances, if you don't touch anything in the forest, those powerful spiritual beasts won't take the initiative to attack you. It was precisely because the people of the world were unable to control their greed after seeing the treasures that the spirit beasts guarding and protecting them attacked them. Longfei thought for a moment and continued, if he didn't pluck that medicinal herb, the man-eating flower wouldn't have attacked him. The previous person's luck was better. Before he could pluck the medicinal herbs, he was sent flying by Lin Yuan. That was how he managed to escape the calamity. Greed was a curse that no human could escape. At this moment, the battle was getting more and more intense. The City Lord Manners experts had already been reduced to nourishment for the man-eating flowers. Only Lin Yuan was fighting to the death. Even so, Lin Yuan was still injured, and one of his arms had been bitten off by the man-eating flower. No, if this goes on, I will definitely die here. Lin Yuan bit his lips. In the end, he still shamelessly faced Yun Xiao and said, "Please lend me a hand." Yun Xiao didn't even spare him a glance as her expression was as cold as usual, as if she didn't hear his cry for help. Lin Yuan's expression became even more unsightly. The forest of no return contains dangers that you can't imagine. If I die, you won't be able to escape your ultimate fate either. Chapter 747. Yun Xiao silently placed her hand inside her lapel. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He thought that Yun Xiao had finally been enlightened and decided to help him this time. But very quickly, his face stiffened. The man took out a red fruit from his lapel, wiped it with a handkerchief, and handed it to Yun Luofeng. "I've wiped it clean, you can eat it now." Lin Yuan almost vomited blood. "You're still in the mood to please a woman at a time like this? Do you think you can sweep through the forest of no return just because you're strong? The danger here is not something you can imagine." Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, took the fruit from Yun Xiao, and took a small bite. She liked to see Lin Yuan vomit blood from anger. Lin Yuan quickly withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at Yun Luofeng and the others, and focused on dealing with the man-eating flower in front of him. Finally, he found a flaw in the man-eating flower, and the sword in his hand slashed down, cutting its roots. The man-eating flower wanted to block it, but it was too late. It could only let its roots be cut, and slowly withered. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan took 2 steps back and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his face, but he could not tell if it was sweat or blood. It's finally over. In this battle, he had suffered heavy losses. Moreover, he had lost an arm. To a spiritualist, losing an arm was equivalent to losing half of his strength. Luckily, he still had these medicinal herbs. Looking at the medicinal herbs behind him, Lin Yuan felt a little gratified. He staggered forward, wanting to take all of these medicinal herbs into his arms. Suddenly, a dark green flame emerged from under the medicinal herbs, and in an instant, all of the medicinal herbs turned into ashes. Lin Yuan was stunned. His hand stopped in mid-air, and he stared in shock at the medicinal herbs that had turned into ashes under the flame. In an instant, a wave of anger surged into his heart. Who burned my medicinal herbs? Lin Yuan was furious. These medicinal herbs were exchanged for all of his subordinates from the city lord's residence, including his own arm. In the end, they were gone so quickly. Apologies, my hand slipped. While Lin Yuan was fuming with anger, a nefarious voice sounded from behind him, causing the fury in his heart to burn even greater. My hand slipped. Slip your sister. Your hand slipped and you burned his medicinal herbs. If your hand hadn't slipped, wouldn't you have burned the entire forest? Lin Yuan turned around, looked at Yun Luofeng, and asked through gritted teeth, "You did it on purpose?" Yun Luofeng glanced at him evilly. "I wanted to burn the man-eating flower, but my hand slipped and I burned it in the wrong place. So what if she did it on purpose? Even if she had to burn all these medicinal herbs, she would never leave them for Lin Yuan. So be it." Yun Xiao looked coldly at Lin Yuan before turning her gaze towards Yun Luofeng. "It's just a few medicinal herbs, it's no big deal. Just a few medicinal herbs." Hearing this man's arrogant words, everyone was a little stunned. How could he look down on these medicinal herbs that could be sold at a sky-high price? No wonder these two became husband and wife. They were the same people in their bones. Incomparably arrogant and domineering, only these two people would dare to say such word. Even if the others were given enormous guts, they would not have the courage to do so. Chapter 748. Lin Yuan's face was pale and he was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen anyone this shameless. Unfortunately, he did not have the guts to provoke Yun Xiao. Lin Yuan fiercely flung his sleeves and continued forward. Since there were so many medicinal herbs here, it meant that there would be a lot of medicinal herbs along the way. However, what made Lin Yuan collapse was that whenever he found a precious medicinal herb, Yun Luofeng would burn it all down after he had painstakingly gotten rid of the spiritual beast guarding the herb. Especially when she used the same excuse. Her hand slipped. How could her hand have slipped so many times? As Yun Luofeng continued to cause trouble, Lin Yuan simply ignored the medicinal herbs along the way. After all, even if he defeated the spiritual beast, he would not get any medicinal herbs. Logically speaking, the deeper they went, the more powerful spiritual beasts there would be. However, ever since they had stepped onto this path, no spiritual beast had attacked them unless it was to snatch the items guarded by the spiritual beasts. Hence, Yun Luofeng and the others had a very smooth journey, master. Suddenly, Long Fei stopped in his tracks. His expression was a little ugly and his hands, which were placed by his sides, involuntarily clenched. This is the deepest part of the forest of no return. Yun Luofeng gently raised his brows. Does this mean that we're already here? Long Fei nodded and slowly turned his gaze towards Su Zheng. The valley was serene, and under the azure sky, everything was silent. It was so quiet that only the sound of the wind blowing through the branches could be heard. At this moment, Su Zheng's face was a little pale. He clutched his chest tightly and looked like he was in great pain. Roar. Suddenly, Su Zheng raised his head and let out a loud roar. That roar shook the heavens and the earth as if he was venting some sort of emotion. However, after he had finished roaring, his body slightly bent over and his hands were still clutching his chest tightly. Uncle Master. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Zheng. Long Fei also hurriedly stepped forward and supported Su Zheng's body. Uncle Master, are you all right? Su Zheng shook his head and gently closed his eyes. His expression was one of agony. Move aside, Long Fei. Yun Luofeng's face was solemn as she hurried over to Su Zheng's back. The moment Long Fei stepped aside, her palm landed heavily on Su Zheng's body. Roar. Another loud roar rang out. This time, his roar contained great power, causing the entire forest to tremble a few times. Yun Luofeng's gaze shifted from Su Zheng to the transparent barrier in front of him. His eyes were cold. This place is a little strange. If I'm not wrong, your martial uncle is in so much pain because of this seal. Long Fei smiled bitterly and nodded. We have been here before. Martial uncle will become like this whenever he gets close to this place, so we had no choice but to retreat. Master, do you have any way to help us? Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and fell silent. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence in breaking through this barrier. Lin Yuan glanced at the silent Yun Luofeng, smiled coldly, and walked towards the barrier. It's just a seal. This time, I came for this seal. I don't believe that I can't break it. When he looked at Yun Luofeng, his eyes were clearly filled with disdain. Chapter 749. Lin Yuan walked up to the barrier and took a deep breath. There was a grave look in his eyes. At that moment, the woman's beautiful face appeared in his mind, causing his heart to be filled with excitement. As long as he broke this barrier, he would be able to see the woman of his dreams. Boom! Lin Yuan's fist was wrapped in a layer of powerful energy as he fiercely slammed it against the barrier. In an instant, a wave of energy shot out from the barrier and sent his body flying. Someone in the crowd sneered at the sight of this. Lin Yuan, didn't you say that this is just a mere seal? It looks like you can't even break a mere seal. How dare you be so arrogant? Lin Yuan's expression was a little ugly. He crawled up from the ground and quickly charged towards the seal. The fist arrived with a loud bang. The wind from the fist was swift and fierce like a huge mountain. However, the seal under his fist did not budge at all. Instead, his body shot out once again. Impossible. Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. I've already used all my strength to attack. Logically speaking, I should be able to break this seal. Why isn't it moving at all? As he thought about it, his face involuntarily turned pale. It looks like this Lin Yuan is completely useless. Long Fei shook his head. If I had known that he would be so useless, I would have gotten rid of him earlier. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, among these people, only I have some understanding of the seal and know what its weakest point is. However, even I can't break it. There's no one here who can break the seal. Long Fei was a little angry as he glared fiercely at Lin Yuan. However, at that moment, Su Zheng suddenly stood up and madly charged towards the seal. His fists attacked the seal again and again. His eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to split open. Uncle Master. Long Fei turned pale with fright when he saw Su Zheng's crazed look. He hurriedly went forward to stop him. However, he was stopped by Su Zheng's shout before he could reach him. Get lost. Su Zheng turned around and roared angrily at Long Fei, I must enter this damned seal. My compatriots are waiting for me inside. How can I hide outside alone? Unfortunately, no matter how strong Su Zheng's strength was, he was not a match for this seal. Every time he attacked the seal, he would be injured by the rebound of the seal and spit out a mouthful of blood. Even so, it did not stop him. Long Fei's eyes reddened. Although his martial uncle was usually very frivolous, no matter how much hardship he encountered, it would not stop him from taking liberties with innocent women. However, Uncle Master's feelings towards the other Beast Kings were equally sincere. His brothers and sisters were in danger, so how could he be free and unfettered outside? Even if he couldn't save them, he would face life and death together with them. This was his martial uncle. A lecherous, shameless, yet respectable hero. Martial uncle, I'll go with you. Even if I'll be smashed to pieces by the rebound of the seal, I won't retreat. Long Fei's gaze became more and more resolute. He took heavy steps towards the seal. If even Master couldn't do anything, perhaps no one would be able to save his master. Therefore, he could only live and die together with everyone. Looking at Su Zheng and Long Fei's reckless actions, Yun Luofeng gently lowered his eyes and asked, Xiaomo, do you have any ideas? Chapter 750. Master, I don't know much about this seal. Little Mo's voice was weak, clearly a little depressed. He also wanted to help Yun Luofeng, but there were many things that he could not remember and he did not know how to break this seal. Yun Luofeng thought for a moment and looked at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, help me control Lin Yuan. The young girl's voice was like a light breeze that fell into Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan's face originally had a disdainful smile, but after hearing those words, he suddenly froze and stared in horror at the grim man walking towards him. You! What do you want? Lin Yuan took a few steps back and gulped with some difficulty. Boom! A powerful force hit his back and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered forward and suddenly knelt on the ground. The man's leg was placed on his shoulder. As long as he exerted some force, his shoulder would immediately collapse. Therefore, in the face of Yun Xiao's threat, Lin Yuan did not dare to move at all. His pale face was filled with fear. What do you want? Even if you want to kill me, you should at least give me a reason to die. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes as he walked towards Lin Yuan. He smiled evilly. How much do you know about the seal? I don't know. Lin Yuan's face became even paler. I only know that every seal has a weak point. As long as I attack that point, I can break the seal. However, this seal is clearly a little different. I've already attacked its weak point, but there is still no movement. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, is there anything else you haven't told me? For example, the principle behind the seal. Lin Yuan did not understand what was called principle, but he knew that Yun Luofeng did not know how to seal at all. Even if she wanted to learn now, it was too late. What could she learn in such a short period of time? Although this was what Lin Yuan thought, he did not dare to express it. Instead, he obediently explained everything about the seal. As he listened, Yun Luofeng became silent. She kept feeling that the principle behind the construction of this seal seemed to be similar to something. Puppets? Creating humans? Suddenly, Yun Luofeng reacted. Wasn't the principle behind this seal very similar to the method of creating puppets? And the creation of puppets was invented by Zhu Qian. Could it be that this seal has something to do with Zhu Qian? Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng was overjoyed. She hurriedly took out the puppet-making book that she had obtained from Zhu Qian's hiding place. Then, she found a place to sit down and quietly flipped through the book in her hand. She really wants to learn on the spot? Lin Yuan was a little dumbfounded as he stared at the girl who was studying under the tree. The others were also stunned. Who would have thought that at this time, Yun Luofeng would still be studying? She was a person who didn't even understand seals. How could she learn how to remove the seal in such a short period of time? This was simply a fantasy story. Yun Luofeng did not care about the doubtful or disdainful gazes. His fingers nimbly flipped the pages of the book in his hands. This book had been in her hands for many days, but she had never had the time to read it. Other than the words on the first page, she had no idea what the rest of the content was. Found it. Yun Luofeng's eyes brightened. As expected, apart from puppets, Zhu Qian also invented the existence of seals. If this pervert is still alive, I'm afraid that the entire mainland will be his.